Testing. Oh, okay. That was very weird. Okay, dude, I'm starting to think there's something up with maybe my motherboard. Because, like, the USB didn't register. It came up with an error a little bit earlier. And then I thought nothing of it until I went to speak into the microphone and nothing happened. But you know what? We are good to go. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel. This is going to be an exciting one. We've got 2K resolution. That's right. You can make the stream extra shiny and pretty now. That's pretty cool. Actually, I don't think there's a 1440p option there on YouTube. But on Twitch, it definitely works. I'll have to look into the YouTube side. I'm curious actually if it's possible to get that to work and how. But yes, for Twitch, there should be 1440p now. So we just got access to that, which means we've got bigger, better, shiny streams. And we've got a fun one today. Guys, we've got a few series to get through. So we have had a few FFs, unfortunately, but we have got B versus Starflark, Anatan versus Voldemort. We're going to be kicking off with B versus Starflark. Looking forward to that one, actually. Let me go ahead and pull up the draft for these two. It's been a bit of a weird week. I was just talking with someone behind the scenes about like the difficulty getting people to sign up, attend their games, getting people to watch. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think if it's always been this way around this time of the year for like Age of Empires maybe, but like in esports in general, I'm not sure. I'd have to think on that one. But let me quickly update this and we'll flip over to the draft because we have got B versus Starflark to kick us off. Then we'll have Anatan versus Voldemort. We have got Wham versus the winner between Lash and MSN happening a little bit later. And then I'll check in on the Dimmu Gully Deckle stuff because I think I might have glanced that there's maybe just a free Rub-a-Dub-Dub win that's been given out there, but I need to confirm. Bit unfortunate though. I was hoping we wouldn't have so many FFs. I think we've had like 2 this week, but it's like 2 in the top 16, which makes it kind of silly. Let's have a look at these drafts, because I'm noticing Starflark getting a lot of good shiny. Hello, Knights Templar? Getting through? Do we have any maps that where it's super viable? Not particularly by the looks of it, no. Nothing too crazy. Like, Four Lakes was banned out. Socotra was also banned out. So yeah, the most threatening situations where Knights Templar come out have been removed. Actually, I don't know about Knights Templar and Socotra. I don't think they're particularly threatening there. There's not really any big upside for them. But let's see what the boys are going to do for G1. So remember, we're opening up on Frisian Marshes. Look at the drafts. B, he could go for the Chinese. I think, has B been one of the people playing English in that map as well? For Starflark, you know, you've got like, what? Knights Templar has looked decent there. Japanese occasionally, Jeanne d'Arc. I think it might be he just whips out the Knights Templar for map number 1. Like, looking at the options here, I think it's the one that makes the most sense. Like Dry Arabia, Gorge, Alopecia. You're not really getting any clear edge on those type of maps. So let's have a look and see where they're going to take us. So, G1, it is going to be a Knights Templar HRE matchup. Yeah, kind of. I guess that makes sense. Like, I thought maybe B would try to keep it flexy, but like these days, it's almost like China's just a better flexi pick, right? I think China has more like applicable situations on a wider map pool than HRE right now, which is kind of crazy. But let's get ready to hop in. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's quarterfinals time in the penultimate. Wait, penultimate? Is the penultimate the right word? I don't even know if it's the right word. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It is the second to last week of KPMM, and we are already into the quarterfinals for our showdowns. We've got B versus Starflark kicking us off here on Frisian Marshes with an HRE versus Knights Templar matchup. And I am seeing that map, and I am losing my mind. That map always... That map has a mind of its own. Okay, like, in some ways, I don't even want to fix it now. You know how it's just, like, when something scuffed becomes part of the broadcast? I think that's where we're at that. This is going to be maybe scuffed, actually. HRE into Knights Templar? I mean, you got to be feeling good about this, right? Like, you get the racks opening. Starflark playing a Civ that can actually racks react, but normally not going to in this situation. No, instead, he's going to be a greedy boy. Look at this. It's going to be the pawn play. Yeah, so this is a big part about why Knights Templar is meant to feel good. The sacred sites make it quite natural the way you kind of trade with the pilgrims. But before that even, it's the fact that you've got these pawns we can set up fishing. Any map where you have some form of fishing is a really good map for Knights Templar. Like, for example, if you guys remember, we had... What was it? Rocky River? Or Dry River? Dry River was the really big one for it. Where you'd actually see these interesting plays out in the Knights Templar just rushing up docks, and it offset a lot of any sort of weaknesses you expect in land bouts. But H3 is a different beast, man, and B is looking to punt it straight towards the enemy base. Yeah, he's going to gold blocker. That's really good. Starflock's reaction is calculated. We've got the short walls, but I think you realize that's just not a great idea here. Yeah, he actually cancels the mining camp. Wait, no. That doesn't work, guys. That actually really doesn't work. Yeah, so like the problem here is you need to pull even more villages. And there we go. Wow. Okay, so he's going to split between the two golds. I kind of dig this, actually. This is pretty smart. B's going to arrive for the outpost rush. In fact, is he going to go deeper? He's going to start gathering from it as well. He even starts punching at the villages. And with micro, yeah, B, he should be able to net this kill with the marching drills most definitely. So gets in, is going to cost... No! What? Are you kidding me? That should have been a kill. The wind up on that Spearman, just a little bit too long. Inches away from getting that worker kill. Now B, he has still blocked Starflock out of gold, and he did go for the outpost between the two in the end. This is really frustrating now. Starflock, I mean, wait. No, there's no way. There's no way. Spears are arriving. But he kept them down here, actually, so, like, maybe... Starflock, yeah, he's going to do it. Well, this was an uncomfortable beginning, but it works out in the end. B, for some reason, actually didn't keep a Spearman up on the north side. Maybe he wasn't anticipating or thinking his opponent would go back there. So Starflock does pull off the miracle. He gets the gold necessary. He's got 2 fishing boats in the pond. Third one now coming across. And he hasn't been scouted here, by the way. B never checked this area. In fact, you can see the way he curved around. He just about avoided revealing the fishing there. Instead, it'll be a hunker down, a blocker on gold. That means that Starflock cannot play into French Knights. The Chevalier are just going to be too expensive. Is there any other option you can go for? No, because the sad reality being Knights Templar is every single one of your options in terms of unit choices for H2 will cost you gold. So if he wants to, he's going to have to reclaim. I wonder. B, is this like a minework type game? No, like your opponent can do archers, right? I think it is. Oh, are we getting a classic Burgrave? Does B actually have the resources? I mean, he's sitting on 12 sheep. That's not great. But the cool thing is when you go minework, you're going to build an additional prelates early on. So you can just move out to the resources as you choose. Interesting. Starflock. Kind of a sad existence with no gold as Templar here. He'll be able to scale into archers, but like... This is where I wondered if the minework was going to come in, because like if your opponent goes archers, you just go horsemen, right? Now, he can go into spearmen to address that, but you can just be kind of like horseman archer here. It's not too bad. I think more likely, actually, is like H3 just rushing him into castle. Likely for... Not even a Burgrave, actually. More so for the heavy knights. Remember, the minework has a tech that was kind of slept on when it first got introduced, but quickly took over as the popular choice for the reason to go minework. It is, of course, the ability to go in and get your hands on the barded armor. The barded armor that allows you to make your knights have an extra 2 armor in both ranged and melee. How are we looking on stream quality, by the way, chat? Because we've just started testing something new on the Twitch side. I think YouTube I can't push 1440p to. I'll have to check if there's a way to do that. But we have now got 2K resolution for Twitch streams. Yeah, they finally gave us access to the beta. Okay, so archer range plus the stables. Yeah, it's going to be archer horseman then. I guess you don't really want to be spears at all, because remember, like Knights Templar will not have access to the gold to get Chevalier. And they're going to scale a lot of archers anyway, normally. So spear's kind of the worst thing to build. We do, however, have a lot of food for Starflock. Yeah, second bomb being set up. Now, in fairness, although he's been blocked on this, he can sneak out for gold. The problem is, with the vision you get on H3 outposts, it's impossible to sneak out, right? You will be seen moving out your base here. Hey, what's up, Veteran Morph? I see you, mate. Appreciate you for the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad. Remember, guys, get this Prime subs in. Whether you're watching live or later, come across and... Oi, oi, oi. This was not the come across I want to see out of Starflock. He tries to go for the tower. Ultimately gets punished for it. Yeah, ends up losing a worker, has heavily injured villagers there as well. I don't think he was really respecting the arrow slits. Like, just spearmen, sure, but with the arrow slits there, remember, it's got a very high base damage. It's 10 damage compared to the 8 on a garrison slot. And on top of that, it increases the range. Oh, wow, B's committed to this. Look at this. He's going to actually be pulling the villager back across the other side of the map just to repair this up. And he does so without any wheelbarrow either. I wonder, what's the plan here? I think he's just trying to avoid discovery. Yeah. And I might have to switch mice at some point. This one is definitely a bit chalked. Yeah, I don't know. The middle mouse button just ain't doing very well. I don't feel like I've had this mouse that long. So is B going to be all in here? Because usually the power spike for like mine work nowadays is just about hitting that castle. Not so much like the all in. I mean, numbers look really good for him right now. He's got horsemen arriving. Starflag is mirrored into the ponies. He's even going to the archer ship because he's being harassed. Yeah, the dock's in trouble. Does get one of the fishing boats. And we'll walk away. So actually, I think you can be quite happy if you'll be there. Like, sure, the fishing's going to be protected now, but investing in an archer ship to do so feels painful. Looks like we are getting the harassment onto the outpost. Look at the worker kill count, though. Only one of them being fishing boat. This is pretty rough. Loses 2 more on the exit. Come on. And the scout. All right, this is actually painful to watch right now. Starflock is going to lose this game because of this single outpost. Steel Arrow is also coming in. Something that Starflock actually has found the means to mirror because it's got a little bit of gold in his pocket. So, would be a good idea to actually play towards that now. He's been gathering gold down in the south corner just with one worker. This guy's working pretty hard. Has he had some other gathering going on? Because something's mathematically not adding up. He doesn't have a marketplace. And B, even the fortifications now. So, like, what do you do if you're Starflock in this type of position? He actually has what he needs to get siege engineering. So he could go for a ram to clear this. He just seems to be very reluctant, which is odd because of the fact he's sitting on this gold. So, he did get the pilgrims, right? So I think the pilgrims snuck through, which is where the gold came from. But, like, even more now, it feels like you should be looking towards the blacksmith lane. There we go. It's going to be queued up now. But this has been pretty starving so far. I mean, B, he continues to scale the archer count ahead of you. He's going to have Steel Arrow plus the undermesh. Remember, the mine work, you not only research things quicker, you research them cheaper. You only pay 50% of the cost and get them 50% faster. So, really big buffer to timings. Every 40 seconds, just having these techs coming in and having them at a price point where you can just pretty much queue them up one by one without little impact towards your production rates elsewhere. Starflock, he is going to start adding in Chevalier. That makes sense with undermesh being prioritized first. But B, he backed up quite a bit here, and we do have all pikes on the way. Okay, this is a big one. So this is the funny thing, right? It's why I was kind of surprised Starflock was scaling horsemen, but I guess he just kind of had to, right? Like, otherwise you get into an archer race with HRE, and they do have a very good economy. But the interesting thing is, like, you're going horseman, your horseman's just going to be worse. With all pikes, remember, that's going to give +2 across the B. Gonna be kicking in soon. Archers. You have to cut away. Pilgrims have made it in. More horsemen arriving. This is looking good for Starflock right now, actually. Yeah, able to chase this away. Good strike onto the archer mass. Continues the chase. Spearmen aren't going to be rallying in from B. And the horsemen, they did just get their 2 damage from the all pike. So it finally kicks in. There's still a few alive here. And B somehow is actually getting an incredible trade out of this. It's the undermesh. The undermesh didn't even come in this entire time. Starflock chose possibly the worst moment for this engagement. Gets completely wiped by the double up on the ranged. Undermesh plus the steel arrow just meant that his archers were doing no damage really to anything, while Bees was shredding everything. Now he finally does have steel arrow queued up, but a lot of damage being done. And, you know, you can talk about the fact he's got fishing, sure, but remember, in this game, Starflock lost some workers on land. On top of that, he suffers from the fact that, you know, he had to sacrifice a few to tech up in the first place. Puts him pretty far in the gutter. And remember, this is the eco state in a situation where B has been building prelates as well to buff his economy. So he's remained very efficient. Why is H3 not banned? H3 has kind of fallen off a little bit in terms of popularity and success rate. So they're not as high of a priority of a ban, especially when you consider at the moment, like, you only have 3 bans. So usually you're thinking things like House of Lancaster, China, Rus, all very high priority bans right now. Horseman is fishing. We'll get out of there. I like B's thought process here, though, right? Because, like, with what he done at the start of this game, the way he blocked his opponent off gold, it doesn't make sense how he was able to fluidly get into the tech timings and how he was able to afford the pilgrims. Actually, I mean, like, it's not as much the pilgrim cost, it's the fact that, like, he only got, I think, 1, maybe 2 in. So, like, the maths isn't adding up in B's brain. So he just double checks around. He's also checking if there is going to be fishing on one of these ponds. And does find it on the south side. Yeah, now you're forcing another archer ship out your opponent. Feels especially bad when you consider he's almost exhausted one of the 2 fish on this pond. And B, just show him respect. So he actually thinks that it's going to be a demo ship, which is why he pulled inland. He's going to discover it's going to be the archers instead. But it is against the undermesh. Like, it should be a bit tricky to take these boys down. I just don't think B wants to focus on split microing to make sure he doesn't get hit. Does that mean this game just literally been Starflark stuck in a corner with no way out? Yo, what is up, Salties guy? Yo, what a legend. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate the support, man. Hope you're having a good day. Should I know what a Salties is? I swear I've heard of that somewhere before. Oh, is it a place in Montana? Interesting. I don't know where I would have heard that before, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. And you as well, Camian. Legends. Thank you, thank you. Don't forget, guys, when you do see those links pop up from the sponsorships, that's another way you can support without having to actually reach into your wallet yourself. Awareness campaigns allow us to have the sponsors reach into their pockets because they're happy that you clicked on the links to find out about the incredible AMD products. So what's the game strat here for Starflark? It kind of feels like he's gambling on catching B when he's teching. That seems to be his prerogative here. But he may have timed this a little bit too early because B has backed up, yes, but he hasn't fully committed. You can see he's holding a bit too big on the reserve of gold, but the food isn't there. So he's going to keep investing. And the horseman count is what scares me for Starflark. His army is actually deceptively weak, especially when you consider that 2 of these archer ships don't count in the land fight. What's up, Chim? Thank you very much, mate. 1 month left. You're getting close. Let's see who's going to be close and getting the cigar in this one. Archers are going to dive deeper to move away from the horseman. The all-pikes effect is coming in big here. Able to strike to that backline so far, so swift. And look at the bog down. Like, these horsemen, they're getting trickled into 1 or 2 ponies. A lot of time wasted. And B now resurges into the engagement. Coming out the other side with an archer mass lead that is only growing from here. Starflark, for the second time, attempts to roam outside the base. And Baby gets put back in the corner. Ay, ay, ay. And it looks even more destructive than the last time. 14 horsemen still alive for B. 14! Incredible just how many survived this fight. And you know, there is a world which you could even just send them back to heal. I doubt he's going to do it. Because he's focused on just oppressing and containing his opponent. The more B does this, the more he can move out to his pocket resources as well. He's already moved across the deer. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him moving towards the fish soon. It just shows you how powerful this is. Remember, look at this stage of the game, these horsemen, they're hitting for 12 damage. Meanwhile, the other side, Starflark, only 9. When they're not directly contesting their counter, right? And that's quite interesting when you consider Chevalier has 14 damage and you're seeing 12 on a cheaper unit. Sure, you get more health, a little bit more armor, but it's the swollen nature of the combo. You swell up in count so quickly. He does need to do something about his macro, though. This is getting a little bit silly. He's gathered an insane amount of gold. And there you go. He's going to buy across. Farm set up as well. Like, this is just looking so good. The stuff like, I mean, like, what's your way out now? He's transitioning farms. Sure, cool. Gold is still the biggest conundrum that Starflark has in this game. I think for Starflark, he's been so focused on getting out of the base But he's never actually addressed that tower. That tower has stopped him doing anything sneaky, like moving out with more villagers towards the deer, to move out towards the berries and the fish. You know, there just hasn't been any subtlety available to him. And this is where also Knights Templar can feel a little bit wonky. Like, this is a map that used to be anyone can trade into their corner. Well, now the trade post is center, but more importantly with Knights Templar, you can't, like, just walk the traders south and then in. You don't have traders. You're only stuck with the pilgrims, and the pilgrims do not listen to deviations. They just straight up walk towards the sacred site. So yeah, no easy way of just sneaking gold, even occasionally here. Remnants is on the way. We are going to see Starflart peel the cavalry to cut reinforcements. That's fine. B can back up at this stage. He doesn't need to be so in Starflart's face. Because it's likely Starflart's going to look for a fight the moment that the castle age completes. And you can just wait him out. You've got March Drills plus the fact you've got Cav. Your opponent shouldn't be able to reach you at all. Wait, you need a VPN to watch in 2K? Is it only country specific? Maybe you need to update your browser. Oh, pushback is going to continue, but for good reason. B is just waiting this out. He's got veterancy on the way, only 30 seconds out. Ranged Armor 2 is just around the corner as well. And Knight's also queued up. He has the easy ability of getting these techs, by the way. Remember, only 40 seconds to wait for the minework techs. And I just don't see how this ever ends in victory for Starflark. Because remember, behind this, he still doesn't have any signs of an age up. Veterancy, he's literally waited him out the whole way. B executed this timing so well. Utilizing marching drills to just retreat all the way back home with limited losses and wait out veterancies that can usually be so difficult to achieve. The mass archers just trying to snipe out. It's just not going to work. What a wash. Ranged Armor 2, a king of a choice for B. It wasn't about his raw DPS from his Steeled Arrow 2. It's just about his ability to ensure Starflart could kill nothing, do nothing, and say nothing but GG. Oh, those are the best feelings. Not watching Starflart lose like that, but when you say someone like that, like say GG, and it's like... Oh, okay, so it's not all countries yet. Well, sorry. Can't do anything about that, sir. Only some of y'all getting it. But what do people think? Those that can actually see it. Is it good? Does it look good? Can you tell the difference? YouTube, you can't complain. You guys have got like fancy 1080p, apparently. I don't know. I'll have a look into it. I don't know. So I use a plugin to rebroadcast. But the plugin, like, what it should be doing is taking the standard settings and pushing them through anyway. So it's weird that it hasn't, like, replicated across to both platforms. But then again, I haven't looked. Like, I assume you can push 1440p streams on YouTube. I'd be kind of shocked if you couldn't. But well. No shocker here. We know how much Starflart loves his Japanese in that last series he played earlier on. He's going back to it again. All right, let's get ready to hop in. Whew. I need to flip scores as well, don't I? We just watched the most impressive execution of the Japanese all week. Welcome back to the channel to see if Starflart can do it twice in a row. We hop into our B Starflart series. A tougher opponent for Starflart this time than the last round. Last round, it was when he was up against Myriad, who was able to win the Chinese-Japanese game. I'm sure that's going to be up on the YouTube, so be sure to check it out. But this time around, it's actually going to be B on the Malians. And B is not only a tricky predicament in general compared to Myriad, he's also just vicious with the Malians in particular. He has some very unique builds. And, well, we are going to be seeing the not-so-unique reaction to a potential lethal dose of Dark Age Spearman. It is going to be the Donzo beginning. Now, this is actually okay for Starflark. I don't think he needs to overreact. He needs to scout this, though. Like, if he doesn't see it, it's pretty bad. because likely you're going to want to open spears and poke at the housing. I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping, there we go. Instead, he just wants the deer shove. So I think what actually helps Starflock here, guys, is that this is a back spawn in gold. A forward spawn in gold would be kind of tempting to move Spearman in to do a bit of damage and burn some houses. Back spawn's going to take way too long to arrive at. And most importantly, Starflock, he saw there wasn't a pit mine being built. You can usually tell quite easily if a Malian player is going to be going racks without seeing the racks. All you have to do is look here. Sometimes you might see a pit mine, but if you definitely see no pit mine and only 2 houses, it's a dead sure giveaway that your opponent is building spears. So, Starflock, got to be fast about this, because those spears actually will beat yours. Remember, Japanese spears are just standard, bog standard. 80 health, 7 damage. Meanwhile, the Donzos, you know, they are more expensive, but it's not just because of the hybrid attack. Yes, they can throw a javelin, but even more importantly is going to be the +1 armor, which mitigates about 15% of the damage you take in a spear fight. Pretty strong. Curious though, B is riding blind, right? Yeah, oh no, the deer are in the middle and he didn't see them. He never scouted it. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's going to come in now. But, gotta be careful. Does at least lame one of the deer. Now, Starflock should be able to get the rest home. This is interesting, though. He leaves 1 spearman to shove, the other 2 to contest. He's going to come in to try and lame the deer. But they're basically in TC range. So, like, it's not worth it to potentially lose the scout and give over 5 sheep. Okay, so Starflock should be pretty content now. I don't think you need to just keep spamming spears. You want to scare your opponent away. When it looks like he's not coming back, you could now actually try to go for the long shove. Very difficult to do with just how far away it is. But it is an option. Especially when you are expecting a Malian player to want to go pro scouts. Oh, guys. I shouldn't be saying anything. Nah, I'm not going to. We've got something really cool to show off. Hopefully later this week. I'm waiting on confirmation of a few things. And we've got something brand new. It's sitting to the side of me. I just can't show you. Okay, so, Starflock. I wonder, does he do the Yumi build? I've seen a few players against Malians actually play Yumi in H2. It sounds really counterintuitive because javelins destroy you, but the point is they destroy you too much. So it kind of makes them like very good traders into jabs because they can take out Donzos quite efficiently on a cost scale because of like A, how often you get overkilled, and B, then how many there's still remaining to kill other things. The timing, we actually do have initial spears, so he's looking to just lame the pit mine a bit. Interesting. The challenge with this is like the timing, right? Like if your opponent is teching up efficiently, which actually be missed out on the gold a little bit there, then he could actually get into the hardness status for the Donzos at a pretty fast pace, and that's when it also scales not just the damage in melee, but the damage at ranged. Make no mistake about it, folks. This is a pretty heavy commitment by Starflock. 8 spearmen? It's high his tech timing quite a lot, actually. Let's see if it pays off. You have to remember, after all, these houses he's burning down, they're only worth 25 wood each. Drop in the bucket, really. And, you know, like, against the standard build, it kind of makes sense, but at this point, your opponent's already started to tech up, and he will have a lumber camp because of all the things requiring wood in H2, plus the fact you've already built too many houses, your straggler trees are gone, plus the Donzos, right? Like, you'll always have a lumber camp this deep in. Starflock at least being efficient about this, burning down the houses. He does outnumber. B has got additional spearman scaling, though. Interesting, just pokes at him. I mean, makes sense. If you look at the way that Starflock's set up here, he's set up to just basically trade 1 into 4 at the start of the engagements because of the fact that like these all are targeting 1 while you've got your boys spread around torching. Grocery store house is going to be coming in for Starflock, other side of the map. Nowhere near as quick, though. I think B went, was it 8 on Mansa, which shows you the urgency. Meanwhile, it's just 4 on the Kura. And the outpost, oh, sorry, Mill has, outpost? Mill has been dropped. B hasn't rushed people onto gold, which suggests we are not looking at pro scouts. Even more still is the fact he went for the cattle. Kind of a necessity, considering he's down to just 6 sheep. But that should just keep him a bit honest away from pro scouts altogether. Yeah, especially with like, wait, where's the other deer stack? Am I blind? Did it get shoved? Are you guys confused too? We got a deer stack there. And I can't find the other one. I'm actually... Wait, what? Did he shove it in? No, there's no way he would have shoved that in. You had a deer stack here, deer stack here, deer stack here. So the other one should be like over here. Oh, wait. Where's their icon? They don't look like they really got pushed away, but their icon is missing. Which is a bit comical. So outside the map, we have... Wait, is it because of the stone? No, it's not because of stone placement. I was wondering if the icon was hidden. Just weird. Now, we do have the deer shove coming in from Starflower. This is going to take quite some time. But with 8 spearmen, it's a blessing, I guess. Maybe that's the real logic behind Starflower spamming this many spears. Is he realized it was scary his opponent, make him feel contested, and then you could just basically get a very easy shove because you just have so many entities. And we do have pro scouts. Okay, so B, even though he did go for the cows, like, you see how food starved he was. Like, all in all, I think Starflower, as confusing in some ways as this spear spam looked, I think it ticked a box. But B, what I'm curious about, is this just Fulani plus pro scouts? I think it is. Which is very, very, very greedy. You're going to be a lot later to the tech up as well. So what does BC's win condition as then? Because I feel like you could kind of contest Japanese on their timing here. Now, I do think the Malians are pretty good against Japan at flooding in Castle. It's all about getting into the sofa, though, efficiently. The tricky part is your opponent can play the Mount Samurai, but the whole idea is like you play Sofa into Archer mass and you feel pretty good, whereas like usually Japan at that stage is trying to do Mount Samurai plus Onimusha. Yumi could actually be the saving grace of Starflower against those problems, though. The tricky part, though, is like you need something to do with the Sofa with that comp. I don't mind Yumi as a trade out against Archer, but if you then got like Sofa and Mounted Samurai, Malians win that because the poison arrow damage starts to actually matter against the Mounted Samurai. And while the Samurai themselves will beat Sofa, the Sofas just absorb enough damage from them plus the Yumi for Archers to potentially win. Especially with Fulani. So Starflower, we should be looking at Floating Gate into stables. Second one definitely should be targeted at the TC here, just to increase the production rate. Especially if he suspects that it is going to be Fulani, which, considering you haven't seen any javelins yet, you should be a little bit suspicious of. Now, the interesting part is actually he does have javelins now coming in. Musafadi as well. Yeah, he's doing the full tour. All right, what do you think, guys? 1 for B, 2 for Starflower. Whose position do you like more now? Because I feel like I'm a much bigger fan of Starflower's current position. You know, you can try and take the obvious answer going, oh, B's the better player. That's not what we're looking for here, though. Like, if you had to take one player's position in this game, not be one player, I think you'd be very content with being Japan. They've got a huge tech-up advantage. Relics are already being targeted. Mount Samurai coming. There's not really much wrong with what Starflower has done here. The deer shove did actually get denied. That's the only negative for him, so that didn't get home. Maybe Onabugeisha will destroy Mali. I think the Onabugeisha build can be good against Malians. There is an exception, though. And if it's like Fulani, then you don't want to do it. Because if you do it, then your opponent can actually just build mass Sofa. But the interesting part is with what B is doing here and what he's scaling, there's an even better option, and that's Farimba Mansa Musafadi. Farimba Mansa Musafadi rocks pretty hard. Remember, Onabugeisha are low base damage, high attack speed. Mansa Musafadi, they get, by default, 4 melee armor. This is the answer. It solves for the Smart Samurai, it solves for the Bugeisha. And it is probably the rarest Farimba choice we see these days. Now, the reason you can tell it's Farimba is look at the ranches. This is not a Fulani ranch setup at all. And I think, did Starflock just scout that? Yeah, he has the scout there, so he definitely saw it. He knows what's happening. And now that he's seen the Musafadi, he should know that pivots are required. Yeah, the plan here should be Yuumi, not Bugeisha. It's annoying, right? Like, you kind of see that there's jabs as well, so you're like, oh, I really don't want to do Bugeisha. But it almost feels quintessential here. Instead, Starflock is committing. We have Veterancy queued up. Yo, what's up, Zuby0T? I appreciate the sub, mate. Thank you very much, and welcome back to Swarm. Wait, you're only getting 1439p? It sounds like your P is too small. That's a personal problem. B just chilling the base. Is about ready to pull the trigger, folks. There's no harm in building more Musafadi, though. Like, your opponent actually hasn't built a counter yet. The thing is, it's like a little bit gambly if B only builds Musafadi. That's why he's adding in Javelins, by the way. He's getting an insurance policy in case it is Yuumi switch. And the crazy thing is, like, maybe Starflock knows this and it's why he doesn't want to go Yuumi, but it means you're just stuck with a comp that doesn't win. Yeah, the trickiest part of all, guys, is, like, if you can fight before Farimba, sure, maybe. The problem, though, is if you wait until you hear the tech up noise, Farimba unlocks the tech so fast that the armor will at least apply in a matter of seconds, right? It takes like 10 seconds, I think it was. Sure, the veterancy is going to take 30, and that'll increase damage, etc. further. But the Mansa effect being applied to even feudal Musafadi gives them, I think it's 3 melee armor, which is quite a lot when you look at these Bugeisha and see they only hit for 10 damage with the Bannerman. Damn, we're finding out that Twitch hates a lot of countries. Why is BC not playing this tournament? Because he didn't sign up. He can sign up if he wants to, he just chooses not to. There's the Farimba. Does he scout it? This is important, actually, if he sees it. No. Wait, yeah. Harass the gate, harass the gate. Come on, Starflock, you're almost there, buddy. Okay, he sees it. He knows. He has full comp. He knows this is the timing. If he wants to go in, it has to be now. Starflock begins the march. The houses make this so difficult, though. You're using full melee body into choke points. It's just painful to actually try and exploit value out of your composition that way. While B on the other side, you know, he's got some Musafadi that can kind of stand their ground, and javelins that will snipe you one by one as you come in. Those javelins are about to be the least of your concern. Is he going to switch Javelineer? I mean, he could. He's got a 50-50 comp now. Either Mansa makes sense. And the moment of truth has arrived. It is going to be the Mansa Musafadi. The rare boys have arrived. Starflock now with the jump in. He needs to be fast about this before that tech kicks in. It's only a matter of moments, and there it is. They're upgraded. They've got the free melee armor +1. And soon to be more. The veterancy's been queued up. 15 seconds out. He stands his ground. And the Bugeisha should not be capable of doing anything. The Mad Samurai also getting stabbed from multiple sides. And clubbed down. The cool idea from Starflock, but I think a strategy's seen a few too many times this week. And B just gets so creative off the bat. 5 melee armor now, halving the damage the Bugeisha do. And gaining bonus damage in heavy up against these Mad Samurai. A heavy amount of that. 24 damage, make it 25 per strike. Oh my god, what a ton as well. You could just feel it. Was pulsating that kind of transition of power. And you could sense the urgency from Starflock. He knew he had to make his move soon. I guess he just felt like he was too committed at that stage, right? To switch from Bugeisha. Now behind this, Starflock does have a lot of relics, but what he doesn't now have is an answer to Musafadi. A Yuumi transition would make a lot of sense, but I don't see one. I see a guy who feels stuck. producing the same units again and again. B, he already has the sofa now queued up. This is my concern, right? Like, if the Yumi are already there, then the sofa transition, okay, whatever. I have my comp. I can now, like, counteract your next piece. The problem here now is Starflock is reacting to the previous part of the composition. He hasn't really solved for the javelins after those losses, so they can snipe down Yumi to begin with to make the counterplay demands so weaker. And the sofa could be the real win condition. And remember, B, because he got pro scouts and he has the ranches layered in, admittedly not with Fulani, but still, it's food. It means that sofa are actually affordable. Reminder, these Musafadi, pretty cheap as well. 45 food. A while ago, they received a buff. Used to be, if I remember correctly, 50 food and got reduced. So, even more spam. Japanese have 5 relics. That is true, which is 400 gold generated per minute. I mean, that sucks, right? Like, you know, what's a Malian player going to do about that? I mean, it's not like a Malian player is going to be generating 250 passive gold himself per minute. Wait a second. 350 gold per minute. Yeah, like, then there's no way in which Malian players could do that. That's crazy. Now, Starflock does have the scaling on the TC. He did Yorishiro drop it, so it produces every 15 seconds. But he needs time. Remember, B has all those cows, so that's adding quite a lofty amount of extra food. I think it's 540 food a minute he currently has coming in off of the cows. It's a lot. And you can see the food difference here, man. Like, even without that cow detail, it's still going to be a double up. Instead, it's a triple up. Looking to trip Starflock up, who has switched away from the Mountain Samurai, just going full Bugeisha and Yumi. I think this is more necessity because he just doesn't have great income. Mountain Samurai is a really cool thing to be able to utilize, but you have to be able to afford it. And remember what we said about the problem with this, guys. Like, right now, Starflock is aggressively reacting to what he's seen. He has to. But that means he's not solving for the sofa. The sofa count is the thing that can just decide this game in a few minutes, because it's gradually scaling. It's not being rushed. Bring the lads home. Won't go the right way on the stone outcropping, so it looks like the knights will get out. A little bit of chip damage, maybe? Nah, not really. Starflock got that one kill much earlier. More farms coming in now. I think if Starflock can get up to like 40, 50 farms, you've maybe got a competitive game. It's still going to be an uphill battle against all this armor. And that's all I'm seeing is like, how do you solve armor? Like, what could make sense if Starflock had, say, like, Onimusha? Onimusha wouldn't be a bad idea here. It's not great though, right? Because your opponent has jabs. It's just he needs something for the sofa. I guess, like, it is just as simple as probably go spears. Yeah, so spears won't do any damage to two chunks of the comp because they won't reach javelins, they won't kill Mansa's party, but they'll solve the sofa. Flash coming in. Javelins are just going to start sniping those Yumi. It's not really that beneficial, right? You overkill a lot, but look at the micro B. He's splitting it. He's targeting multiple Yumi at the same time, making it a much better fight and pushing Starflock further back. B, even more so from the way now. He's showing respect. I think he maybe expects it to be a Shogun at this stage. So he's not going to dive all willy-nilly in there. He's just going to constrict. And what fight are you talking about? I think you're watching at the wrong time. If you mean this raid down here that, like, done nothing, was kind of irrelevant, it doesn't matter. This is where we need to teach people about what is, like, actually essential, important info in a game. Oh, yeah, I never addressed that, that response to criticism on the EGC broadcast, did I? I should do that. Yeah, sometimes the things happen that are, in the grand scheme of things, irrelevant, and there's more important things to show. The rocket launcher is going to at least stop B diving. It's just not worth it. You lose quite a few troops. Like, right now, it's just a starvation game, right? If he just cycles around, he can block gold anyway. And the Warrior Scouts have revealed that. The gold just ran out. He could just go Imperial. Imagine a splash damage rocket launcher. Get out. Get out. I mean, actually, like, the sugar is not too bad against the Malians, by the way. Like, the rocket launcher one-hit sofas if you target them. Actually, wait. No, wait. Math check me. Isn't it 3 damage left over? It is. Yeah, it hits for 100. No, it hits for 192 and 195 HP. Come on. I mean, in fairness, you've got Yumi. You can probably shoot him once or twice. He'll be fine. So yeah, B strat now is just to go H4, while Starflark just kind of flounders like a fish. Back at home, what have we got? Anything additional coming in? Not really. The other crazy thing, actually, is like, just think about this, guys. B, when he goes Imperial Age, it's like getting a double landmark. You get your Imperial landmark, but then the other cool thing you get is another Mansa point in the Farimba. And he has 31 javelins waiting to be javelin. You could technically go for the Freeborn, the very chunky anti-range melee units. But I think the javelins just make more sense here. Like, I don't think you need Freeborn. Man, this is a sad existence. Starflark is just believing in the power of the farms. And I feel the vibe. It can work. You just need a lot. On the other side, I don't think B has actually set up any farm still. Yeah, not a single one. Doesn't need it, right? He's got the cows. Plus he had the pro scouts, and now he's playing wider onto berries just to kind of inflate him. And Imperial is just within reach here. Final drop-off comes in. Probably fought the Huntress here on the gold. No, he goes Griobara. I kind of dig that. I'm glad he's doing it. Like, I see people do Fort the Huntress all the time, even when they're not being attacked. Just almost instinctually. But, like, this is the better choice when there's no pressure onto you. Remember, it's going to give you the increased gathering rates, the burn power. The burn power is the most important one here. With the Griobara, he could take out the Shogunate. Just think about that for a second. Because a Shogunate is not an easy target, folks. He's got 13,000 HP. It's going to start burning in. Does go for the Yoroshiro drop buildings. Elite techs need to be queued. B. There's the gold. So it goes to the Sofa upgrade. And it is going to be the Mansa Javelineers now. So all of a sudden, another problematic unit to try and kill. And a good solution to this attempt to remass into Mount Samurai from Starflark. Remember now with that poison damage just trickling in, you can actually snipe down these heavy cav units. Now you might wonder, like, why is B taking it so slow? Like, he's showing appropriate respect to the Shogunate. Because they're a scary people. And a scary building. The Shogunate Castle, like, it just can turn fights. You know, this, you have to think about how often you've watched a game of Age of Empires 4 turned by someone diving too early underneath a TC. The thing about Shogunate is it's like a gigabuff... Well, it is a gigabuff TC, but like the dynamics are more dramatic. Right? It can turn fights in mass. You know, it's a building that's capable of almost one-hitting Royal Knights that are fully stacked up biology. Besides, what does B really lose out on by waiting? He has control. He has the command right now. Precision training's coming in. The elite tech's almost all completed. Starflark is going to be reacting. Castle of the Crow seems bad, but probably inevitable. The thing is, if you can actually justify Tanagashima Gunsmith, you can get Robotiquins. But the problem with Robotiquins here is there's a lot of javelins in play. A moment of truth. It's going to be the Castle of the Crow. Kaka, he's going to move out to try and contest the gold. He has no idea the extent of B's surround here. He's got Spring emplacements, fortifications coming through. Mount Samurai now going to ride in. Drive comes through, able to intercept a few workers. B, he's not reacting. He's going towards the base. The Castle of the Crow, it has to be set up in an awkward position. Yeah, so not actually deep enough to actually protect the gold whatsoever. He just couldn't get in range. Remember, if he tried to build it this closely, then the sprint placements will start sniping the workers, which they're already doing, by the way, because there's no textiles. Army's also posturing, right? Like, Starflight might not be noticing what's happening over here. And B is just in cruise mode in this game, isn't he? I feel like we quite often see B, I don't want to say play with urgency, but he looks to just close games out faster. Shows you how much he respects Japan, that he's like not really doing it here, but oh my god, please. No, 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 no! Not like this! And the Griot bar activation immediately makes him leave the game. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? That was brutal. 99% on the castle. And then he didn't even have enough time to cancel it, taking so much damage already. Absolutely vicious RB. Puts him 2 up now. 1 away from making it through to semis, which feels like an all too normal of an occurrence for him. We're going to be going to Relic River for Iabids versus the Mongols. This is not a great matchup, usually, for Mongols. What were the other civs that we didn't list in? We just had Japanese versus Mali. So I'm just adding in all the results for you guys. Okay, let's get ready to go. Wait, there we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks. If I was Starflock, I would be crying after that game number 2. I'd be crying even more when I got into this one. This is brutal. It's going to be Mongols going up against Iabids. This is a counter pick. IU have a really long history of just being able to unravel Mongols, even back in the Silver Tree meta days. Just a really effective civ because of the ability to rush into camel lancers and just raid your attempted economy. And, you know, if you think about like most strats and what Mongols want to do, they normally want to play into things like Keshiks, which you just can't against camels. Now, since those days, there has maybe been a shining beacon in the dark that has developed for Mongols, but it's predictable. The most obvious play I can see that makes sense for Iabids against Mongols is Fast Imperial Age. Now, Fast Imperial Age is quite a nuisance when it's unknown. But when it's obvious, yeah, good luck, have fun, go next. What's that mining camp placement? Oh, this? Oh, dude, that's kind of sick. So I think B's done this in case he gets outpost rushed. Maybe? But he's not gathering wood in a rush. So unless he saw something that made it so he doesn't care. Because the thought here, guys, is like, with this, you can set up an outpost here and garrison your villagers inside efficiently. This will block an outpost rush. Whereas normally, like, you know, if you place an outpost here, it does nothing to stop an outpost rush. That's really freaking creative out of B. Very risky. But he knows his timing, right? Like, if this was going to be a Rax rush, your opponent like would be a little bit slow because he needs to go with Uva first. I'd say you probably want to gather the wood a bit quicker than he actually has here. Otherwise, you run the risk of the spearman arriving. But look at this. What a creative build out of B. You don't really see many people do this. I think part of the thought process is that you don't want to have to, like, waste resources unnecessarily, which is what is happening here. Can you explain again? So it's pretty simple when you think about, like, the logic of ranges and outposts. If a person's going to outpost rush you, and you are gathering from this side, and you build an outpost here, that's really bad for garrisoning, because you have to walk all the way around to the gold, to the other side of the gold, to get into safety. So, you know when you watch a Japanese player, and they build outposts on each side of their gold vein, but they still get harassed? Same issue. That's why sometimes Japanese players against like English will build their outpost forward so that longbows can't get in. The reason why that usually can backfire is because, once again, you're too far away. So by placing his mining camp on this side, it means if any sort of harassment comes in, you can seek shelter and you're already there. But if he built the outpost here to stop an outpost rush, but built the mining camp here and pressed the seek shelter, it's going to take him so long to get in that units could kill him. It's a really creative approach. Not many people do this. Now, the negative is you've gone for an outpost that was completely redundant, right? Like, Starflock didn't rush you at all. That's the only thing I'd say, like, is negative. Like, what would have been cool here from B is if he built the outpost up to 99% and then just stopped. Because then he could have cancelled and kept the wood. The issue, I think, in his mind is, like, down the line, he might need it. Because if B is thinking of doing a fast castle build, the Mongols might still attack you. I love the reaction from Starflock, by the way. Just setting up down here. So yeah, this is a really powerful play. This is what's made Mongols one of the best picks on this map. They are just able to get into fishing pretty much uncontested. Like, everyone just has to bow down and respect the aggro. Because if you don't, like, you know, do you really ever want to get into a dock-on-dock match against Mongols, a civ that willingly builds lots of spears? Not really, because you'll just end up feeding them gold and food off a bounty. That's why Mongols, I think I'd say, like, if you had to choose a map in regular competitive rotation that makes the most sense for their presence, I'd say Relic River, rather. Relic River is, like, probably the best one. Vision's worth it. Well, the trade-off logic on why you just complete at 99% is just also you've idled your villager building the whole time anyway. So unless you have an immediate need for the wood, like if you're a civ, for example, that would want to go archery range, then actually cancelling the outpost makes a lot of sense. Same if you know you're going to have to go spears. But for B, because this seems to just be a naked, raw, fast castle build, maybe with like 1 or 2 desert raiders max, you need to have extra layers of protection. B. That's going to suck for him, actually. Yeah, Starflock done a great job laming the deer. Logistics wing has become quite toxic for deer shoving. It's a really powerful tool. But B's timing was a little bit less competitive anyway because he had to go for the outpost. On top of that, though, I think Starflock actually went straight for this. But look at the cost. He may have stopped the deer shove, but the sheep is good enough. B has 18 to work with. I want to see if it starts berries anyway. So he has quite a lot of runway here. And okay, it is actually going to be double stables. So that suggests this is going to be an all-in. Now that's intriguing. I thought maybe B would add in like 2 to 3 maximum, but maybe he's thinking about that fast imp build we talked about. And in fairness, you know, you have got a target down here. Yeah, with the dervishes and desert raiders, you can actually just spam this dock down. What a curious game this is about to be. Can Starflock contest this? I think the idea with triple stables is that the desert raiders scale high enough that spears are irrelevant. Starflock is layering in archer plus spears, which makes a lot more sense. Like, your goal should be to skill enough archers to instantly kill the dervish. If the dervish aren't in the fight, the desert raiders can't fight. If the dervishes remain, it gives you that very tanky nature to pretty much anything because you can heal. And the Khan Hunter I actually quite like. Just guarantees you can get like at least 2 shots out before desert raiders would gap close for their own ranged attack. Let the torching begin. And you might be asking, like, why did Starflock not just go for, say, an archer ship? The problem is you could get kited there, and also remember the healing. The thing about archer ships that makes them really unreliable against dervish play is you might get an injured target here. You get camel low, but then they run away and you miss every shot. So you don't achieve a kill and they get healed and then they come back. It just doesn't work. But that link in chat definitely works, so be sure to click that. Fishing boats. Have provided some income, but you have to remember it's shoreline fishing, so it's not crazy fast. You can see Starflock is just trying to be a little bit lean about this. He's got a lot of food to work with. He clearly wants Stage up. I think this is about as much as he's going to get. He actually queues up an archership now, which is ambitious. I guess it's more as a deterrent here, just to scare his opponent away. Desert Raiders, let the fight commence. It's only double spear. Not great. Scout tanks a lot of shots there. Desert Raider, great micro from B. Already removing one of those spearmen. And Start Step is looking good. More spears arriving now. The Dervishes are frontlining. And the archership is out. So Starflark, he buys enough time for the boat. The circle jerking continues from B. And this just got a lot harder to breach. But the dock is actually quite low. So there is a world in which you can just kind of bum rush in, throw a bunch of torches, and run out. Because your opponent presumably is not going to have a villager nearby. And we can see that Starflark most definitely doesn't. He's thinking about it. Oh, he's doing a vibe check. It's like, yo, are there people here defending? Because if not, we're going in. Fishing boat's being pulled. Target fire's coming on the Dervish, but this is where it gets awkward. You can just kite, guys. If you just run side to side, you'll never get hit. What? He's just standing there. Come on. Come on. You can't do that to him. I feel so bad for archerships, man. Like, there's no reason why they're so inaccurate. Against everything. Like, maybe it is okay against, like, land targets, but even demo ships, archerships suck at hitting. Speaking of which, there is a demo ship being queued up. Yeah, B. Okay, so we can see the bars taking a long time, but B, he's treating this as if the demo got queued the moment the archership went down, which is why he backed up so much. Might want to be careful now, though, because that demo! Wait, I forgot. He's got... he's got healing. No, seriously, though, this is a problem. That demo is completely worthless because Starflark had no follow-up. This is the sad reality of Dervish and what makes it the most oppressive feudal strategy when you want to cheese. We're at 15 Desert Raiders now. The only way he ever would have killed anything there is if he had a double demo going. And you would have to have the reaction speed of a rock. That's kind of unfair to rocks, actually. You'd have to have the reaction speed of just a completely dead corpse that's been rotting for, like, years. To not move away in time before double demo arrives. So what's Starflark's plan now? Dare I say Kurultai? This could actually be a Kurultai game. Which would pretty much remove any opportunity for you to go for a fast imp. I think it would be too slow with Kurultai. You need the step readout gold. It's what makes it such an efficient timing. But, like, I'm seeing him scale archers, and I think he needs more firepower. Desert Raiders are going to dive in. Starflark, halfway towards castle, gets caught with the proverbial hand in the cookie jar. Speed reaction is going to come through. B. Able to back away. Maintains the 20 Desert Raider count. Could actually start thinking about castle now. He's almost out of sheep. The D is accessible, though. Your opponent's army is pretty immobile now. We have got some Magadai being queued up, though. So I guess Starflark wants to raid. You don't really like Magadai into Desert Raiders. Like, it can equal a win, but I think just having more archers makes sense. Instead of building something that has its damage debuffed. We do have Undermesh now. I think that's the thing that's interesting. Like, be it 20 Desert Raiders is only now going Blacksmith Tech. Kind of surprises me. I think, like, Steeled Arrow would have been worth it about, like, 11 or 12 Desert Raiders. So I'm curious, like, how many people are experiencing this in their pub games? Put freeze in chat if you're getting this in your pub games right now. Every time I see this, it just feels very toxic. Even when it loses, it just doesn't feel like it's a fun thing to play against. With Starflark saving but not teching, the problem from this position is if he techs, he's going to be seen teching and he'll get dove. And he doesn't really have enough troops to punish his opponent for diving him. So that's why Starflark has just kind of paused. He still wants to have the opportunity to do it, but he wants to scale to the point where when he does, his opponent can't just end the game. That's why I like that we've got more archers coming. Magadai, nice little drive-by. There we go. So some damage being done. Starflark won't be able to hang out around for long, not with the outpost now up. Khan Hunt is going to be brought down, and Magadai will be scared away. Overall, well played, though. A little bit more out of that than I would have expected. Desert Raiders have backed away. The Dervishes, though, wait, what? Oh, B, no! Was that select all army? I think that was. He must have panic reacted when he was building the outpost, pulled the army back with one button, but didn't realize that he hadn't selected the Dervish as well. So ends up losing one, does keep the other alive at least. Now, the good news about playing this strategy, guys, is Ibids are pretty crazy. The Dervish heals himself. This is insanely powerful compared to like Ottomans that have that healing strat as well, because an Ottoman healing strat, they can't heal themselves. They can only heal other people. But when you play Dervish, they don't need anyone else. They're fully independent. They have that chain heal for them. And we have got military reinforcements, so B is just going to continue down this line, isn't he? Until the end of time. I mean, well, sure, why not? You know, it's not like this civilization has several other unit types. I mean, well, it has a few other unit types, but if we're being totally real, a lot of their roster is camel. You got the Desert Raiders, you got the Dervish, you got the Camel Lancers, you got the Adabegs, you got the Traders. We need camel cannons. That's what's missing. When you think about it, the Ottoman Vizier point looks better than the Ibis A-Job. I'm not entirely convinced of that. On a map like Enlightened Horizon with the neutral point of interest, sure, I get where you're coming from. But on a map without those, the dynamics at play, the flexibility, like Dervish is just very good. The thing that makes Dervishes usually better than the Imams is, yeah, sure, you're using a wing to get them. But it's much harder to lose a Dervish than it is to lose an Imam. Imams are dead a dozen, you know? Whereas the Dervish, if you think about cavalry, the easiest way to usually kill cavalry is with cavalry, right? When it's running away. But these guys heal themselves while running away. And debuff cavalry as well. On top of that, Dervishes have got an extra 30 HP over Imams. While moving faster. Now Dervish here, just the Desert Raiders. Tech up complete, and Starflark, he's going Kurultai, so he did play to where we expected. Timing's a little bit awkward, though. Like, look at the gold. He actually doesn't have enough for veterancy. He has queued up his own vet. We need a little bit of time here. We do have Camel Lancers queued as well. Okay, so one worrisome detail, though, is Starflark without step readout is going to burn through his safe gold really fast here. If he wants to do anything but archers. Even if he just wants to do archers, remember, there's a lot of techs he's going to have to get his hands on, such as the veterancy, steel arrow, undermesh, etc. And yeah, I'm starting to think like almost everyone who asked for 2K finally got it. Which I'm happy about, if that's the case. Or Twitch just really loves Age of Empires 4. Yeah, I don't know. I need some people to do some comparisons between YouTube and Twitch to see which looks better now. So I've got Whistling Arrow on the way, veterancy for archers. The tricky part now about what Starflark's been forced to do is you're very much kind of anchored. If you leave your base now to try and counterattack into the enemy's base, Desert Raiders are going to dive you, right? So like Starflark now needs to build a lot of troops to be safe. Uvu in the meantime is going to be lost. Yeah, this is the thing. Like anything out of the base is not going to be welcome. And remember, B, although he lost one of the Dervishes, he has now got access to build additionals. He's rushing all relics. And Starflark quite rightly hasn't tried to build any shamans. Like, you have zero map control. You'd just be throwing away gold. And you can't really afford to do that when you've only got this one gold vein relatively safely. I say relatively safely because, as we saw a little bit earlier, not even this is safe. Yeah, this is the thing as well. Like, this strategy, I think one of the best solutions to this strategy, not even better, a reasonable solution is to build walls. It doesn't stop them fully because they can torch, sure, but it slows things down. The problem is, you're playing a Civ that can't wall. I'm starting to wonder, like, did Starflark even want to do that outpost rush at the start? Because it felt like that play by B of this outpost earlier, I mean, it was a cool idea. I just don't really know if it mattered. I think Starflock never really wanted to outpost rush him anyway. So this just played out regardless of that. Like, technically, Starflock got what he wanted. He just wasn't able to hold it. The dock, I think, was the key moment in this one. Now the Springolds. Smart play. Like, at this stage, you know, you've got all these spears against you. You can try to Desert Ray spam them down, but there's just such a big blob. Much more efficient just to get a big archer. Looks like Starflock fully offensive here. Kurtai looking to unpack. Lancers will start charging in. Remember, you can't brace against those. Springald shots are going to start to penetrate. Dervish AoE heal is going to be there. And the body blocker, I love that B. He peels one Lancer to stick on top of the Kurtai. There's no buff. Defense arrow has to be activated. Starflock dives in deeper. He's in melee range up against this mass. And the archers are going to get wiped. Yeah, talk about bringing yourself to the plate to be eaten. The Camel Lancers. Chow down. This Kurtai has still not deployed. It's too late now. Full army's gone. And that's going to be it. Chase is on, folks. I cannot believe that. Like, maybe, just maybe if you had that Kurtai, a bit more of an even fight. Even then, I think B, like, numerically just had superiority. But I love the way he just maximizes the advantage. Doesn't even give a whiff of chance here to Starflock being able to recover in that fight. Mass crossbow and spears now in the way. But at the worst possible time, Starflock now has to move out for the additional golds. And I think that's something that should be probably quite obvious to be. Something you definitely want to be checking for. What is this blacksmith doing? Just a tour de Mongol. Don't mind me. Oh, wait. He saw the villager. That's quite important, actually. Like, Starflock, that one villager, why would you be out here if you're not gathering gold? So B should now know that his opponent is out in the secondary vein. Triple Sacred Site locked in. It's about to be 5 relics as well. I mean, is there anything that B is really missing? I guess we could do some fishing. Oh. Speaking, you shall receive. It's not going to be the dock fishing, though. He wants the better gathering rates. Damn. Pull one out for Starflock, man. It's that, and this is the thing, like, when we see Furios like this, I think, like, this one, maybe the last one will get uploaded. It's not that Starflock's a terrible player or anything. It's just B. I think B is the type of player that, like, your execution has to be flawless when ahead. Or rather, the plan you're executing, minimum, very minimum, like, dilly-dallies, right? Because B is the type of player that when you get off the beaten path and things get a little bit weird, he always finds a way to dig up a truffle. A delicious and expensive truffle. And that truffle will not bring delight to Starflock in this game. A dive on the back, the Desert Raiders and the Camels chase it down. Does lose a few of them. Totally worth it now to extend his lead even further. 23 workers ahead. The number just feels destined to keep on growing. What a rough one. Could Starflock still recover this? 2 TC would be too greedy. He's gone Kurtai already, so no step readout buffer. Imperial just doesn't seem viable. Like, at this rate, I'd actually see B reaches Imperial first. I didn't answer the question, did I? Is it recoverable? If Starflock can force a stationary fight with Kurtai buff and, like, what, about 30 crossbows total, you can actually win that fight. The big chow right now is getting to 40 crossbows and getting a fight that stays still. Right? Because, like, if you ever deploy the Kurtai, B should just be looking and going, nope, don't like that. I'm going to leave. Even the outpost as well from B. Is he? Yeah. Isn't there, like, deer up here? There is. There is actually deer up here he could have went for. But he loves them berries. Dog, like, what next? Are we going to take these berries too? Why don't we just, like, square right up next to the archery range of the Mongols and start eating? You got Manjaniques now getting added in from B, which just makes sense. It's a counterplay to the crossbows. This is, like, one of the perfect examples of why military wing reinforcement is good, by the way. I think it can be situational. A lot of the time, just getting extra Desert Raiders is kind of eh. But the idea of being able to build siege with your cavalry is powerful. And in some ways, I feel like a lot of us forgot that because for a long time, the military wing reinforcement was kind of dead. Used to be it was your feudal choice because you got the unit straight away. Then they nerfed it. People stopped going for it anymore. So we didn't see the siege build up as often. Now, we see a camel build up instead. That tree line's in trouble. Starflark, he's trying to bide his time, but you can't wait. There's no waiting here. The Scud launch is coming in. You're losing the pastures. Kurultai trying to deploy, but it's happening again. He just moves away from where it's going to be. I think he's got a few troops on the edge of it, but they just walked out of buff range as well. And, you know, you might wonder, why does B not just finish him? Why does he need to? He's just killing 10 workers each time he does this. Barely losing anything for it. Like, if Starfart could at least kill all these units, then he'd have a chance to try and attack, even though he's, like, poorly matched in terms of economy. Looks like the man goes, just going to keep clearing up the pastures. Starflark was idled so long on the food. He had, what was that, 40 food income a minute? Oh, man. Talk about a slowdown in your production rates, which is concerning. Like, guys, if you think these fights are going to be close, don't delude yourself anymore. It's 32 lances all of a sudden, and nowhere near enough spears. Charge comes in for the clash. This should be the killing blow. Starflark is even actually griefing himself right now with the Spearman rally point, because the Kurultai, get out of the way, please. It doesn't matter. GG called a 3-0 distromination. What about that outpost, though, at the start? Oh, seemed like an irrelevant detail, but I don't know. Might be the focus point for this video. Okay. So. 3-0. Mark it up. Up next, we've got another quarterfinal series. And is there anything special planned for the final week of KPMM? Not really. I don't really know what we do to make it truly different. I don't know. Like, the problem with making it like different at this point is like it's in the middle of the EGC tournament, so people probably don't want anything too different. If that makes sense. And I haven't got more money to put into it to encourage people for it to be different. Like, you could just have, like, full map extravaganza where every single map that's been used as the home map would be accessible. But that would be crazy. I don't know if people would like that. Even the viewers, that might be kind of, like, disorienting because it'd be all over the place. Okay, so let me get our next series ready. And we said we're going to do Voldemar versus Anatand. My eyes are super dry, by the way. Holy crap. Das Heat is not nice. And map 1 will be Frisian. So, how did they do on the drafts? Well, Voldemar did get his hands on Rus. Alopecia is in rotation, so that's pretty good. The problem is that Anatand has Chinese, and we've seen how he can destroy Rus on Alopecia with Chinese. So that, not so good, not so inspiring. Let me pull up and get ready to load in, though. And it is going to be another Volta Esports showdown, isn't it? Yeah, so we had the previous round where Voldemar just got a default win against a Volta Esports teammate. And now we get into this one, where he's against a Volta Esports teammate. Volta boys get around, huh? Okay, so G1, it's going to be Ottoman Knight Templar. On Frisian. Huh. That should be pretty good for Ottomans, no? I think so. Let's find out. It's an esports org grudge match. That's right. 2 players from Volta Esports face off in a BO5 quarterfinals, second to last week of KPMM. Let's hop into game. For game number 1, Voldemar opens up with the Ottomans in the teal. A pretty cool pick, actually, up against Anatan's Knights Templar. Yeah, Knights Templar definitely no pushover over Civ, but Ottomans in theory should be favored in a Rax play. The interesting thing, though, is that Voldemar isn't Raxing at all. Why? What? Oh. Oh, honey. 2 on gold. I mean, he should get enough. I'm fairly confident Voldemar can get the gold required before the spearmen arrive. He might have to pull an extra villager over, but it should be okay. The problem is, if he wants to ever go for an age up, then you're up Craps Creek without a paddle. The other problem is, if you want to go for scaling into military schools, like this could also get blocked. So see how far Antan wants to go. Oh, interesting. Okay, he doesn't go aggro at all. So Anatan just goes to the deer shove. Wait, does Anatan think that he's maybe being speared? Because Anatan hasn't scouted the enemy side. Voldemar hasn't scouted the enemy side. Neither of them have actually checked in to see what the other player is doing yet. Which is kind of funny at this point. More spears are going to be coming through. So 2 should be good enough. Like Anatan, if he really, really wanted, he could go 3 spears, but 2 is fine for a deer shove. Especially when you've got guiding points like the tree line and the gold, just to push them through. Voldemar, how did he do on the sheep haul? 14 sheep. Meanwhile, Anatan only actually with 10. Interesting. Oh, there are other sheep back here. Okay, so Anno left some until last. Yeah, he got 4 in the corner, which have already been taken. So Anatan actually pretty well off for sheep. And there is still that south side that I don't think either player checked in on. Villager from Anno? Oh, he's going docks. Interesting. So he's going to do it at the end. I thought he would. I just wondered how long we would be waiting. It's just a weird order of things because he went to spears. I think the idea for Anatan was like spears to shove the deer, but then also if Ottomans attack you, you can use your spears to guard like your gold and go for a fast feudal. And then if there is no aggro, you just go for more greed. Meanwhile, Voldemar's going to go for the age. So Madrissa coming through for the Ottomans. Interesting. So, with a faster feudal timing here, do you want to play archers? I think you can actually win with Ottoman archers versus Knights Templar. The logic being is that you just play for the meta timing. The tricky part for sure is going to be the Chevalier. Now, this is like where things can get a little bit awkward for Ottos. Like, Chevalier can ruin you if you don't have enough food to spam Sipahi. Sipahi, funnily enough, actually can contest Chevalier reasonably well, though. Especially if you bulk up more and more. It's a very weird trade-off. Like, I'd say, you know, in small quantities, Chevalier fine. Then you get to like 15 or 20, and Sipahi are better because of the fact the second line attacks. Then you get to like 30, 40, and I'd say Chevalier become better again. Because at that stage, the extra health per nearby unit is stacked quite a lot in. Yeah, it's very weird the way that matchup works. This is, by the way, in a vacuum. I'd say if you add in the meta to that variable count, then all of a sudden, Chevalier kind of hate life. It's a double melee school. Interesting. So Voldemar just reading it up pretty hard. I don't know, man. I haven't really historically been a very big fan of the melee schools at the start of Feudal Age. It's very slow to start actually returning any value. And especially if you think about what Anatan's getting on the other side, because you're not aggroing him in any meaningful way, he's setting up docks and more docks. Why not, right? Like, if your opponent's not going to attack you, you might as well take the most out of the map. And he knows he's not going to attack him because, like, Anatan's just standing here saying, hit me. Voldemar, he never cancelled that first spear. He's queued up Sipahi first. And his opponent's shown spear. So in this type of game, like for Voldemar, Archer makes a lot of sense, but we mentioned why we didn't think he was going to do it. Archers wouldn't make sense in his brain because he thinks the Knights Templar are going to do it. But to answer the first Spearman, it can kind of make sense. I think instead what you can actually do, and no, you're fine, you don't need to do Gamba. What you could actually do instead is like the Spearman could basically just absorb the shots from the enemy spears, and the Sipahi could kill. But it does rely on Anatan not paying attention. No, this series, I think, literally happened about 20 minutes before we came online. I was like, well, I'm eating, so I can't be ready. It would be nice if players in general could stop just communicating that they are playing their series now and give me a time ahead of time. Otherwise, my ass is going to get tired at the idea of running more of these. Is Anatan fast castling? Now that is intriguing. Fast castle into what? A good old men-at-arms rush? With the double pond, you have quite a lot of food to work with. He does have the deer, but he just didn't rush out into them, so he kind of just accepted the sheep for what it is. Yeah, this is FC. FC into what? Is there anything immediately valuable? I would say, unit-wise, like actually Angevin Empire. Yeah! Oh my god, it's Angevin, isn't it? I mean, he's got the fishing, which inflates his food income, so he can afford to Zerg units. But the most important thing to keep in mind here is, like, what is Voldemar building right now? Sipahi archers. What two things are barely going to leave a scratch on heavy spears? Sipahi archers. Voldemar, he is rushing across the map right now. But can you really call it rushing when you went double military school to start with? Like, that doesn't feel like a rush, right? And this is like the funny thing is that Anatan, he gets away with this because of the fishing. Like, you couldn't really do this type of build without the 5 fishing. The 5 fishing boats is the exact count to offset the loss of villagers from teching up. Outpost is going to be there, so Anatan, just give himself a little bit of insulation. Voldemar said too early, didn't want to go. Okay, so like if Voldy wants to make this work now, you need what? A ram rush? He's not holding wood in reserve. He hasn't actually started siege engineering. And Anatan is about to start the age up. There you have it. Angevin Empire coming through. Sipahi are going to start rotating, but the pain is actually that these docks are about to get 30% more health, so good luck killing them. I wonder what Voldemar's thought process is right now, because this build has to feel quite weird. I think we're coming to accept more frequently that, you know, it just makes sense to go Angevin on water maps. But it's the way he done this that I think catches Voldemar a bit off guard. You'd think, to a certain degree at least, Knights Templar would, even especially with fishing, want to play H2. Because they would be able to scale more Chevalier, because their archer count should be higher than Ottomans. Anatan understood that this was a logical, calculated risk. The upside outweighed the down. So Angevin can play an extra 500 HP on the docks. And the first of these heavy spears queued up. They only take 19 seconds to produce. They're not exactly expensive either for what you get. 108 resources is pretty good for a spearman that's going to come in with 140 HP. Which, remember, compared to a veteran spearman is 30 more. And then on top of that, they get 4 armor that a veteran spear would not. It's a really, really good trade. Looks like they're going to go for the clash. Did you get the steeled arrow? No. I'm a little bit surprised actually how quickly that one heavy spear died. Sipahi do have quite high base damage, so I guess it was just that factor. But this is unsustainable. Especially the outpost there. I think maybe without the outpost, Voldemar could keep doing that. Especially when he has the melee armor. Which he has not toggled onto. Nani? Wait, Voldemar, this is a huge oversight. Having the +2 melee armor is pretty important against 11 damage, right? That's almost a 20% mitigation of damage taken. And Anatan will happily just take that gift horse and then ram a spear down its throat. Would you rather be outside mowing 20 lawns or installing landscape? Wait, what's landscape? I thought landscape, like, when you say install landscape, I think of landscaping outside anyway. So my brain has just processed that as would you rather be outside or be outside? Undermesh now coming from Anno. Smart read as well. Look at the timing. Steel Arrow is coming in. He understands that Voldemort had an opportunity to double his damage done against these heavy spears. Heavy spears that are just going to keep on coming. Like a certain band songs. And they just keep on coming. Spears keeping him pinned to the base. More being produced. Sipahi count is falling. Yeah, this is the awkward part. Like, you essentially have to frontline with your archers, as your Sipahi are much more valuable for damage exchange. But archers aren't going to last long standing their ground. And worse still, he still has the ranged armor on. Come on, this is unacceptable. The healing not good enough either. And the heavy spears are going to inflict a heavy toll. Yeah, there's just nothing left of him. Voldemort, he throws in the towel. GG gets called. No answer to the Angevin Empire. Yeah, that was... I think it's still like a rough game, but if he has the +2 armor, you at least are doing something, right? You're at least kind of able to exchange in those fights. Without it, like, you're just a dead man walking. So G1 on the board. It's going to be a win for Knights Templar. G2, we're going to be heading into... Oh, my eyes, what the hell? Where are we going, actually? Relic River. And it's going to be Ibis versus Jean. Are we the right way around? No, we need to flip the score. I need your help. I am fast losing faith here. This is a brutal matchup. Voldemort has just rolled Jean into Ibids. This matchup is nightmare fuel. I have watched players lose this in a mere 5 or 6 minutes because of the Desert Raider Dervish strat. So Voldemort needs to get out ahead of it. Anatan already leading this BO5 up against his teammate. Voldemort, it's going to be a Dark Age Rax play from Jean. Yeah, something that's been growing in popularity for her, actually. I think just other civs doing it very well, such as Japanese, has really opened up the gates for people to just start experimenting with Dark Age rushes with other civs. Does make sense in particular against Ibids because of the desire to be onto gold. In fact, this type of spawn could be perfect for an outpost rush. I just don't know if you want to do it. I've seen 1 or 2 players try and do the Jean outpost rush. Problem is, it's so much idle time where you're not actively gathering XP. It hurts your level 2 unlock a lot. Is it 2 bans and 1 save or 3 bans? It is 3 bans. So the way that we do drafts now is that you are going to my brain. So it's ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban is the gist of it. It works quite well. And also, like, it kind of gives people what they've been begging for. People have wanted a little bit more fluidity on the drafts for a while. Instead of having this kind of rigid nature of X, Y, Z, D gets banned every game. And we have seen that, right? Like, we've seen Roos leak through, we've seen Lancaster leak through, Knights Templar, HRE, Chinese. There's definitely a lot more kind of rotational desire around how people ban right now. And come on. Anatan, no. Did he really just do that to him? I can't believe that. That was actually a sick read, because look at the sheep count. Voldemort only has 4 sheep. So he just lost 33% of his sheep there. That's catastrophic. I hope he finds more, man. I can tell you guys, Jean without food is a horrible existence. I mean, he does have the deer stat behind his base as an option, but this is logistics wing, which means dervish as well. You won't be able to be out on deer. Now, the deer have been lame, so Anatan will not get the deer shove in with the dervish play. This was a pretty ridiculous build. We were finding out of, like, Ibids. Anatan was one of the leaders of the pack for it. That shove in was just way too easy and way too free, and it just made the Dervish wing, which was already so good, way too powerful. And Voldemort, is he going for a deer shove? Nah, he's desperate for more food. There's like nothing left though. No, there's just this upper northeastern quadrant, but Anatan's there first, so we're gonna have 3 sheep, probably to about like 15, maybe 16. So does Voldemort go Pro Scouts to offset this problem? Because if you're going Pro Scouts, then you are more vulnerable to the Desert Raider timing. Wait, did he miss the sheep? Pain. Voldemort. Has this woman really done anything? He can force him off with the berries, I guess. But at this stage, Anatan has so much sheep. Yeah, it's a worse gathering rate, but better than having no food, which is the state of Voldemort. I think Voldemort is likely to do Pro Scouts in this game now, just to kind of offset his weaknesses, but that just opens the gates for possibilities, right? Anatan can then just play pseudo aggro with Desert Raiders and then go fast castle. I'm starting to wonder, like, when we look back at the draft, does he have much hope further down? He's got Roosh and Shushi. Okay, so, like, even if this one ends up being Grim, which doesn't look great based on the food to begin with, I think there's still hope for the kid. He has viable picks. My biggest concern is that Anatan still has what I consider one of his signatures, the Chinese, held in reserve. Voldemort, level 2 Sean's about to come in. Likely you're looking at Archer form here. The idea behind Archer form is if you get anything low, you can snipe it before the Dervish can heal it. And you're going to need to do that. Because double Dervish, chain healing a Desert Raider is ugly. If you play melee Jean, you do like no damage. Because remember, Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor. The other thing as well as to why you don't want to have melee Jean is if your opponent does FC you, you want to have the ability to just snipe down the camel lancers from afar. You don't want to get close. And there you go, confirmation, and it is going to be ranged on. Voldemort has still not completed his age up, by the way. We're almost 6 minutes into the game. That's how long it took. School of Cavalry kicks in, and he does avoid Pro Scouts. I'm glad of this. Okay, this increases his chances of surviving. Getting that Desert Raider would have done so even more. Unfortunately, not able to get the kill. The Dervishes are going to be close by. And that's where the heal is going to come in. Pumbaa does get activated. John is here. We're going to have a 1v1v1. I think we are. Neutral versus yellow versus teal. First night now queued up for Voldemort. Meanwhile, for Anatan, can you guys guess what innovative and different unit Anatan is going to build into his composition? Desert Raiders. That's right. He's already built Desert Raider 1, 2, and 3. He's going to build 4, 5, and then 6, and then 7, and then 8, and then 9. They're all unique people. All right? Don't pigeonhole them into the same hole. They have personalities. Like, look at this guy. He's got a bow, and this guy's got a sword, and this guy's got a sword. Okay, we ran out of versatility. Let's see how Voldemort does deal with this. Knights isn't great, I'm afraid. Remember, this unit is the most heavily impacted by the negative damage because you're full base. So debuffs actually apply a full 20%, whereas horsemen get less impacted. And health for the Knights already looking pretty grim. He has got the Divine Restoration coming off cooldown soon. Anatan's showing a lot of respect here. He just doesn't want to touch the spears, right? But the worst is yet to come for Voldemort. Look at Anatan's macro. There's a reason he's not really fighting, and the reason is he's not actually building for a fight. He's building for distraction. It's 5 Desert Raiders and no more. Yeah, that's interesting, actually, because he keeps 2 of them at home the entire time. Alright, I think it's appropriate that I brought Voldemort in on the Hymns campaigns, because I would say that was a little bit premature. Yeah, guys, this is a bit depressing. That was definitely an early GG. I mean, his strat unraveled a bit, right? But that was definitely on the early end, I'd say. Like, things definitely look bad, don't get me wrong. Alright, next up we got alopecia. Which is going to be the Rus up against the Chinese, as expected. Yeah. Not sure if Voldy's heart is in this one. That looked a bit deflated. Alright, I'm going to need you guys to rally up for Voldemar because this is getting depressing. Game number 3. Anatan is looking to speed run through the quarterfinals and demolish his teammate across at Volda Esports. Voldemar has got the powerful Rus on Alopecia. Alopecia, a map that functions quite a bit like Highview, just the stealth forest around the skirts. And that's very important for hunting cab generation. But Anatan has got Chinese, and I've watched multiple Chinese picks dismantle Rus already this week. Could they be the reliable, consistent answer to the sieve that everyone hates to roll into on the ladder? Do I like cats or dogs? Why not both? Anyone watch Cat Dog? So the funny thing is I've actually never personally owned a dog. I've always, throughout my life, had cats, but I love dogs. My dream dog is a Siberian Husky. The reason why I never got one when I moved out was when I first moved out and got my own place, I was deeply depressed. A puppy might have helped, actually. Probably not, though. And then when I got into my esports life, it wasn't fair on a Siberian Husky because of all the travel. So, yeah. I love both. I don't know if anyone else has this, though. Like, one of the weird things I've noticed is, as much as I love both, I find, like, Siberian Huskies in particular are beyond adorable. I don't wash my hands after I stroke my cats, but I wash my hands after I stroke a dog. Anyone else have this where, like, you're a dog owner for all those years and whenever you, like, pet a cat, you go wash hands or whatever? Or if you, like, have a cats your whole life when you touch dogs, you do this? I don't know what it is. It's like, it's almost like a subconscious thing. Like, I do it and I'm like, okay, you need to wash hands. I assume that's something to do with what you grew up with, right? Like, if you grew up with cats, it was just already, like, part of your existence for many years in your, like, infantile stages when you probably were less clean of a person. It's a weird one for you to kind of, you know, mull the thoughts over with. So we are going to be getting Imperial Academy. The idea usually in this matchup, by the way, is that Rus are going to go for Pro Scouts, and then Chinese are not. And Chinese are just going to roll you with archers, because both civs are actually really good at spamming archers. Instead, Voldemar is doing something different. This is the Kremlin build. Interesting. He stacks the deer close together, goes even deeper. What is he looking for here? Wait, what? All right, this may be too deep. He's going on to Anatan's deer? It's a Kremlin rush! Alright, the crazy thing is at any stage in this, Anatan could have cancelled the Imperial Academy and rushed a Barbican up before him. So he's going to allow it. We have got a Kremlin rush into Anatan's Ford Gold and his deer. Now, the gold doesn't matter, right? He got enough for the first imp official so he can tax his way through. But you know what? This actually might be the most hopeful moment for Voldemar this entire series. Oh my goodness. So Kremlin now on the way. It's going to take a while. And I guess this means no Pro Scout play from Voldy. You know what would be sick? No. That's not sick. That's vulgar. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Voldemar, no, not like this. Anatan is rushing it up. It's Chinese build speed. You can't stop it. He pulls the villagers with the torches. That's not going to work either. It's full failed. He has to cancel the landmark and do the walk of shame. Oh, no. All this talk of cats and dogs, and Voldemar is the poor injured puppy that looks about to be put down. Tech timing substantially worse now than Anatan's. Now, Anno did have a lot of idle time walking the 8 villagers out, but your opponent had 5 villagers that took just as long, actually longer to get home. Is that GG? It's definitely not looking good. I'll say that much. Voldemar. Anatan basically has keys to the kingdom. With all these people on wood, this should be archery range now. And you just send it. Now, Voldemar does still have the advantage of the 100 cabin spam, but unfortunately has not exploited it. He only has the 2. This isn't like when we watched Wham play this map, where he just keeps building hunting cabins all the way around the outskirts. Oh, dude. You gotta feel for Voldy. So wait, like, let me math the time. Like, how long has this series been then? This might be one of our quickest quarterfinals ever, now that I think about it. So game 1 was 11 minutes. Game 2 was 7.5 minutes, or about 7 minutes. So we're already at 18 minutes. This could end up being less than a half an hour series. Especially when I consider like how Voldemar looks kind of just a bit shaken right now. Archer's now in the way. And he's going pro scouts. Come on. Please tell me he has food. 9 sheep. It's not too bad. The bigger problem, though, is like pro scouts. The timing is so off now because of the wrong tech timing. Because he had to cancel, right? Like by now, you'd at least have pro scouts in. You'd be pulling 1 or 2 deer home. Not going to be happening. So Anatan can camp it all. Damn, I like this idea from Voldemar originally so well. So much. Yeah, just maybe the wrong Civ to do it against. I mean, China Shushi will always be able to rush that outpost even on a delay. Better than any other Civ in the game. Reminder, by the way. B or Starflark are waiting. Actually, we already know, right? B's waiting to see who he faces off against here. If Voldemar can make a reverse sweep happen, I would say he goes all the way to the finals. I'd say he beats B 3-1 if he manages to reverse sweep Anatan here. But with what I'm seeing in this game right now, that is a tall order, a high glass to fill. It's about to get a lot rougher. Blacksmith timing. Anatan just knows this build like the back of his hand. He's going to get Steeled Arrow to amplify his damage, doubling it against the Knights, because Voldemar won't have Blacksmith yet. No way. Not after going Pro Scout. And now you're going to see him mirroring into Archers when there's already going to be probably 10 in play for Anno. This being said, Archers, they are just going to scare away the Scouts, trying to gather the deer. Doesn't quite get the finishing killing blow. The Spears are now here. Voldemar will count his lucky stripes that he started to prep Archers. What won't feel so lucky is the fact that Anatan usually likes to follow this up with Pro Scouts around 8 minutes. It'll be slightly delayed because obviously you want Steeled Arrow first into Undermesh. But the dirty thing about this isn't just how quickly you get Steeled Arrow and Undermesh. Watch what happens on that little gold number down here. You watch this. Watch this bar up here. As it fills out. And then down here, you're basically going to get a third of what you need for the next tech unlock. There's like a cyclical, self-fulfilling prophecy about blacksmith timings for China. Yeah, I mean, the comical thing is, if you think about it, with this effect, Imperial Academy is like mine work, but better. Because the taxmen will go do different things, but when they're focused on this task, yes, you have to spend the 150 wood, but once you do, you can supervise to research quicker than mine work, actually. Quicker, much quicker. And then discount-wise, it's not far off, and oh, this is far off anything but a complete wash. Voldemar, he just doesn't know what to do today. He's gone. All right, that was not the hype series we were hoping for. Well, maybe we can make up for elsewhere. So, I'm going to quickly update the brackets. We have got at least 2 more series today. So I'm getting confirmation in. It looks like Dimu and Gully Deckle was a default win for Dimu. So there's no KPMM game involving Dimu today to be seen, unfortunately. But what we can do is the 1 second. I'm going to update this all. So we know B 3-0'd Starflark, Anatan 3-0'd Voldemar. Anatan versus B should definitely be on Thursday. Those lads are always very flexible like that. Shout out to them actually for also being so willing all the time that way. But we have got some earlier round shenanigans. We need to figure out what happens in the Lash versus MSN series. So we're going to hop into that one next. I honestly think this will be a close series. In terms of skill level, I would say Lash is still favored, but MSN is capable of at least taking a game, if not more. Anno lost all scrims? Wait, did he? I don't know. Maybe they're doing something weird, something different. I mean, like, scrims aren't really fully indicative of who's better, by the way. Scrims is where, like, so basically, like, here's the difference between a player that wants to actually be the best in the world versus a player who just wants to win a game. And, like, they're not quite the same thing, right? Because you have to lose games to improve. So a player who just cares about winning is going to, like, do the sweaty, like, known established meta thing in scrims. But the player who actually wants to be the best is going to experiment and do different things. Because you want to discover the better strats, right? You want to try and hone in on something you're not good at. Like, let's say you perfected an HRE build, and every time you scrim, you only play HRE. You're not actually improving as a player. So, like, I wouldn't read into the scrims, like, going fully one way too much, especially after what we just saw in KPMM. That was pretty rough. But let's get ready for Lash versus MSN. So I'm just going to pull up the series now. By the way, I've heard there should be some news about what comes next soon. So hopefully we'll have something positive to announce towards the end of KPMM. Hopefully. I don't have any solid details, so I'm not going to say anything yet. But hopefully there's something. And then hopefully, if there is something, we grow it even more and more. And then next time, it's even bigger and bigger. I don't know. We'll see. I'm probably getting ahead of myself. So this one's going to be a BO3. We're going to be kicking off on Frisian. Let me see what the picks look like. So, HRE getting banned, no surprise. I think Frisian just makes a lot of sense for that pick. Chinese Lancaster for MSN? Oh, sorry. I need to type in their names, don't I? That's a pretty good draft, actually. He did have to give over a Rus, but I think it's actually worth it. And then what? Japanese, French, Byzantines. French and Byzantines are quite nice to round out the draft. Ottomans, Ayyubids are a little bit more selective, and you've got Gorge, Dry Arabia. I wouldn't rate them highly. I'd say you're probably looking at like, if you can flex Ottomans or Ayyubids to Frisian to make it work, it makes sense. Because Lancaster and China are going to be your robust civs for Gorge and Dry Arabia. Otherwise, you're more like situationally balancing it. So the only way that then works is if, like, for example, if you know where your opponent wants to use Japan, you could try and use Ottomans there. And if you know where he's going to use French, you could try to use Ayyubids. But G1, it is going to be Ayyubids versus French. Okay, MSN. Dude, you're a mind reader. That's actually perfect, guys. That's exactly the type of matchup you need. Is Rus or Japan easy to climb in high gold? I would say Japan. If you figure out the baseline builds, just honestly, like, if you really, really want to get high, just learn how to do a Dishov and then learn Fast Castle, and you'll do much better. Rus can as well, right? But, like, I think the Pro Scouts nowadays, I guess there's not as much blocker. You're going to have to Dishov either one if you really want a quick and easy rise. But let's get ready to go, shall we? This is crazy. We'll start off like this. I cannot believe it happened. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a counter pick when he picked his favorite Civ. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this, but we're in on the round of 16, MSN versus Lash, and the unexpected happened. MSN was always going to pick this. Every single time we watch this guy, if he's got a Bastards or Ayyubids, they get picked first in a series. Lash presumably should have known this, but yet he picked French all the same. This is a tough matchup, folks. It's not an impossible one for French to navigate, but you have to think different. When you get in a game as French, you're thinking mass knights, that's my groove, that's how I win. That's a trick that doesn't quite often end well against IU. IU that have access to the Desert Raiders, and thus the camel debuff can be your worst nightmare. Now, what I've seen is a few players like Louis have a fantastic solution to this counterplay. Instead of playing long feudal and fully invested, they instead maybe play a bit Pro Scouts, but rush towards the later phase and start scaling arbitrary with Guildhall on Castle. So we'll see which way Lash wants to play this. It's a bit of a different map to the ones I've seen Louis do that aforementioned strategy on, because there's a lot of really good gathering rates out on the map with the fishing. First things first, though, rotations are important. MSN already cutting right across, gets 12 sheep. Meanwhile, Lash, ooh. Yeah, wait, what? Nah, this isn't going to be as good for him. In fact, what is Lash doing with the scout? Is he worried about MSN doing shenanigan things? Like, if you guys are not familiar with MSN, you might actually have come across him and not realized it. There was quite an infamous clip towards the start of the year, I believe it was, with an incident involving clown carring, where Beastie QT in a pub game was just casually gathering his gold a few minutes into the game, loving life. I think he's playing HRE, looking forward to Castle Age, and then all of a sudden someone turned up on his screen with a handful of archers inside of a siege tower, and he GG'd out within a few minutes. That guy was MSN, the toddler. That's right. He comes from the Danelands as well, but he's even younger than Voldemort. Hence why we gave him the nickname, the toddler. And, well, he's been learning. So school's been paying off. Culture Wing Logistics is going to be coming out. This makes a lot of sense. The idea is you play the Dervish plus into Camels on Desert Raiders, and it means your opponent cannot touch Knights at all. It's a waste of resources. Lash has got 3 on gold, which suggests he wants to waste some resources. One Knight can kind of be okay to harass, but if I start seeing Lash like full commit, I'm going to get worried fast. Looks like Lash did somewhat recover the sheep pool. Yeah, 18 sheep currently to 12. Pretty good when you consider that MSN did start moving across the berries, left the sheep alone. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s if you think MSN's going to win this game. 2s if you favor Lash. 3 on gold definitely suggests that it's going to be, what, Knight plus Wheelbarrow you could probably justify here. I'm a bigger fan if Lash just uses this for straight up pro scouts. But he hasn't built a mill, which suggests it is the Knights. So what's the car play to Loggy Wing? We talked about the idea of you just scale towards arbitrary, but what do you do in the meantime? Getting enough food home is going to be quintessential here. You're playing a pretty food-dense Civ, no matter how you cut it. A deer shove-in would be pretty nice. A deer shove-in that way, Lash. Oh, no. He doesn't know. He's now scouting where MSN's already been. There's no sheep down here. This area's pretty much been fully canvassed, bar, I think... Okay, yeah, 1 sheep here. And there it is. Mill is going to be coming in. Okay, so this is straight up Pro Scouts rush. Okay, I dig it. I think Lash has made the correct first call. It doesn't mean that it's going to be for free, because MSN can still harass you off of that Pro Scouts by coming in with the Desert Raiders. We do have Horsemen queued up by Lash, though, which is the more sufficient answer to said Desert Raiders. Because remember, a Knight is going to lose 20% of his base damage, while a Horseman is going to basically increase his damage, right? They're going to lose 20% of their base, but their damage output against Desert Raider, like, the base damage is only half of it. You've got the bonus for another 9. You're using Shinobi TC Tower Dive and making the enemy have -2 villages per Shinobi. Is it worth it? It's a bit of a clowny build. I think it's kind of okay at the hunt resources to do that, because you're negativing 100 resources as well as villages. But honestly, like, if you play against players at a slightly higher level, they're going to be keeping an eye out for that. You might do it once, and then they're going to be watching, and they'll just garrison. The idea is if they garrison, your Shinobi won't actually complete the animation in time. There's an intentional reason why Sabotage is a little bit slower than other animations. And it's to stop that type of cheats. Or climb, play some Civ most people don't play. They don't know what you're going to do against the Civ. I'd argue if you want to climb, focus on actually something that's going to keep you climbing. Find a Civ you enjoy and figure out the nuances and how to improve on that Civ. Work on your key RTS components, you know, your macro, your efficiency with using resources, micro. Like, these are things that will actually make you a better player, and they'll feel better than just learning a cheap trick that will work for maybe 1 season. Oh, but this cheap trick ain't gonna work. Wait, what, Lash? Oh, no, he gets seen. No way is that happening. And I love that. MSN doesn't panic react. He's like, the only way he loses this is if he actually doesn't target the horseman first. So chases them away. Lash now has 2 villages out in the middle of nowhere, doing nothing. They're like, we want him to defect, please. And Lash, that was smart. He done the calculated thing here. He split them into two. You're never getting away from this now, right? So you might as well split them up so that maybe 2-3 minutes down the line, one of them gets home. Unfortunately for him, it looks like MSN was fully aware. He's hunting. What an unusual approach. So Lash is going Horseman into Outpost Rush. Which makes sense when you look at the Feeding the Gold location. I wonder if it's actually just like adding in archers would have given him the pump required. Because normally the cow play into Desert Raiders like this and the Dervish is to get enough archers to kill the Dervish. For some reason, Lash just thought Horseman would be good enough. And I can understand the baited feeling. Like, we have to remember that School of Cavalry makes you produce Horsemen really quickly, only 19 seconds. Meanwhile, it would normally take you 23. Horseman against Dervishes? He's just trying to overwhelm the Desert Raiders. Because, like, if you build Knights, your Knights aren't going to reach Dervishes either. They'll just run away. That's the challenge. So you try to go for something that can at least beat the Desert Raiders to start with. And then maybe on the delay, you worry about the Dervish with archers. MSN, this is just bullyish. 8 Desert Raiders now. Shall I give my professional doctor's diagnosis on this? It does not look good. No. Lash has coughed while the doctor's holding his balls, and he's like, well, I think it might be terminal. You've got camiloliosis. It's like, what's that? It's a gradual hump that just builds until it breaks your back. And that's exactly what this comp does. It's built well enough now that MSN's now going to be rushing castle. Meanwhile, Lash, actually, was he expecting more? No. Okay, the good news for Lash, this is really important. He knows what is happening now. He's not seeing any more troops, so his suspicions should be that this is Castle Age. Emerson is going to be building up an outpost, but that's not being rushed, actually. Desert Raider is going to move forward to try and block a little here, but yep, MSN was not paying attention. Has to cancel the outpost and run away. Does not have enough gold for the tech up, by the way. Big mistake made there, MSN. Just caught not looking. And a great move by Lash. A critical one at that. But it's not over yet, remember. There's a second gold vein to the south side that MSN could sneak out to if he wanted to trigger that tech up. Which, by the way, he's already snuck out there to gather on the deer. Desert Ray is now coming with the backstab. Melee mode is going to be activated. I love this. Just melee mode. There's no point cheesing it with range fire. You just need an overwhelming victory in this clash to get back to the tech. And that's exactly what he gets. This is brutal. Lash doesn't even try to kite away with the archers. Instead, it's going to be the Desert Raiders kiting away from him. Barely anything lost, right? An absolute destruction. I think, was it 2 Desert Raiders going down? Maybe 3 maximum. Gets several horsemen kills. All the archers at night. Ridiculous. And now while he techs up, Lash is in shambles. 5 military units. Nowhere really near his own tech timing. Steel Arrow being researched. But that's going to feel pretty redundant against Camel Lancers. That was a crazy timing. MSN. What a play. It looked like at first he screwed himself with his own greed. But recovered it so well. A lot of people in that situation would have went range fire and just poked down. The problem with range fire there is, like, at that point, you're sitting on 1,700 resources. You need 1,800 to tech up. You don't want to reinvest. You want to just go. So if you don't commit to the melee mode, you're going to slowly win that fight. But it just means that you're giving French with a scaling TC a bit more chance to catch up. Sick read. You know what? It's sick to read that on the screen. Click that link if you enjoy AMD. If you enjoy these streams, AMD has been doing oodles and boodles to make them possible. They power our entire setup, and they also keep sponsoring us, which is quite nice. And the more you click that link, the more they come back. And Lash's, I'm glad you actually flagged that. Lash's villager went on quite the journey. He discovered himself, and he discovered that he didn't want to be a builder of small castles that kill people. He wanted to kill innocent fish before the seagulls could. He's been fishing down here for a while now. 140 resources gained, and it only cost him 25 wood to build this, so quite nice. Pro Scouts was also trying to get goodies home. Gonna be much more difficult now because the camel blockade is in place. I think MSN doesn't want a direct fight. Like, he knows that his opponent's reinvested. My worry, though, is like, what does this reinvestment get you as Lash? Because you're going to just die to Camel Lancer spam now. I even wouldn't mind Golems. Not many people do Golems here, but Golems is quite lean. Pretty impactful on a map like Frisian as well. There you go. Triple Stables is already in place. Lancer's queued up. He's just going to back up and wait. He knows that Lash has to attack him. So, how does Lash win this fight now? You're either building spears or aging up. The problem with building spears here, they're actually not very good against Camel Lancers. The reason is that Camel Lancers actually can't be braced. I don't know if you guys have noticed this recently. And Camel Lancers charge into a mass of spears. The spears go up, trying to scare them away, but the camels just keep on lancing. It's a very big problem. Villagers are going to at least snatch a kill. I need to remember, because this was the eco wing. Dove is just going to get intercepted as well. There is an outpost waiting for him, though. And the second one's going to wall low. Archers are going to react to that. They will get the snipe down. So nice denial of the relics. But the Lancers are now in play. And this is the thing that Lash has no answer to. The Spearmen are not here. Nowhere near, in fact. Even if they were, they are mere Dark Age variants. Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, Lash still nowhere near an age up. Camel Lancer count is already double what your spear count is, while being 2 extra ages ahead of where your spears are at. And there's the Golem. Love this from MSN. It's so underrated how powerful Golem spam can be in this type of position. Because your opponent's not playing Knights. He never wants to play Knights. That's what makes Golem so good against French. Is they shouldn't really be building Knights against Camel. Yeah, I reckon the Iabid mains are actually secretly karaoke players. Because, you know, camel, camellia. I'm not going to finish that. Let's move on quickly. Archers chased away. I think Lash, if he's going to win this, it needs to be an age up soon. The tricky part is obviously the golds always spawn forward. Because, like, now that it's also Golems, you need Arbitrary to save your life. Undermesh is also there, by the way, so this idea that archers can trickle damage isn't going to work either. Stealth Chameleon archers? Wait, you guys don't want Shinobi camels? Oh my god, I'd pay for that. I'd pay so much for that. I, for one, want to see more ridiculous units in Age of Empires 4. I'm probably in the minority. Everyone wants their, like, serious, realistic RTS, even though there's many things in Age of Empires 4 that's already not realistic. Yeah, I think MSN at this stage is just going to pull relics and then commit in. And Lash, by the way, I don't think he ever saw the Golems. So he's reinvesting because, like, spears do answer lancers, and then the archers there to trade out against the enemy archers. No way is he anticipating the Golems. Like, he knows it's a possibility, but he hasn't actually been able to confirm it. So many lancers as well. And a reminder, he could turn around and charge these right now, he'd get the charge off. Another lancer just comes in mockingly. And if you play this left and right, you can actually sneak into the base. I think it's actually disadvantageous for MSN to go in the base right now. Like, when you're playing Ibids like this, guys, just play for your eco-scaling timings. Ibids is a timing sieve, and that timing is relics. And then once you have the relics, things like TCs become possible. When you've got an opponent on this type of map as well, you have to remember that, like, Frisian is very campy. You are able to hunker down in the corner for a very long time. It's much easier to win on this map by just constricting your opponent. Like, set up a border, you know? Don't let them through. No French immigrants coming to our Frisian marshes. Just letting him know we've got more relics. Did he see the Golems? Okay, I think he glanced at it. The scout was here. So he now knows there's Golems. I think this is the moment. Lash, if you're going to tech up, it has to be now. Because we're close to the dive point. It's possible that like MSN goes 2TC and that allows you to just have a bit more safety. But if you have more safety, just take the age up. MSN even adding crossbows now. Oh, come on. Is it a bug that spears can brace camel lancers? I think so. It feels like it's meant to be a bug. And there it is. Guildhall, he pulls the trigger, but the army is coming. A hard defense awaits Lash. Yeah, the tricky thing is like when the golems aren't at your base, you know, you have a little bit of flexibility on how you kite, etc. Once they're this close, it doesn't matter that you're able to dodge them for a while because they're going to die for so long. Your army doesn't matter. It's your economy not working that kills you. Here they come. The golems are just actually the cherry on top, really. Oh my god. He just calls the GG. There's even a relic here. MSN, a signature pick from him, and he gets the perfect counter matchup to open this series. All right, that was actually that was comedy. It's the nope realization that just immediately comes in there that makes that so good. Okay, so Iabids versus French, expected outcome. Game 2. Dry Arabia. It's going to be Japanese versus Chinese. Let's get ready to go. Contrary to popular belief, China is not invincible. At least from what I've been seeing in this matchup. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for another Japanese versus Chinese matchup, where Japan has been given as good as it's been receiving. There is just something about this Civ right now that has them rising higher and higher like the sun. It's not time for the sun to set on this empire. No, the Dark Age Arax Rush play has proved powerful for the Japanese, enabling them in a lot of matchups where they'd otherwise run out of food, but they have got a very challenging opponent. I did say that they've been doing a lot better against China at the moment, but it is still Chinese. This Civ is crazily powerful. This is a Civ that has, if anything, ranked up in its ban viability. A lot more people, I think, are actually just choosing to ban this out over even things like Rus occasionally. And for good reason. I think China has probably the broadest applicability across the entire map pool of any Civ in Age of Empires 4 right now. There's not really a map that exists where you go, oof, yeah, this Civ's not great. Right? There's going to be situations where you pick and go, ooh, there's probably a better map I could have used it on. But it's not like certain other picks, like Malians, for example, you go, okay, I don't know why I got it here. Lash, it is going to be an aggressive line straight towards the enemy base, but MSN, he's going for the fast feudal with Imperial Academy timing. 3 on gold is interesting. I think actually, like, sometimes it's just worth bringing the 4th here, because his gold gathering might prove to be a little bit tight, guys. Yeah, remember, he needs 235 gold. It's not just about the tech up. He needs enough to get the first Imperial official. So the fact that MSN didn't rally a 4th villager out here is actually going to hurt him. Maybe? He's going to have to pull this worker away, right? Second spear's arriving soon. This is going to get a little bit snug, isn't it? Yeah, but I think he's good. Yeah, he's fine. There we go. Oh, Lash. I felt like he'd be able to get the second spear here a little bit quicker than this. So well played. MSN keeps his calm. Wait, drop the gold, drop the gold, drop the gold, drop the gold. No! No! Oh, come on! You had one job! One job! That giant sack of gold on your back, sir, it was meant for something. Oh. Okay. Still, though, it's like 1 gold. He can just walk a villager out and do it. It should be fine. The hilarity is, I don't think MSN has realized it yet. Oh, God. And luckily for him, like, Lash is probably what? Gonna do the mining camp, then walk home? Then again, like, Lash can math, right? Yeah, and if he maths, he thinks that his opponent has enough gold is the thing. So, like, I'm expecting Lash to just burn the mining camp and go home. I probably would have preferred he goes home sooner, because he could have gotten a double deer shove. Oh, no, the other one got lamed. Okay, that is fine then. That's unfortunate. Luckily for him, MSN only lamed one of the deer stacks. Alright. I'm waiting for the moment when it hits MSN what's happened here. Should be able to build Ronin in Dark Ages, as Japan calls Dark Age players... Wait, what? Dark Age players unhonorable? Do you mean dishonorable? How dare you dishonor me with your wrong dishonorables? I feel like if you're a gamer, you should know the word dishonored just because of the game. And if you don't, it's a shameful display. Okay, did he realize? Yeah, there we go. MSN. He came back for the gold. That still felt really clowny because he could have actually had the Imperial Official a lot quicker. He actually had the resources. Just remember, between the two people he brought back, I think they had 8 gold on them, so he would have had 7 surplus. Now, Dishov is on the way really slowly, actually. Yeah, because Lash is trying to just lame the close deer to MSN, who has already got archers coming. Now, what a funky start to the game. I don't remember the last time I saw Japanese players stick to the gold that long, actually. Yeah, so the thing about Dark Age rushes is most civs will be able to get their gold, unless you want to commit like hardcore into an outpost rush. There's only certain civs that can actually like flood troops quick enough to be truly threatening, right? And then also, like, certain civs don't care. Chinese is typically one of them. By the time you have enough troops to harass China, they normally have enough gold to get Taxman. So what does this achieve, right? Rushing like this at least stops pro scouts, at least quickly. But that's a kind of it. And we've been seeing China kind of doesn't care if they can't pro scout straight away, because the archer timing is really strong. And wow, that is a really early Steeled Arrow. I wasn't expecting this, but he's going Steeled Arrow at 3 archers. Normally you see this a lot slower, but I think the thought process from MSN is because he only has 1 Imperial Official, second one only just came out, he doesn't want to supervise the blacksmiths. So instead, the trade-off is you want to research it earlier to get it earlier, right? Because normally you can research this and have it out in 30 seconds. And yeah, you can see where the supervision is. He's just pumping out archers now. Lash, wait, Lash didn't build an outpost. What? That's a bit greedy. And by a bit, I mean a hell of a lot. Lash. Gonna need some counterplay here. Horseman makes a lot of sense. Now, one tricky part is your opponent has got Steeled Arrow coming in. Lash does have the gold to get under mesh if he feels it's necessary, though. So Horseman should be able to buff this away. Because MSN actually didn't build spears at all, folks. No, I think... Is MSN thinking about Pro Scout still? Not really. No active gold gathering going on. Which I guess kind of makes it weirder that we don't have spears now added in. Why wouldn't MSN want spears? I think part of it is probably because right now, it feels like giving Japan a reason to build Yumi is usually a mistake. The Yumi are overperforming currently. I gotta say, actually, like, Yumi has easily become the second most used unit in Japanese games. Right? First still being Mount Samurai. I guess it's hard to measure. Like, Spearmen come out in practically every game because of Dark Age Shove. So you want to put them number 1. But I was thinking, like, quantity. Then again, Yumi, I guess it's quite easy to win the race for quantity considering just how cheap and how many you get built. So Archer's great trade. Lash is just kind of sprinkling in everything now. This looks rough, though. He did at least get towards the undermesh. But he did a lot of archers. You know what? I'd like to see a lot of those. What is up? Thank you very much, Pixelman. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you got this Prime subs, spend them here. You can't take them to your grave. You can't save them for retirement. And if you don't spend them, Bezos is just going to be able to retire with an additional mansion because you gave him more money. Instead, why not give the money to someone you like? Question mark? I mean, like's a strong word. You probably at least tolerate me. I mean, I'd hope so if you're sitting here listening to my voice for several hours. Pro Scouts is now coming in. So MSN did go for the delayed build. I wonder if he could have kept gunning here. Because Lash only has 8 sheep, 4 berries. Yeah, like, even though the farms are coming in, it would have been very hard to keep scaling horsemen. This is a weird one. When I see, like, Pro Scouts in these type of games, you just sit and wonder, like, could he have just not? Archers are going to start getting intercepted. And MSN, I mean, dude, he has no spears here. So I think he's going to have to go wide just to sneak away. Joined for the game, stay for the personality. There you go. Wait, so that means if I now start taking sponsored mobile streams, you'll all stay, right? Guys, come on. You've seen how adorable Freya is. I need to be able to afford Gucci's. They're not cheap. I've heard of a few people like that in esports who spend all of their money just to look nice. Like, they have no concept of, like, financial savings. Crazy. Archers. They are going to get contested here. Horseman, great timing. Lash cut him off on the retreat and cuts him down to size. Horrible fight for MSN. Yeah, the Spearman just never got here, man. Like, 20 archers feels really good until you just allow the Horseman to blob up like this. I think he just needed a few spears if you like a little bit earlier. Also, maybe MSN would have benefited from staying towards the berries on the east side of the base instead of diving the tree line on the west. That's a complete wipe. And now what makes it even more awkward is you just start playing Pro Scouts when your opponent now has Yumi Horsemen. Best 2-unit comp you can think of for chasing down Pro Scouts. Yeah, this guy I was referring to, I'm not going to say who his name is, but he would, the way it's described to me is that he would turn up to broadcast wearing, like, Yeezys and all the most expensive things you can imagine to wear, right? But, like, knowing what casters earn, etc., and how irregular the work is, it was very obvious that he was living paycheck to paycheck. Like, you know, he could barely afford his apartment. My mind is just goes kapoo when I hear that with people. I mean, it's cool to buy yourself something nice, but like this guy had to buy everything and anything he could get his hands on. That, by the way, is what I call an unhealthy example of fake it to make it. Like, we usually like to meme on that statement, and I get it, but trust me, guys, it can be very unhealthy, and that guy was a pristine example. Instead, buy my merch. It's much cheaper. Okay, I'm just putting that in there for when we eventually decide to build merch in the future. I think if I want to go the merch route, what I really want to do is I want to create a giant human-sized pigeon suit that you can wear. So that we ever do like a TwitchCon meetup, I'll be able to find you guys. I'll just look for the flock of pigeons. Anyway, we have got the deer coming home. This is looking decent at the moment for MSN in terms of the food gain. Lash, I just like his comp, though. I think Yumi Archers scales quite nicely towards the Castle Age timing. Even has the forestry to make sure you can just spam more. He did also move out for the deer. Yeah, because remember, it got intercepted when he tried to shove back. But, like, this is quite nice. Like, Lash is basically removing value for MSN. At a point where MSN, like, if he shoot up here, he could probably kill some workers, but he doesn't know to. Love the fact that he just built a single outpost to the 5. As an only warning for this, funnily enough, he actually built double outposts. I think you probably could have got away with just one outpost here for your Lash. Because the whole idea is, like, if you get harassed here, these guys can just run away. But I guess he just didn't want to take the risk. A little bit yoinks. Yeah, MSM will see what's happening. Lash scaling Samurai now. Interesting. Into a civ like China. China Pro Scouts usually means Lancers, which is why it's very intriguing to see him spamming Samurai. Samurai is like not something you want to be into if your opponent's starting to do heavy cav. But I guess if you can slow down his tech enough, and then tech yourself, you can be at like, what, 16, 20 Samurai? Just perfect for a dive. I mean, this is meant to be the value prop for civs that are able to scale meta arms in feudal age, is you can just bulk enough so that when you age up, you've already got your full castle army in the enemy base. And remember, those tech ups don't take long on men at arms when they go into veterancy. Default is 30 seconds, but with a Yorishiro drop, it's like 15. It's like the horsemen did find them on the flank, so villagers have to migrate the area. We'll make it back. Clock Tower's now coming in, as is Lash with a dive. Yuumi trying to work a kill. Isn't going to hard commit, though. Instead, he's going to commit to aging up. Meanwhile, MSN is also aging up, or as I like to call it, Asian up. I hate myself today. No, wait, hold on a sec. He's committing here. Yeah, MSN just has to go for the build, right? You're this close. There's no way you cancel it now. But the Yuumi, so many of them. And the Outpost also wasting a lot of fire under the Horseman. That's a decent amount of damage done, but at the same time, Lash did lose a lot of Samurai for this. Yeah, I think he had this idea in mind of being able to afford the Rams quick enough, but as we see, Siege Engineering just kicked in. So age up first for MSN. And the first Lancers are going to hit the field. Lash has got some catching up to do, but Mounted Samurai can beat Lancer, remember. Yeah, the Mounted Samurai are just considered to be the best heavy cav, right? For a heavy cav on heavy cav fight. Even more so than French Knights, because French Knights still have that bug where if they charge deflective armor, they don't get bonus damage. That's the biggest, most important thing when you have a mass heavy cav versus mass heavy cav. The first Lancer Strike is super impactful. Remember, that first Lancer Strike is going to do about 36 damage. But that's not doing 36 damage due to deflective. Meanwhile, your opponent's still doing 36. So it's a 72 damage differential in a way. And no, it's the way it's the way it's been coded. So like with French Knights, the reason why they don't get their bonus damage activated after a lance charge onto deflective armor is the way it's coded is that deflective armor, because deflective armor offsets damage, it makes a damage integer not happen, right? It's basically damage value remover. No damage being applied equal no buff being triggered. Like the way that the French cavalry's bonus damage is coded is probably something along the lines of if damage equal done with lance attack, give bonus damage for X seconds. So it's a coding flaw logic. And in fairness to the devs, it makes sense why they could have coded it that way, considering that deflective armor and anything like it didn't exist in the base game. It was introduced afterwards. And not for 8 seconds, for 5 seconds, remember. Yeah, that's why actually Japan was destroying French in the mass cavalry matchup for a while. The interesting thing is, things have changed in that matchup, by the way. French can now win because they just switch arbitrary instead. But let's focus on the Chinese here. How does the Chinese win? This is a lot of archery play from MSN. I'm going to just move off of that. That shaking was weird. So, Lash is playing wide right now. Deer and berries are a little bit exposed. I think MSN's in a decent position for raiding because remember his eco is still pretty condensed. However, the deer a decent amount was removed by your opponent, right? And you still haven't taken this. So technically you 50-50 split the deer and you had to pro scout. So for this to be worthwhile for MSN, he has to keep raiding to punish his opponent. Where it gets annoying is this little landmark here. This is actually what makes Japanese secretly super noob friendly and also very good even at the highest level. It makes a farm transition simple. It makes it worth it. And then the natural scaling of the daimyo for stone gathering, which you want to do anyway to get bannerman, makes it even better. His food income is never going to feel weak compared to Chinese, which with China, it can just all evaporate and then you need 2,000 wood for your next transition. Pretty good timing to actually find yourself comfortable at this as Lash as well, because relics should be on the agenda for both players. First one's already been banked by MSN. None brought in just yet by Lash, though. Archer's going to be able to scare away the attempt to put a wall. Worth it just for the kills alone. Is Lash going to be Yoroshiro dropping the TC? That could make a lot of sense here. He's already done Stable's archery range. I think naturally, 45 seconds off, Yoroshiro dropping town center fixes a lot of problems. It also just pads you against the risk of China going Barbican, which is quite popular, just to get that Song Dynasty. I've got outposts set up for berries. MSN showing respect to the raiding potential. And Lash, he's going full samurai. I mean, I understand where he's come from, right? He's up against 49 archers. Why not? MSN seems suspicious, though. I think the crossbows was for mounted samurai. It's going to be just as good against samurai themselves on foot, though. I think that's why Lash, yeah, he's even going horseman. Did he scout that? No. I guess he's just doing this to react to the archers still. It's going to be perfect to deal with everything, though. I think the problem with MSN's transitions here is, like, technically everything does get countered by horsemen. You could say it's a little bit of a gambit that Lash finds himself here on the right unit. In some ways, yes. Like, you know, do you want to keep scaling Yumi? It sets you up for, like, Nesta B spam. You don't really want to go into Onimusha, the kind of redundant here. You wouldn't go into Spearman, your opponent has archers. You wouldn't go into Onibagesha, your opponent has archers. So, like, Horseman does naturally make a lot of sense for Lash. I think the interesting fact is that he done Samurai and Horseman. That's a full 2-unit pivot without confirming what your opponent is doing. Lash does step up. He sees the Nesta Bees. Able to kite away, but, I mean, you've now revealed the Samurai play. So you kind of feel like you want to do summon with it soon, otherwise you're setting yourself up to get counterplayed. You have got Military Academy on the way. I think Lash, he's just waiting for the Horseman reinforcements. Yep, that's going to reveal as well. And you can see very clearly that they have been vetted. And wait, what happened? MSN? No! He wasn't looking. They move in. Nesta Bees goes to the shot. Spread. Good. Lash minimized the damage. Mounted Samurai's reaching in. The Nesta Bees dive in deeper, but they're still going to be reached here. And the Yumi, they're doing enough. Lash! He finds him overextended. No way, MSN. He didn't wait for the Nesta Bees. 3-4 Nesta Bees could be decent enough to deal with Mass Yumi, but he sent them out one by one and gets cut down for it. Brilliant patience by Lash as well, just waiting for MSN to take the bait. Like a kid who's born yesterday, and oh no surprise, he is the toddler after all. Yumi now just with the dive in. We've seen this so many times before where Yumi actually do counter Nesta Bees like this, weirdly enough. They just get on top, and there's so many instances of damage. They take them out. There you go, folks. Yumi counter Nesta Bees. Who would have thought it? It's been a while since I've seen it do it quite like that. But Lash is doing this game in style. Against one of the most dominant and favorable picks in Age of Empires 4 competitive right now. He's rolling over them. 29 Yumi still to play with. MSN trying to re-prep a line in Nesta Bees here. But Lash has options. He's got plenty of gold in the bank. I'd love to see him just start to add in more horsemen now. The goal is open, right? Even more so, like what Lash doesn't realize, what we can see is that MSN is actually just building more range units. More stuff that gets countered by horsemen. I'm sorry, what am I reading? It's not premature, it's proactive. Okay, bud. There is such a thing as being too proactive, you know? Like, if you invest in a stock when it's super low and then 50 years later, it, like, doubles its value. That sounds cool, but could we have made more money in those 50 years? MSN. Things are starting to unravel now. He's getting hit on both ends of the base. Eco lead is growing as well. Lash, he did go for the Euroshiro drop on the TC, and there's still no song from MSN. He has got farms. Oh my god, please get me out. Those aren't farms. We don't call those farms, all right? That's just pity wheat you found at the side of the field. You know, like when you see your friend who plays Minecraft and sets up a full farming area, and you're just the guy running around in the wild clubbing down wheat you randomly find? Yeah, that's the difference here. Horseman now going to arrive. Wait, what is happening to those health bars? Mass archers to counter horsemen. Believe it or not, this is not very efficient. Lash is going in. I wondered why we weren't just flooding 30, 40 horsemen. Apparently, he just wants the tech. And he's giving me Castle of the Crow in the center of the map. Kaka, mother duckers. Makes sense. Secures the 8k. Gives him everything he needs. He's also got a lot of wood to work with. So Lash could easily add in, well, like an extra 10 farms at least. Has not optimized his base for doing so, mind you. There's a lot of Raxes, houses, etc. just blocking opportunity areas. Like, what does MSN now do? You could hang in there, Kitty, and rely on the Nest of Bees to maybe carry him back in a long, long haul. But my issue I see in this game is, like, he hasn't got farms set up. Not real farms, anyway. No granaries. And he's about to see his opponent go age 4. He doesn't want to see more. Third game coming up soon. Oh, I just realized that whole time it said Frisian in the bottom corner. Sorry about that. Oopsie. So left side win, Japan versus China. Let's see where we're going for a deciding game. It is going to be Gorge. And what? Roos versus Lancaster, right? Yep. Roos versus Lancaster. Sorry, it was a bit loud. Yep. I think Lancaster does okay here. Let's get ready to hop in. Welcome back to the channel. It's time for the Battle of the Broken Civs. That's right, we've got Roos going up against the House of Lancaster here in a deciding game here in the midweek muster. Week number 29. That's crazy. I'm surprised I can count that high. No, but seriously, that's crazy that we've actually been doing these now for 29 weeks. If you guys love competitive Age of Empires 4, is there anywhere else you need to be? 4 days a week, every single week without failure. And I've already got people asking, yo, you going to do it again? I don't know, man. My hair started to gray. Players don't make your life easy always. They stress you out. Sometimes they just get rolled in 30 minutes in a BO5. That's actually kind of crazy, actually. Like, in 2 games, this series has already been a lot longer than Anatan and Voldemar 1. Sorry, Voldy. But this is going to be an interesting one. We've got House of Lancaster up against Roos. These are 2 of the most dominant civs you'll find at the moment. Roos, just all around a very good, very powerful civ, has remained so no matter what happens to them. House of Lancaster, the new kid on the block, but the kid that is able to roll over those who are less experienced. We've seen, outside of like the top 10 on the players, there's a lot of easy, cheesy wins to be had here. A lot of flexibility as well. You can do the mass mana builds where you just scale your economy to a ridiculous degree very early on. Or you can even consider going into things like the White Tower Rush that is powerful due to how good the Earl's Guard's dagger throw attacks are. Now, in this particular matchup, you are going to have to worry about a few things like Pro Scouts. If you try to go White Tower, you're also going to be running into Knight. So instead, MSN is looking to play a bit more greedy. He does drop the Lancaster Castle. The stone has already been gathered. Interesting thing here, technically MSN could have built the Lancaster Castle here and just had stone gold on one screen. A little bit surprised that he actually went for the stone on the back, because if this isn't a full 9 mana rush, that means down the line, this is an exposed resource. And remember, anything that's exposed can easily be raided because Roos normally want to do one thing and one thing only. They like horse archers. They like horse archers. Sheep pull, by the way. What happened? Really, actually, what happened? Oh, Lash. That's unfortunate. Yeah, he'll get a slight edge, but nowhere near as much as he really should with double scout. So Roos, they're going to end up with about, what, 15 sheep? Meanwhile, it's 18 for Lancaster. Now, they do start with an extra 4, but the fact that you're 50-50 splitting on Gorge with 2 scouts is crazy. Roos are meant to be bullies on this map because of their double scout play. It allows them to run on both flanks quite quickly, which is important because if you guys have ever noticed with Gorge, practically all the sheep spawn here and here. The central area is a dead spot. A reminder, by the way, whoever wins this game will have the honor of going up against our reigning champion, the bully in the arena, Wham01, who currently is back-to-back winning in the Midweek Masters. He's looking to actually round out our weekly tournament format with NA domination. Yeah, he has the opportunity to actually make it 5 weeks in a row? Yeah. And he's hot off the back of winning a grand final against Louis MT in the last Midweek Master 4-0. So whatever I see out of these two needs to be clean, not scrappy. Because they will find no mercy, no quarters when they go a little bit deeper. So Golden Gate coming in. I wonder, is the community at the point where they fully understand why Roos is just still so good all around? I don't mind diving into it, but I like to think that it's been talked about enough that it's kind of obvious now. The Pro Scouts still being viable has helped Roos immensely. This is a Civ that originally thought would have been punished by the wall nerfs, but they just don't need them. The fast castle build is so clean, so fast. And with the double hunting cabin plus the change to bounty, you don't have to move out your base, really. Like, you could technically play the game without ever killing anymore, right? Instead, you just need a few sheep. And if you have a few sheep plus a Golden Gate, you have Castle Age. I'd say Roos is probably the easiest Civ to rush Castle Age in the game with, full stop. Easier than HRE. Easier than Japanese. Easier than Shushi in Chinese. Because all those civs that we just mentioned require gold. Require touching the gold. But for Roos, all the gold is here. Like, it's never the vein. So what you're saying, KP, is it's OP that they say 50 wood on a mining camp. There you go. You got it. So triple mana already. Is MSN going to take this? He is. Whoa, boy. Whoa. He's going all the way. He's going full ham taro. I mean, kind of makes sense against Pro Scouts. You feel like you can get away with it. I always wonder in this situation if it would actually be worth just building a few aggro boys. In fairness, though, you can. What MSN can do is he can prep to intercept the second Gavron Deer. Basically, rush the next 3 manas and then rush Demi-Lancers to intercept. I think you could actually just justify going even sooner. Just like right now, having 5 Demi-Lancers would have been pretty powerful because you would have stopped Pro Scouts entirely and forced a spear transition. Instead, what's going to happen is by the time you're going into Demi-Lancers, your opponent's probably going to have 1 full deer stack back, a second one on the way. And if you have at least 2 deer stacks, you're really happy as Roos. Keeping track of Roos villages is convenient because they have them all on one screen. Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, all you people who want to spread your eco around, you're like, oh, I've got gold workers here, stone workers here, woodworkers here. Y'all don't realize you've been spoiled, okay? Back in my days, Dune 1. Does anyone remember that game? What year was that? That was like 1992? I was -1 year old. No, like it was it Dune 3 I think I maybe played a little bit of. I'm trying to remember which one it was. 1994? Nah, dude, like, I played them after they came out. I got some discs of them, but I had to be a little bit older than that. Yeah, so, like, Dune is actually older than me. But some people in chat are old enough to know. Dune 1, the first official RTS, there was technically ones before that, but that was the first proper RTS, was literally played on single screen. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. You couldn't move the screen or anything like this. It was just, everything was there. So you had like a building here, and a building here, and a building here, and then like units coming off the screen. Yeah, it's quite a comical for that there used to be an RTS which you never moved your screen for. And Dune, of course, eventually led into the Command & Conquer series. I think Command & Conquer was how many years later? I want to say it was like 3? Let's have a look. Command & Conquer 1 was 1995. So yeah, 3 years later. Funny fact, guys. I had Command & Conquer 1. I played Command & Conquer 1. I love it. I still hear the Wilhelm scream in my head. But here's the funniest part for you. Played it on console. Yeah, so consoles actually had RTSs on them a long, long time ago. I played it on PS1. I heard that it was on Nintendo 64 as well, but never saw it. Isn't Dune 2 the first RTS? Was it Dune 2 or Dune 1? I think Dune 1 was an RTS as well, no? Oh, yeah, definitely. It really depends on how you, like, conceptualize what the requirements for an RTS is. Because, like, that's why I said the first widely considered RTS. If you go further back, there's actually, like, a different game that was the first RTS. I can't remember what it's called, though. I think it was... Yeah, Herzog Zwei, which was out on the Sega Genesis. It's technically the first RTS ever. But what people usually consider to be an RTS nowadays was Dune. So we do have the Demi-Lancers we talked about, by the way. He waited for the second mana spam. We have got King's College. This is really good against Knights. Not so good against Horse Archers, guys. But what he can do, and I'm really hoping MSN is going to do, is play into Hobblars. Hobblars could be sick here against Horse Archers. When you scale Hobblars, they'll do 2/3 of a Horse Archer's health on the strike at the start of the fight, the charge. It's crazy how good this is. But it seems that MSN's going a different way about this. Doesn't want to have to get kited. He's going full Shire Levy. This is quite early for a Shire Levy, actually. He's going to get his hands on, what, 14 Yeoman? Which is decent. That kind of pays for itself. Veterancy also queued up. The problem with Yeoman here compared to the Hobbler is you're not doing anything out on the map. Your opponent's getting all the deer. He's potentially going to be rushing relics as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a monastery coming in next. High Trade House, 129 gold as well. So decent amount there to get into the blacksmith deck. And I love that. Settlers 1, 1993. Total Annihilation as well. So I played Settlers 3. That was my first one. And I love Settlers 3. Settlers 3 is, to this day, the best Settlers game. Total Annihilation, I also played. If you guys have not seen Total Annihilation, go look at it. It's not much to look at graphically, but from a balancing and design standpoint, that game was 10 years ahead of the RTS industry. A guy called Chris Taylor made it. He also went on to make Supreme Annihilation. Very, very talented designer. He's apparently working on a new game now. Man, I love Total Annihilation. Yeah, I think most people would have either played Supreme Commander or Planetary Annihilation, which are both spiritual successors. Yeah, that game had design choices that weren't being implemented until, like, Warcraft 3. So we have got Men-at-Arms now from Lash. Interesting. Well, that does open up a potential to go to Knights for MSN, but instead he's going the hobby route. Oh, this is crafty. I love this from Lash. Men-at-Arms can still die to Hobblars, though, if he gets the hill training tech, which I'm hoping he does. It's only 120-ish resources, and what it does is it increases your charge time, you see right there, by 150%, as well as doubles your production rate. It's crazy for a unit that normally only takes 15 seconds to produce. Well, space damage to Horse Archers? 12. It's still pretty crazy. There's been arguments on this that Horse Archers should maybe be less base and bonus somewhere else. I think my favorite one was that someone recommended that Horse Archers should have bonus against Armored and lower base. I'm like, Onimushas are crying right now. That's literally their whole identity. We should just rename them at that point to Better Onimusha. Do you know the RTS game Earth 2150? I know it. I think I played a few minutes of it. It didn't really draw me in, is what I'll say of it. Yeah, like, I remember seeing this game, and I did, like, Earth 2150, and it just, I don't know, it just didn't resonate with me. I think back then, there's a lot of 3D RTSs that I just didn't care for, because 3D RTSs in the early 2000s looked like crap. Like, Stronghold's graphical style is iconic. Cossacks, iconic. You could play those games today and feel okay about it. There's a lot of RTS in the early 2000s that's just, they're too ugly to even look at. Is this strategy going to be ugly to look at from MSN, though? Like, Hobbler Yeoman. I think if he charges enough, it makes sense. And you can kite the Men-at-Arms. You can also outrange the Horse Archers. So, like, this idea isn't bad, per se. I do wonder if Knights would have just made more sense than the hobbies here, though. Because remember, with the Knights, they'll already beat Men-at-Arms, but there's a tech called Collar of S's, which gives +6 against Heavy. Which means you wipe Men-at-Arms out entirely. Now, resource-wise, we have got MSN actually winning the Relic race currently. And remember, on top of that, he has got mana. So economically, he should be ahead. Yes. They're about even, actually, right now. Yo, what's up, Borkoke? Appreciate it. I was about to say Bawoke. Borkoke, appreciate you with the Prime sub, mate. Keep those subs coming, guys. Got plenty of hours of content still coming this month, and I don't want you to miss out on any of it. Ads get in the way, what can I say? Of our new pristine 1440p video quality. I like the idea of customizing units in Earth 2150. Oh, if you like customizing units, you should check out a game called Fandor. Fandor was very advanced for its time on what it was doing. So you would basically buy a base of a unit, like, you know, a tank chassis, and then you basically build your, like, tops. You would unlock all these different weapons and then choose to, like, configure them. Very unique, especially for a game that was that old. Like, Fandor was so old, it came in the big, you know, the big fat boxes you used to get PC games in. And I think, let me double check. When did Fandor come out? Fandor was released in 2000. Oh, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought it was earlier than that. Well, Horse Archers, did they actually find anything? Nothing he didn't already know, right? He's in the Yeoman. The Hobilars, I think, have remained hidden, though. Intentionally, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Someone's... This is quite funny, guys. This is very much an MSN-type move. This guy built up a bit of notoriety on this channel when he had a very interesting game up against Dumu on... Do you guys remember Golden Pit? Where I believe it was Abbasids versus... I can't remember what the Civ was on the other side. I think it was like Iobids. MSN was playing Iobids, and he flooded 40 horsemen into Dumu's base to wipe the army. It was so unusual, but really on cue. MSN loves finding horseman strats. And we have got the crossbow switch on the way, but this is crazy from Lash. 35 meta arms as Ruse is kind of unheard of. What do you think of factory builders like Factorio or Satisfactory? I still need to play one, actually, now that I think about it. I've played the ones where you do it in first person, but I haven't played like the top-down type ones. Closest would be something like RimWorld. Yo, you know what I need more of? City builders. Caesar Free, Emperor, Rise of Middle Kingdom. Oh, those games. It's so hard to find a good city builder nowadays, though. Cossacks Art of War introduced you to the genre? That's incredible. I still love Cossacks. Cossacks Art of War, European Assault, and I forget the third one. I still never bothered with Cossacks 3. I think in some ways I'm happy to leave that where it lied. Cossacks 2 is an atrocity towards RTSs, and we don't talk about it. Let's see who's going to be committing mass atrocities here. We have got Lash approaching the base. MSN has got the sync shot available. Difficult to strike on top of the Horse Archers correctly, though. And on top of that, it's 49 men at arms and climbing. Flash comes in. Saint's Blessing gets activated. Only one proc, barely touches, and the sync shot is a whiff. Walks forward to dodge it. And look at what Lash is doing. He's intentionally diving to just target out the crossbows. However, that does mean you're sacrificing your Horse Archers immediately. Instead of the Yeoman shooting into the men at arms, they're wiping the Cav. And a terrible fight for Lash to commit into. He has got the Rams coming in behind with the men at arms, though. So manas are getting cleared, but so's his army. A rough one here. The biggest problem for Lash is, you look at the military count, they're neck and neck, but the difference is, look at the mini-map. Lash has not got all of his army in this fight. Now, tail end, starting to look a lot better. Cleared the melee blob. The crossbows also getting a little bit distracted. There's still 16, though, so they'll win that fight. But Lash may have came out better because of this. The Rams, they cleared half of the manas he had. I'll get it cleared up now. Another tricky detail, of course, is like with map control, Lash, he could actually just go into a Warrior Monk and capture these sacred sites. Little bit of an oversight that he didn't, by the way. That would enable him to just put pressure onto MSN while also getting more gold. Curious, though, like, what does Lash do after that type of fight? I'd say you've done well for the crossbow count you're against, but you lost a lot. So massing just men at arms again feels a little bit stubborn. I'm expecting some sort of transition, and there it is. Horseman queued up. Veterancy's on the way. This is big. MSN, remember, his Hobblars are actually worse horsemen. They have less health. On top of that, you've got Boys 42 coming. Now, the challenge for Lash is living long enough to prosper. Yeah, he needs to reach that transition. Sing Shot could actually be used here. A little bit unfortunate that MSN didn't go for it, considering there was no wheelbarrow. That would have been huge potential, actually, that he could have killed probably 10 villagers there. There's no textiles, so it would have been feasible. We have got Lash playing flanks now. He's moving out the ball. He's going to need to for the Vet Horseman play. Berries as well, but hello, MSN is going to find him there. Jackpot. Strikes in. Remember, the charge does more damage. Look at that, 22 damage on the initial hit. Follow-up's a little bit weak, but there's no textiles, so we'll find one worker kill, make it 2. And gets out unhindered, unharassed. MSN's doing something a bit questionable? I'm not sure about this. He's going Imperial. Interesting choice from this position. Because MSN, instead of going Imperial right now, he could have actually pivoted into Spearman, which would have protected his mass range. And Spearmen, by the way, like Lancaster Spearmen anyway, are actually quite good against men-at-arms because of the minus armor. The Billman tech is pretty good. Just mitigating 1 armor allows your yeoman crossbows to clear that front line quicker. And on top of it, even though you've got horse archers whittling away at you for, kite you for ages, the reality is like horse archers' attack speed isn't great. So having masses of trash to bog them down is quite worthwhile. And you can afford it with the manners anyway. MSN. Oh my god, this is the price of teching. The greed. He's overextended. The horsemen reach in. Lash with 21 ponies. The crossbows start to step away, but this gets worse. He's losing the yeomen to the men-at-arms, and now the crossbows are attacking their counter. Lash just completely unraveled the strat for MSN. And to make matters worse, look at what MSN has done. He's going Windguard with just 8 villages. This is slow, folks. This is the type of thing that gets you killed and quartered in a best of 3. Well, I use the word quartered, ironically avoiding the quarterfinals as a result. Oh, come on. 27 now to try and make up for it. Lash has to be feeling it, sensing it. He's got the Rams. He's coming back for the manners again. And great timing as well. Risky build for Lash because if this doesn't work, he's out of food, needs a farm transition. Kills him, right? Instead, he threads the needle with the berries and the boar. Hovelars are at least going to ride in to be a little bit of a nuisance, but they'll be shut down quickly. Lash, hearing the age up, will look to commit. Now, if this had been a Berkshire, maybe a bit tricky. Probably not, actually, against... Berkshire against men-at-arms at this count, I don't think you care. You should dive anyway. The only way I can see Lash losing this game is if he doesn't commit. Because Windguard is pretty powerful, guys. It's the garrison commands. You're able to produce 9 units every 30 seconds while being discounted. And remember what we said was the counterplay. The thing that actually MSN needed was mass spears all along. Wait, but he... Wait, what? Why has he switched across to Earl's Retinue? That's the Demi-Lancer's Hobblars, guys. Is he trying to play Colorvesses? The problem with the Earl's Retinue is it takes a lot longer. It's 50 seconds. Then again, I guess there's no point having spears if you have no yeomen and crossbows. This just looks dead then. I just don't see a way. You could Reboldequin. Reboldequin might have been the one way, but that particular choice, the gunpowder contingent, takes a very long time and has been nerfed, I think, twice since its introduction. Reboldequins are good, but it's not as OP as it once was. And MSN's just scraping the barrel here, right? Like, hand cannon is as well. The biggest issue right now is you need mass, and you don't have it. Lash, he goes in for the primary TC. All mana's removed. And Lash with the key drop to end the game. Alright, that's got to be it. No hope in hell. He shifts across just to protect it. I'll send a few in to just keep this idle and torching, which is worth doing. The rest are going to body towards the castle to protect. MSN, the Sing Shot was already used. It's 19 seconds out, which means he can't even attempt to snipe the villagers. Villagers that greedily, by the way, don't even have textiles, so they would have been killable. But it's up. And MSN looks to be out. We won't be seeing a deep run out of him, and there is only 1 week left to our $9,000 esports circuit. crazy to think as well. Like, looking back at this game, I think MSN's takeaway is the tech up, probably unnecessary. If you want to tech up, you need to be backing up. I think it became a little bit too obvious, and great read by Lash as he was double downing. He saw that, wait, this army size doesn't make sense. You're doing something else. Villagers actually get the torches out. Just trying to boot MSN out of this game as he's refused to GG despite the fact all landmarks are done. Let me know what you think about this, though, guys. I think we'll probably look to upload this as a full series. Interesting one between the two. MSN, I had high hopes after the way he opened that first game, but I think maybe we need a little bit less time just playing Ibid Abbasis constantly. Just more prep time with these other civs. And that's how the kiddo will become a real threat for the more established players. That's me. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Notifications on. And I'll catch you all in the next chapter. This book is about to be closed. G to the G. Lash proceeds through. That means that he will be matching up against Wham in T-2 hours. Should be a fun one. Yeah? Can you guys tell the difference on the stream quality? Big pog. I'm assuming you said that when we're in game. It's a little bit weird if you said it looks like pornography when we're on this scene. Anyway, so 2-1. Let me update the bracket now. And this is the standing of things. I need to update Dimu. He got a default win, by the way. Gully Decker wasn't able to play. So Dimu is actually already through to the semis. Know my luck, he'll want to play tomorrow when I don't stream. And Wham Lash happening in 2 hours means it would be too late for him to do it today. So we're going to have Wham Lash in 2 hours. B Anatan will be happening on Thursday. What do we do? I think we do some pub games, right, chat? You guys want some pub games? Should we find the highest level players and cast some of their games? Yeah, why not? I like the sound of that. Let's see. Who we got? Part of me wants to check Louis' profile. I think Louis' only been scrimming at the moment, though, if I'm not mistaken. What will we have after KPMM? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. I mean, if people got money they want to put into fun and tournaments, reach out to me. I'm definitely willing to organize additional things. But yeah, it's something we need to figure out. I don't have confirmation on anything, so. Check for some China games? Dude, like, you're kidding me, right? Practically every series has Chinese games. Why would we need more? Numenon versus Dimu. I like the sound of that. That's a pretty cozy matchup. Ottomans versus Lancaster as well. Okay, this should be epic. We want to be in pub games, don't we? Wait, is that the pub casting scene? Oh, that's right, because I added in the extra things. 1 sec. I need to unload that and then turn that off. Beautiful. All right, update the details. Let's get ready to roll. Welcome back to the channel. We had to check in on this. It's Numenon versus Dimu, an Ottoman Lancaster showdown. And look at the map. I love this map. This map. Whoa. What is that? Is that a memory leak? Is there a memory leak now on Enlightened Horizon? That was just weird. Let's try it again. We good to go? Yeah, I don't know why. Hitting record just done something weird. I think OBS is being odd because I just updated today. All right, anyway, welcome back to the channel, folks. It is time for Enlightened Horizon, my favorite map, and it should be your favorite map too. Let's find out exactly why as we hop in to Numedan versus Dumu. On the ladder, a top-ranking game here. House of Lancaster for Benny Boy going up against the Ottomans and Numedan. Interesting one. Yeah, curious to see how this one's going to play out. These are two of the most... What is happening again? All right, one sec. I'm going to restart game. That is very weird. I think... Because we've been live 3 hours, there's been no problems. So it doesn't really make much sense why it's kicked in like that. So let me restart. I'm keeping an eye out because, like, the weird thing is it's lagging like that, but there was 0 dropped frames. Very weird. Let me restart game and then we'll hop in. Yeah, I mean, him okay comes in with his cringe comment that makes no sense considering we've been live 3 hours with no issues. But it's the moment I hit the record button. And we aren't capped out. We've got like 600 gigabytes free on the hard drive, so it's not that. AMD cards have principles unlike Nvidia. They don't allow you to stream 2 whole games in a row. Okay, that they do that with that is a comment, mate. Oh my god. That is a comment of the day right now. Why 1440p quality is restricted? It's not available everywhere in the world. But you know what? Those cards can be. Be sure to check out that link, by the way. !AMD if you want to check out some of the best graphics cards and CPUs you can get on the market. Already in some built-up PCs. And also, by the way, there's a giveaway right now for the new 9060 XT. If you want a little bit more of a budgeted card that works very well, AMD have delivered their 90 series graphics cards for sure. I'd say they won this generation with the uptick in performance. There's a giveaway going on right now, so you could win one for free. ! Giveaway to get the info on that. But let me now try and hop into game. And see if we are Gucci, Dolce, and Gabbana. Yeah, so the thing with the 1440p, it's not available everywhere in the world. It's in beta mode and not everywhere has it. YouTube's still not getting links? Here you go. We'll get you the link. Here's the giveaway link. Oh, did I not add it to the comments on the YouTube video? I must have forgotten to. I normally do. So here you go, guys. So YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Are you guys getting, like, is YouTube smooth, by the way? I think it was a buffering issue caused with the multi-streaming, probably. But, like, it shouldn't really be a problem. We have more than enough upload to do both. Which is why I'm curious why it's being that way. But it's got me a little bit paranoid. Let's hop into game, though. Because it's possible, like, it's definitely capping out the GPU, right? Yeah. Because, like, the thing is, the challenge is, I'd love to be able to use the CPU to offload some of the encoding. But with, like, GPUs are more efficient for encoding in general. But, like, obviously, we're basically, we're streaming multiple formats. So we're doing, like, 720p, 1080p, 1440p, etc. They're all being streamed with this format. The only other thing I could think is that it's the scene. Because that's an interesting thought, right? Is like we switched scenes and then we had a problem. That would be a little bit weird, though. I'd be kind of shocked if that was what was happening. All right, let's see. Should we try again? All right, one and all, welcome back to the channel for a guaranteed banger. These two always deliver when they clash on the ladder. It's time for Numedan versus Dumu. On one of my favorite maps. We've got Numedan on the Ottomans in the orange up against Dumu as House of Lancaster. And the map is going to be good old-fashioned Enlightened Horizon. This map truly does deliver such entertaining games. And we've got two entertainers. Numedan, I love watching this guy. I think he's actually built up quite the fan base secretly. He has this cool balance between being an aggressive player and a late game seeker. And I think We can all get behind that, right? Someone who wants to end the game fast, but if not able to, is more than willing to dance an hour-long game. Dimmu, on the other hand, well known in the scene. A lot of fans, and also a reputation for loving the late game. I think if you had to use one word to describe Dimmu, it would probably be macro. This guy is obsessed with macro gaming. And we are going to get the racks opening. Difference here? No. Yeah, okay. Dimmu did go out as well. I've seen a lot of Lancaster players just not do this, but I think it's worth doing it against Ottomans in particular. The cool thing about this is like there's this weird kind of rubber band effect in terms of building into Spearmen. Like you think it's bad for Lancaster to build spears because Ottomans will eventually get the imam point. The idea is to try and tech up before the imam point. And if you do that, your opponent spams spears against a civ that can actually get some of the best bows in the game. Other thing that makes it quite nice is like while Ottomans do get a slightly cheaper racks, what makes Lancaster so good at Dark Age spear play is the 20% increased gathering rate on sheep. This gathering rate was so good and so oppressive that they nerfed it by 5%. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you think about it, it's a 20% nerf to the benefit. Yeah, and that gathering rate, like the crazy ramifications is having a 20% buff rate on sheep means that you gather quicker from sheep than you do from deer by default. Just let that sink in. Then we'll have plenty of sheep to work with, actually. 13 sheep to 9. There is a gap in the scouting areas. They should be moving out soon towards the wolf dens. In fact, he thought about it. Oh, Dimmu forces him back. So yes, he wanted to actually go for the wolf den play. Makes sense, right? That's going to give you a quick ramp into an age up. But this is something that's developed. Like when we first saw Enlightened Horizon, the idea was you'd have both players just spam spears, they tip their hats, and then they try to rush the wolf dens. But more recently, players have been preventing wolf den rushes by attacking the merchant camp. The merchant camp that has got a racks and a house. And the racks and the house detail is important. It gives you a lot to target at. Now, you might be wondering, you want to ask the question, why would you build a house here, let alone the racks? It's efficiency. You want to capture the merchant camp as quickly as possible because it gives you 45 resources at a point in the game where that makes up like close to a third of your economy. It's like a 25% eco buff. And by building these, it means your villager that runs out is not idle. He's not doing nothing. Because it takes 30 seconds to build a racks and 15 to build a house. Now, what's interesting about that math is if you build the racks first and then queue up a spearman takes 15 seconds. So it's a passing the baton effect where you build the villager out here. He constructs both of these. By the time he finishes them, a spearman spawns and you can walk back home. Very nice fluid play. Is there ever a scenario where you see Abbey of Kings spears? Yeah, this is actually one of the maps where it is viable. Typically, you're thinking Abbey of Kings on maps where your opponent doesn't want to attack you. So a perfect example of a matchup where Abbey of Kings is really good is against the Bassids. Bassid players don't usually try to attack into Lancaster. So you can build your manners without being harassed. Louis in particular, I think, has been practicing this a lot, where he'll do Abbey of King builds and just build the manners underneath the primary TC. It's very efficient. So Lancaster Castle coming in from Dimmu. Wait, actually, like, what is this? Oh my god, I didn't even realize. This is a broken spawn. What? Dimmu hit the jackpot. The stone and gold on the same screen? Guys, this very rarely happens. Look at Numidan's base. This is what is meant to happen on an Enlightened Horizon spawn. I'm trying to think if I've actually seen this more than like once. This is insanely rare. Let me just mark up the title for the future because I know what this one's going to be. It's just like Dimmu rolls the god spawn. It really does feel like that. Benny Boy and the Brits. I guess this is his own type of buff. Spear spam from Numidan. He's going to be moving in now. Dimmu, I mean, you can't really contest him here, though. Like, the hardening is coming through. As in, like, Numidan can't. So he shouldn't really even be here. Even with the imams, it's now scary because of the tech advantage. That's what he was looking for. We went 15 spears, but Dimmu just threaded the needle beautifully. Now due to harden, Numidan wants no part of it. Behind this, wait, he's switching? Okay. So why didn't he take the stone here? That's very curious. Wait, is this... There's no way this is 2TC, right? No, he's got 11 on wood, 7 on stone. I think he's just looking to rush the manas. Do I play the game? And what rank am I? I never bother to get ranked. I cast games. Like, I cast 100 hours of AoE for a month. Someone asked me like about this the other day. I feel like with the amount of casting I do, I love AoE 4, but it's nice to just be able to chill and play something else when you spend that much time on a game. Spears. Whoa, he goes straight for the imams. Numenor can kite him here. This is a perfect fight for him. Harden came through. The AoE heal is just winning this right now. This is an impossible fight. Dimmu, I can't believe that. He got baited hard. Dives to the imams and regrets it. Now, behind this, Dimmu does get the space to start building manas. But he's now going to end up losing the merchant camp, presumably. Like, that's an impossible fight, guys. Crazy. And now the blacksmiths. Numenor, he's going into military schools, so we're taking a bit more of a slow-rolled approach to this. Should limit your FPS to 80 to 100 max in AoE4. Oh, I think we're mostly fine at the higher frame rate. I'd have to double check what the frame rate is coming out as. I haven't looked in a while. I mean, if we were really that worried about stressing the GPU, we'd be on low graphics settings, XD. And yes, the Imam's AoE heal, this is because of the Vizier point over here called Fieldwork. Fieldwork gives you AoE heal on top of your base heal with Imams and spawns 2 whatever age you're in. So this is very powerful, especially if you get it in Dark Age. There was a time, actually, if you guys remember when Canal was used in competitive, where Ottomans was the S tier pick because you could force that many spears because of the dot placements. So you just kept spamming spears, and then got the 2 Imams, and you were unbeatable. Timmu has to be feeling like these guys are unbeatable. He's just trying to waste time. Look at the build. So it's going to be trip mana into fast castle. This is a white tower timing, I think. Bell's Guard pretty good here. You would need more of them to snipe the Imams, though, if that's the goal. I kind of like King's College more, actually. It's a bit weird because if your opponent does get to Janissary, like it removes a lot of the King's College values. If you think of King's College for Lancaster, the main 2 techs they tend to go for in this landmark here are Collar of Esses, and the other one would be the Hill Training. So basically all cav based. So maybe because of that, like Dimmu just goes white tower to be safe. Would make him undiveable. Could he maybe even posture the white tower here just to reach towards the enemy base and also secure 2 relics straight away? Who's getting so much space. This is ridiculous. Look at where he is on the map. And I think Numenor knows what's happening now. He isn't falling behind, though. Like, credit to him, he's keeping up on this. Castle's just around the corner from him, too. And he's also already got the military school, so he's got nice scale there. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s if you think Numenor's going to win this game. 2s if you think Dimmu's got this one. Wait, what? Okay, it's 2s. It's 2s. It's 2s. It's 2s. If you put 1, you clearly misclicked on your keyboard. Unbelievable. White tower drop right in the base. Okay, so there is a backup gold at least. So Numenon's going to have some cheddar to work with. But Cheeky Brick comes in hot here. 26 villages for this. The Earl's Guard are already in the base. What a toxic play. Average ladder experience? I mean, kind of. I remember, so I can speak to like with my thought process on this. So this was the map where we played against Warman pre-release. And in that game, she attacked me, so I had to build my white tower in my own base. But if you're not being attacked, then yeah, you just walk into the enemy base and do it. And because of what Dimmu done, like it's very smart the way he done this. That spear pull to the backside, which by the way, he lost them all in the end. It gave him all the space in the world for this. Like, this is why he got away with it. The spears diving on this backside, pulling the entire army, let Dimmu know there was nothing to stop him doing a white tower rush. Just a very crafty read out of the Brit. Brilliantly executed. But now we do have trebuchets on the way. It's going to be Mehmet Imperial Armory trebuchets. Not something you see often. The White Tower has at least denied some gold, but in fairness, Numenor had got most of that gold, right? Like 800 was left over. I say most is half of it. You have to remember there's not much gold on these tiny veins. And we are now going to get the full mana spam. So Dimmu adding in the other 3. I have a feeling this is a fast imp build. He hasn't produced a single unit yet. I wonder. I wonder if Numenor knows what's really happening and just mirrors. It's not the worst of idea from this type of position, right? Like, he can cap both merchant camps, prep his passive production, play for great bombards. And then I imagine you just get kind of a tug of the war between the two. He can also rush relics, right? That's the other thing. Dumu's done a great job, by the way. He did pick up 2 relics. He picked up these 2, right? Which makes sense because of where the White Tower's dropped. There should be a 3-2 split in favor of Numu. Osgard still being a pit. Dude, so first the spearmen get him the space to go castle. But that was expensive, right? You know what's not expensive? Using free Earlsguard to buy you all the time to go Imperial Age. What is Nimudon's strat here, then? I kind of don't like the Mehmet Imperial Armory Treb strat. I get it. I definitely think you should be queuing them, but active production feels key here. This White Tower's going to take a long time to take down. By the time you're going to kill it, there's going to be an imp up. And, I mean, Dimmu, do you go Berkshire or do you go for the Wingard? I think Wingard is viable here. Makes a lot of sense, actually, because you've still got, like, the Lancaster Castle to fall back on. A choke point fight as well. So doing something like rushing into Robotiquins could be really good here because you're what your opponent's building. And also the mass spears. Like, mass spears is the way you want to be trending here against Ottomans. Like Sipahi spears, all these things are going to lose to Lancastrian spears. I mean, that is the final manners. He's still gathering stone, by the way. Yeah, so maybe he wants to get himself a castle to feel safe. Not a bad idea, actually. If this turns into a mass Olsgard build, which would be a little bit weird against, like, Sipahi Janissary, potentially. Not terrible, per se. A little bit funky. But the idea is, like, you'd have White Tower, Berkshire, plus a castle. That's already going to be plus 3 damage. You can scale that up to plus 6 on the Olsgard. Okay, that Imam's allowed to live for reasons I can't explain. Oh, wait, no, he did throw it. Okay. I just didn't glance it. I'm just too busy getting distracted by the pings on the minimap. Istanbul Observatory now on the way from Numu. He's going to beat Dimmu to Imperial. Yeah, and it's because of the stone gathering. Like, the stone gathering is literally the difference here. Kind of crazy timing, actually, from the Swede. Oh, wait, this is like the battle to see who's the best Swedish player, right? As Dimmu is both British and Swedish. Dimmu. Where are we going with this? The way he's moving out. No, this is not Berkshire, right? Yeah, he's got the key. There we go. So castle drop to secure the gold. Berries plus more stone. This is nice timing. And Wingard, you just build a home, right? Like on the high ground here. A little bit risky, you're putting all your landmarks in one location, but who cares? And yes, the White Tower. It was never meant to last, by the way. The White Tower is simply to buy time. Now, that does mean that he's actually lost the damage buff on the Earlsguard, if I remember correctly. And I actually never checked that before, because obviously Earlsguard's damage scales based on number of keeps alive, as in up. But I don't know if it's based on whether the entities exist. Alright, here we go. Treb. Only one. Wingard's coming in. This is not going to be quick enough to break. Nimu is scaling to Sipahi. The veteran sees on the way. But Dimu can actually have the perfect answer to those Sipahi, remember. He can just start spamming out spears with the garrison command, which will get him 8 spears and 1 Earl's Guard every 30 seconds. It's risky taking middle. I don't think so when you confirm your opponent's imping. Like, once you hit Imperial Age, it's a little bit free. There's maybe like a gamble that you walk into 1 Sipahi. But in fairness to Dimu, 1 Sipahi shouldn't kill 27 workers ever. Unless, of course, you just like decide that the Vindaloo was a bit strong last night and you need 20 minutes on the toilet. Manners will get deleted, you say? I don't know about that. 3 villages idled, but if your opponent's just going to waste all his time here, it's fine. Where's score? There is no score. This is a pub game. You silly goose, you. Boop. Wait, he's not going spears? Wait, what? He goes straight into the gunpowder contingent. All right, we're cooking. With no sort of units to block. I mean, he's got 3 Earl's Guard, that's it. Military Academy is on the way. That's going to speed up the rate at which he gets the contingents. Now down to 49 seconds from, what was it, a minute and 5. Scuttage also coming in. Going to need that considering that gunpowder contingent costs 1,000 gold per rotation. Is Numenor slow rolling this too much? A little bit. But I get where he's coming from. You know, he could build more siege to kill the buildings, but then you have no army to dive with. No autocannon? I think he's forgotten. There we go. Skewed up now. Probably just didn't want to, like, stop the Springles from coming out. They're not bad to have here if you think your opponent's going for the spear contingent. We can see it's actually all about the Earl's Guard. The Earl's Guard is definitely a really cool idea here, actually. Where are they? Is he spawning them out the... Oh, wait, no, sorry. English, not Lancaster. You actually need Raxus as the Civ XD. There you go. He's getting the +2. That's because he's got the castle over on the north side. And then that means, yeah, so the White Tower does still give the +1, even though it's dead. Which is quite interesting. Did anyone know that? Feels like one of the easy things to forget. So, pretty powerful detail, because Lancaster Castle doesn't give plus, remember. You have the elite upgrade on the way for Earl's Guard. What is the range resistance of a bombard? Now that has me curious. I'm pretty sure it's super high, so you shouldn't be able to kill them. But if it's like 80%, mass dagger throws could actually kill a bombard. Same with Springolds, actually. So like Springolds, like at this stage, these Earl's Guard, damage is going to stack up quite nicely. So once he has the elite upgrade, I think you go up to doing about 22 damage with the dagger throw. There you go. 22, or make it 24. 24 damage on a dagger throw is pretty crazy, guys. Because the Springold, it's only going to mitigate half that damage, so it takes 12 per strike, which means if you hit with like 7 or 8 Earl's Guard, you kill a Springold. Spahi. Ooh, good raid, Numenor. Timu, he's so focused on the front side, he wasn't watching his back. Much needed damage. We have got dagger throws coming through. He did actually research the improved version, by the way. So he now throws 2 daggers and it has AoE splash. Unfortunately, as we saw there, that was completely not a potato aim. Yeah, Sipahi are not easy to hit. You're going to whiff a lot of shots. Riboldi's, though... It's 4 Riboldiquins, soon to be 6. Oh my god. What am I looking at in this game? This is such an odd build. Second TC now from Numu. I like this scaling eco because this is turned into a hunker down and your opponent has manners. And you do have like the military schools to even that out a bit. Pretty nicely. But you might as well take the free win of playing the map if Dimu's not going to. Dimu, it's going to be another keep drop, isn't it? This is a very intriguing way to play Lancaster. Because remember, he's actually scaling his endgame comp quite nicely with Earl's Guard. He's already got the house unified at, what, +2? He's going to go up to +3 soon. Might as well take the Wolf Den as well. You're very big and manly right now. Isn't Lancaster better Ottomans while when they're struck? Wait, what do you mean? Why are they struggling against Ottomans? Because Ottomans like still have some decent solutions. I'd say Lancaster usually likes to find a way to get into cavalry via like the knights, demi-lance, etc. You can't really do that against Ottomans, so you lose some of your tempo control. And the passive income ramifications are interesting. If I remember correctly, military schools with Istanbul Observatory is worth like what? Is it 240 resources a minute? It's pretty good, right? Yeah, Janissary is worth 180, and you produce it in less than a minute. So, oh, sorry, 160. You produce it in less than a minute. So let's say, like, roughly, even if we put it at 150 per each of these, that's going to be generating 900 resources a minute. Manors are generating between them... They generate, like, what was it, 140, I think it was? Yeah, 145 times 9. So you're sitting at like 1,300-ish, right? So I definitely didn't give fair credence to the Mehmed Imperial Army. That's actually worth more. You're really not that far behind, though, is the point we're getting at in terms of economy here as Ottomans. This is going to be intriguing to me, though. Elite Army Tactics. The daggers do 27 damage. This is pretty wild. And remember, Elite Army Tactic is a percentile scaling, so that's going to be an additional 5 damage off of that tech. These dagger throws are going to be hitting for 32 damage. With a 15-second cooldown. I like what Doom is cooking. Watch this now. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait, it doesn't? Really? Now, I'm curious. If I check the wording of Elite Army Tactics, I think that's an oversight, because based on wording, it should increase, right? Increases the base and bonus damage of all melee infantry units. It's a ranged attack? True, actually. Like, but the thing is, the wording on the EAT is wrong then. Because it says it increases the damage of all melee units. So the melee tag is what's meant to matter. I'd have to double check, but I can't remember if Donzos get their damage increased as well. If not, it's at least consistent, but the wording should probably be changed to be all melee units get the... Melee infantry units get their melee damage increased. Then it would make sense. I guess you can't really feel scammered with 27 damage anyone on dagger throw. So we did have a little bit of an attempt at a raid there. Dimmu is going to find his way in towards the farming area. The dagger throws are just kind of whiffing, though. I don't know, man. Like, the AoE dagger throw is really cool when your opponent doesn't move. Otherwise, it gets kind of odd. Nice club down, though. The villagers are going to be caught running back. The Sipahi will sweep through this, though. They're pretty damn good at killing these boys. 19 damage per strike, not to mention the fact it's an extra 70 health over the Earl's Guard. Yeah, I mean, as cool as this strat is, I'm starting to think it's, like, cute but not effective for Dimmu. I know I hyped it up, and I think, like, Earl's Guard, like, the numbers do sound crazy. But the weird thing about Earl's Guard is every time we see them, the way they win games is quick. When the games go long, I think the dagger is a nice quirk, but it's not the be-all, end-all. It's not your GG strat like it is at the start of Castle. Now, what could be your GG strat is the Republican count. We're up to 8 Riboldis now. Good lord. I mean, it's a lot of Sipahi. The Great Bombards is a problem, though, for Dimmu. He has got 4 Covrans. Shouldn't be too bad. And these guys can kill Janissaries, I guess? Because Janissaries are low range. It's 3.5 tar range. Republicans are 3.75. Walls. Oh, no, he doesn't get them up. Great Bombards have access. He's into the base. Knock, knock. Dimmu in the wrong position. He moved the entire siege battalion to the north side. So could end up losing a few manas here. And remember what we said. The Janissaries are very slightly outranged by the Republicans. 2 landmarks left. You think he goes for it? I mean, the Great Bombards can actually kill him from the low ground. I think you have enough range to attack from here. It's going to take it building by building, which makes sense. The Robotiquins benefit from the choke points. You get punished by them. Numu? Okay, he's just going to back up. So he takes out the Lancaster Castle, disables 2 of the manors. He's got his opponent contained. Also, he has map control, so Sacred Sites is viable for him. Not for Dimmu. How many keeps are we at right now? So he's got 2 active keeps plus the White Tower. So 3 extra damage on the Elsguard. By the way, like, little tip, devs, I think it makes more sense to probably have the castle count up here than the Lords of Lancaster count. What's the plan now? Is he really about to try this? The most ambitious yoink you could ever see? Nah, he backs away. Slow down the game state, really. Nimudon might be forced to fight, though. Dimmu's coming to him, and whoa, boy, whoa, the Great Bombards. They can snipe out the Robotiquins. Sipahi feeling ambitious here. Dimmu should have an ability to overwhelm. The Robotiquins are moving in. They're not good against Siege, remember, the ranged armor resistance, but they're great against the Janissaries. They just start targeting them down. Is he actually shooting them, though? Shots coming out now. He kills a few. The overwhelm is real. Dimmu, he's breaking him. Numidon has to retreat. More Sipahi are on the way, but the Janissaries just cannot stand their ground. You see the issue of range here. Dimmu is able to get so close with no punishment. Now the Colves, they're moving in. The castle drop is there from Nimue. Great Bombard emplacement on the way, but needs 50 seconds. The Great Bombards at the back could line up for a shot, but the problem is the Culverins do outrange them. Or rather, they're able to gap close by the time you deploy. So it doesn't feel like you have the range to win. Now, of course, that requires Dimmu to gain ground, but Dimmu, he doesn't think he's got it. He backs off. Look at the military count now. What just happened to that melee mosh pit? Oh, no, Dimmu. I mean, he won the siege battle, but he lost the bio war. And that's a weird position to be in because, like, technically, you've got the Robotiquins, which are great against, like, Mass Clump. But what's probably making him feel very insecure here is the Janissaries, like, they could just get a volley off, start sniping down the Robotis, even with the 35% range resistance. And also, as you produce and push towards your opponent's base, remember that his Sipahi count, like, are going to be on home territory, right? So I think Dimmu, it kind of makes sense why he backs off because of an overextension. It feels bad, though, because, like, this is your timing around siege. Your bio is now lacking. And the Great Bombards are back at their siege roll. What do you do against this? And these Great Bombards have 300 HP. They're not easy to kill. Janissaries could benefit from repairing. Instead, Numenon's going to pull the villages. This is a weird stare down right now. They move. Can he hold on long enough to remax on the bio? He's got spear spam coming out. Actually, in some ways I prefer this, but it feels bad against Janissary. The idea of preference is just you get a lot more spears out than Nullsguard in the same timing. Dives coming in. Prodigal shots being wasted on the few Sipahi. Janissary actually tried to break into this. The Great Bombards, they're going to find them! Culverin count down to 3. He's doing it. Numenor has more Sipahi on the way, and the Culverins are dead. Goes in for the coup de grace. Just needs a few hits to the Janissaries. That's it. And all of a sudden, Dimmu, with 10 Culverins, has no answer to Sipahi Janissary. He's dead. Oh my god. But I'm confused, KP. I was told Gunpowder Contingent OP. So was I. Turns out, too much OP-ness can be a bad thing. Dimmu just found that out the hard way. Full flood, onto the Culverins. All siege gone. There's nothing left. He's been picked to the bone. The landmarks are accessible now. And Numenor will win this pub matchup. Lancaster White Tower drop into full mana. Mass Siege Cheese is no match for the Ottoman late game. Otto's still the kings that we've come to know. I mean, it's not easy usually to reach this Janissary Sipahi blob, but when you do, it feels good. Hello, Freya. You got the cheese. Did Mummy say you can have it? Good girl. You go eat your cheese. Say cheese to the camera, Numu, because this was an impressive win. Parking himself for the final killing blow. Let me know what you think about this game, guys. Have you been struggling with the gunpowder contingent too? Do you think it's been amply nerfed? How many games do you have like this where Lancaster just gets away with Imperial in the most criminal fashion? How good does it feel to watch them lose out? Let me know in the comments, and I will catch you all in the next chapter. This is how you beat Lancaster? Yeah, you just got to become an Ottoman main, right? Something needs to be done about Great Bombards. What do you guys want? Like, you watch them actually, like, you watch Lancaster lose, and then you still find a complaint. You're never happy. Never happy. Come on. I don't know. Like, is it about the White Tower poll, or do we call that one the greatest siege showdown of our time? Isn't that like the ultimate siege showdown now? Those are probably the two best, like, sieging civs because of the contingent, right? I don't know. I think probably for like a title on YouTube, spear baits for the ultimate landmark drop is better. All right, so we've still got some way to go until our next midweek muster series. So we have got Wham versus Lash coming up in about an hour. So we can do a few more pub games. I don't know if Emma wants to eat early. Would be an option too. Let's have a look for a pub game in the meantime, though. My throat's a bit rough. See what the boyos are up to. Why did Numidan produce Lancer instead of Sipahi? They cost almost the same. Sipahi are a lot faster. They're actually not as bad at raiding as you'd think due to the attack speed buffer. So let's find a pub game. I just remembered the amount of people I got to sort invoices for at the end of KPMM. Oh, it's going to be a nightmare. Also, I'm going to cry at the amount of money leaving my account. $9,000 worth of monies, guys. $9,000. My wallet. Okay, so you guys want to catch a Dumu versus Ezra game? Oh, no. I'm starting to wonder if the problem with the microphone all along is the wire. I think I've got a spare wire, so that should be easy to test. Weird as well, because it's like a more expensive wire. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's do... There was a Dumu... So there's either Dumu Ezra or Jif is playing against a high-ranking Chinese player. There's another option. Wait, or did the Dumu Ezra one just finish? It might have just finished. Oh, no, there it is. So we can do Byzantines versus Abbasis on Lipany, or we can do HRE versus French on Dry Arabia. Choices, choices. Ein am Strokey Chin. Should we do the ABBA Biz one? We don't really see much ABBA, right? We've been seeing a lot of HRE at the moment. Okay, let's get to it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It does exist. Abbasids actually does get picked. I had to check in on that. I mean, that's a good enough reason, right? When do we ever see this Sith? It's going to be Berry Madness on Lipany, Ezra on the Abbasids. That's not my son. It's a different Ezra. Dimmu, on the other hand, in the purple playing the Byzantines. Now, Dimmu definitely should be favored going into this, the higher ranking player for sure. Ezra's no pushover, though, guys. Ezra 123. I think he's currently ranked 200-ish in the world, but we have seen him go a decent amount higher than that. I think we've seen him towards the top 100. He's a rising kiddo, looking to make his mark on the scene. Also, weirdly obsessed with water. Can you guys believe that? All these boomer players, they don't want to do water. They don't want to splash around. For some reason, the kids seem to love water maps, but he'll find no water here other than his potential tears. Dimmu, of course, be looking to dish out that pain. Byzantines versus Abbasids. How do you want to play this? You're expecting probably 2TC. I think you just scale the systems. The systems are just so nice. We're going 4 XP just for the early game, so we can get through to the feudal age. But Ezra's probably thinking eco-wing, as most ABBA players are. The cool thing with the Byzantines is, like, you don't really have to worry about that. Like, when you scale systems, it just keeps you up quite nicely for the first 15, 20 minutes of play. Interesting. So Ezra actually goes melee wing. Honestly, I kind of prefer this. I just expected eco-wing because of what most people works. But I just don't think, like, with Byzantine's timing, I think it's very hard to say I'm going to outscale them with a TC build. We've seen it with many different things. This Civ just remains very composed. And also, if you play like multi-TC, it just gives them the option to do things like scaling into farms, which are the best farms. Wait, is this... Okay, we good? How very weird. I might look to replace that wire while I go and eat in a little bit. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so we are back in. It is going to be the Ram Rush timing. So Ezra, no chill. We have got Horseman riding it. I like this Horseman build, by the way. This is quite popular. The whole idea is with Military Wing plus the Horseman, you cover all counter possibilities. Dimmu has just blobbed Raw Archer, though. No Limitane whatsoever, but that is about to change after the harassment onto his workers. Yeah, Ezra already netting an early kill, which he definitely needs because Dimmu is already pre-7 minutes level 5 system. Now, Abbasids have got a 15% buff. That's still 11% better off for Byzantines. Crazily powerful. And even more than that, actually, when you consider the olive oil impact. Like, this is what makes Byzantines such a ridiculously powerful civ. Meanwhile, Ezra is going to send the ram. Makes sense. Your opponent doesn't have much in the way of melee. And I love that he just punts straight for the system. But notice what Dimmu does. This is so underrated. Scouts do really well against Siege. They do the same amount of bonus damage against Siege they would against other Scouts. So always leverage it when you can. I see so many players just have their Scout watching. It's like it's an easy to forget type thing. What's not easy to forget is AMD when it keeps popping up like that. Click that link. We do love a good old sponsor here. They got some really good pricings on the PCs as well. I think I saw like a 9800X 3D with one of the latest GPUs for like £1,700, which in today's market is pretty damn good. The round does go down. Dimmu holds on nicely. Didn't really cost him much to do so. You saw the spears arrived and Ezra just kind of freaked out. Understandably so. Like he would lose the archer battle too quickly with only 3 or 4 there. So Dimmu holds firm. Undermesh is now in the way. I like Ezra's idea on the timing. My worry is like the way we're playing here. When the berries run out, do we want to be sheep? I feel like you should be on deer. In this type of matchup of what you're doing, you just need to exploit the map as much as you possibly can to keep the push going. Because any gaps, any slowdown, and that's where Byzantines become really busted. Because the more minutes that pass, the more villages exist. the more impactful the percentile changes are. And that system percentile change is a big one. Is Byzantines now 5 systems into fast castle? Sometimes. Sometimes it's 5 systems into mass olive groves as well as another one. The thing with Byzantines is the change to them was actually a buff. But what it done is it made them more of a defensive civ than an aggressive civ. It used to be the Byzantines, you guys remember, you probably saw the people complain about it. Most people were. They would just stack you with early merc timings. The first merc timing, the second merc timing would bully you, and then they go fast castle. Now, it's just all about the systems. Because by scaling systems like that, it actually puts the onus on your opponent to attack. A 26% eco buff this early on, still quite noteworthy. Even at 20 villages, like a 26% eco buff is equal to another 5 villages. So you have to do something about it. Nice little strike in there. Ezra did get himself a second worker kill. Wait, you guys get mad at Twitch comments? If I got mad at all Twitch comments, MOK would have been banned years ago. So Dimmu's going to continue to blob. Because Ezra is kind of keeping him tandem. But remember, it's not bad in a 1TC, 1TC to keep building. Olive Grove's likely going to be on the menu soon. He has got the back berries. He could try to move for the south side, actually. There's even an easy way to kind of wall here with a natural terrain to protect you. Ezra, we've got a sneak on. One that Dimmu is entirely unaware of. He's wrapping all the way around the back. Dimmu, he does know that there's an exposure point here. He just won't really be expecting it to be used like this. Only 3 villages out on the berries, mind you, so not too much to be extracted. But it would start to build a quite noteworthy lead here. Ezra is already about 2.5 villages ahead. An outpost. Oh, the game sense from Dimmu is on point, but the timing is wrong. Outpost is going to be too late. Ezra will grab the free. Nicely played. Could even think about denying the cistern. Doesn't want to hang around, though. I think even with the scout here, it just feels too risky because of the locations. A lot of choke points where your opponent could cut off the retreat. All right, Ezra, this game's looking pretty good right now. Honestly, I think you could probably start to scale towards the next age. Not quickly, but slowly. Because you're going mass archers anyway, and the whole idea is you get a huge power spike in castle with the composite bows. Has played down to the deer as well. What do you do here as Dimmu? He's gathering extra stone, but I think that's just from constructing more than gathering. 2TC would feel a little bit crazy right now. You can see that Ezra is still double barreling down the middle. The Lombo group is scaling, and I think that's the most important detail here, folks. Lombos can win this game. Got to be careful not to lose them. Dimmu does leave them behind as they shoot in retaliation. Wait, Dimmu? Whoa, okay, that was a little bit of a hang around too long moment. Melee armor as well from Ezra. He's getting all the tools. Ezra wants to kill him in feudal, doesn't he? Which is interesting. I think you'll find a lot of players when they build this slight lead, they'll probably look for some sort of eco upside off the back of it. Not Ez. I mean, it's kind of uncharted territory these days. We don't really see many ABBA-Byzantine matchups anymore. And also, what happened to my wholesome chat? Where's this toxicity? Do I need to get the beating stick out? Look at Dimmu's eco. This is the tricky thing. How is Dimmu able to afford to start scaling towards castle? It's because he's got his hands on the olive oil, generating all these lombos. That's made up the gap, really. Otherwise, he'd be quite under pressure in a game where he's down on villages, etc. We even have olive groves getting added in. This is key to success. And this is what we're talking about, right? You either FC or you find yourself in a long feudal having to build like this. But once it is complete, you feel so good. I mean, having to transition one grove at a time doesn't... I don't think it feels burdensome for Byzantines in the way that it would for other civs. It feels quite comfortable. Because the logic here is that, you know, olive groves pay off very fast. Due to the fact that for some reason to this day... Okay, so they used to be cheaper, right? They changed that, but they are still cheaper because you get stone for building them. However, the worker's a little bit exposed. Ezra, the casual dive, takes out more. Now 7 worker kills in this game. Not as far ahead as he should be, mind you. I think Ezra's maybe been skipping some worker production. So does Dimu's eco advantage make up the difference in terms of gathering rate? He's got like a 10% buffer over his opponent. So they're close. Ezra has a slight edge. But the olive oil over time will make this better, even if it remains at this kind of pacing in terms of villager count. Ezra, Dimu, both of them are holding for an age up opportunity here. That's going to come in. Lombo count still only at 14. Horseman not able to get in, though. This is the thing. The Limitane take quite a while to clear. However, Dimu has lost practically all of the ponies. Archer's now in trouble. The horsemen do charge forward. Lombos are untouched. That's the most important thing here for Dimu to win the game. And Ezra is starting to shrivel up a little bit. The Limitane are reaching into the archers. That's going to force staggered retreat. Just a few horsemen. This is actually quite well played by Dimu. Just 1 or 2 ponies is bogging down a lot of fire. Between the horsemen, the archers, is just keeping him back. And this doesn't feel like enough horsemen to get Ezra the win. It's only 8 left alive. Limitane is still up there as well, by the way. Scares him off. The Lombos are winning this game right now. Ezra does have a bulky number of archers remaining. He's never really addressing those mercenaries. That's the biggest concern I have here. Limitane completely removed. Dimu does need to get back home now. He's starting to sacrifice a few of the Lombos to hang around here. And Ezra is actually holding on in terms of just stockpiling food. Has he done it? Boot camp kind of went hard here, right? Like the start of this fight, the mid-fight even, I think Dimu kind of had an edge with the trades. But Ezra maintained that archer production in a way that Dimu was kind of lacking. He now has way too much gold, not enough food. The push is on, and he's wiping the mercs. The key to Dimu's success is being removed. What a crazy feudal battle. Ezra may need to think about resetting because this reason why this looks so good is it was a mid-map fight. Now he's starting to push in a little. That being said, like Dimu, like the Lombos practically don't exist anymore. You're even seeing Ezra priority fire them. Remember, Lombos are better than the archers here. They have more damage, more range. Ezra walks away. Dimu. Could this have just given him the key to the kingdom in a weird way is what I'm wondering. Because the fights look okay for Ezra now, right? But this isn't really an army that can dive the base. And of these 2 civs, which one can rush castle clearer? That's the interesting thought experiment. Dimu does need to fix his food, but look at the groves. They've been increasing in count while this is happening. Last one left with a horseman. That is going to scare Ez away. And what is up, Scarecrow? I see you with the sub, mate. Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm impressed by Ez here. We said that he's ranked, like, what? He's ranked 268th in the world right now. Playing against a top 10 player on the ladder. With Abbasids against Byzantines as well, remember. With 1 TC Abbasids. We're not seeing any cheesy, I've got loads of eco or anything like that. It's just raw bloodbath. Now, the eco has scaled to the point where that extra 10% we mentioned is starting to matter. Remember, it's 15% from the Golden Age versus 26% from the Systems. Dimu, he's even now playing out onto the berries and the deer. That explains why he kept producing. So Dimu had like 2 choices, right? You hunker down, build more farms, don't need as much military because you go for attack. Instead, he's playing map, which means he has to keep fighting. I think Ezra, did he get a glimpse of that? He might have seen the system just about, or the villager on the deer. Does Ezra not like playing Castle Age? Starting to think he doesn't. Well, it's also tricky because we talked about things like comp sabos being really good, but one thing you have to respect is Byzantines get their tech up so much quicker than you. Puts you in pretty awkward bind, right? Like veterans you can kick in less than 24 seconds, while you'll still be weighing 45 plus, even with the Golden Age 2. There's a pushback again. Looks like we got a swell up in horseman count from Dimmy. One thing that does worry for me with Ez is he has no long-term food source. Lipany has a lot of food, but eventually, at some point, you have to say, okay, I need farms. And that's where Dumu's at least had some foresight there. He's got 10 farms already. All right, ones if you think Dumu's going to win this game, twos if you think Ezra is. Because this game just keeps getting more and more interesting. It's quite weird how interesting it's remained for a game that has just been archer spam. But it's the dance around the idea of teching that makes it intriguing. Dimu now even getting Bloomery, actually. That's interesting because he's been missing out on some damage for a long time. Remember, Ezra consistently has had that melee armor. Ezra now diving in towards the farms. Almost gets another worker kill. Like every little counts at this stage. More Limitane have been littered in by Dimu. Trying to bait this horseman out of position. And oh my god, the wave he held back. Ezra didn't see this coming. Looks to retreat, but the horseman already in. He's trying to cut off the retreat. He's getting in the way. Mainly stock hitting into ponies. Dimu, though. Can he actually break this? Military lead now exists for him. It's scaling. And Ezra, has he reached breaking point? He still has the archer advantage, but not for long. The horseman got melted. 3 versus 15 now. Charge continues. It's full melee text now. That's the difference. He also get the +1 attack as well as defense. Dimu will look to just slow down now. Happy with the results. He can look towards castle. And that, folks, is experience paying off. Dimu, just patience and an understanding of the state of things. Essentially just roped Ezra into a slight overextension and then used the best unit for chasing him down on it. Ezra, of course, now playing so wide on the map. There's a lot of exposure points on the deer and the berries. He's starting to think about castle, but difference in timing, right? Dimu can be castled up in about 30 seconds if he wants to. In fact, that's exactly what he's going for. Meanwhile, Ezra, it's going to take 1 minute and 45. I'm not sure he has 1 minute and 45, because here's the thing. Let's say it takes Dimu 40 seconds to age up. Well, then the interesting thing is Dialecticus. Dialecticus will then get the unlocks in 24 seconds. As long as he has the resources, which he definitely does. Wait, you've had people asking if AoE was a thing again? That's where you just get like the edgy fanboy voice on and you go, it's never stopped being a thing. But Dimu getting wins will never stop being a thing either. Crazy game though. Like, I gotta give a lot of props to Ezra. I think he played this really well. Reminder, this is a ranked 260, 267 player up against the top 10 consistently. And although in the end it did turn into a bit of a wash, Ezra really was doing a great job keeping up with the micro of Dimu. Just unfortunately, this matchup, I think the longer the feudal goes, the better it gets for Byzantines. So for Ezra, the big challenge here was trying to find a way out of the limbo, and he wasn't able to do that. G to the G, Mr. Ezra Poop. Dimu boy gets another win though. Yo, what is up, bag hunting baby? Wait, should I be concerned about that? Hold on a sec. What? Is that just like one of those misunderstood names? Or do you literally just walk around with a giant bag and snatch people's babies? I'm concerned. But who's my favorite player currently to watch? B's always been a very good one. I think Louis remains for me the most interesting one. Louis and CSO. I think Chinese Age of Empires 4. Probably because they play their own kind of version of the meta in a way is the most interesting for me. Your vills failed to build your second stable? Really? You think Abba's just dead since this, the biz system buff? I thought after you got those 4 or 5 worker kills, I actually thought you were just going to like go for a little bit of greed yourself, to be honest. A baby who hunts bags. Oh, that makes more sense. Got you. Well, you've given me the bag. Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you, thank you. So, I wonder, do we have any other interesting games on the ladder right now? We've still got a little bit of time until our next series. So remember, guys, we've got Wham versus Lash coming up in about an hour. I will look to eat before that. I don't think you guys want a Knights Templar mirror, right? You guys don't like mirrors. You won against Corv in the tournament? Nice. I didn't see that. That's cool, dude. Do you feel like... I'm curious, Ezra. Do you feel like your micro is there, but maybe it's like the instinct or maybe the wider game strat where like it gets bogged down, if that makes sense? But like you're trying to figure that out, you know what I mean? Because it's very challenging to do that on the fly in the moment, right? It's very easy afterwards to go, oh, right, I should have done this or that or that or this. Strategy sucks. That's fair. I could tell that you love micro because you're obsessively enjoyful of, and if that's the word, not really the word I'm looking for. You obsessively enjoy water, right? That's the first thing I remember about you because you had like, when we had water maps in, you were over the moon. All right, 1 second. Let me have a look here. So what I might do, I think food's going to be ready very soon. So I might go eat in a sec. And then we'll come back and do more. That sound good, guys? Because we've got more live series, like I said. We've got the Wham versus Lash one. Which might be what we round out the day with. But what we'll do, like, so that I'm well powered for that, because if you don't know, we're already 4 hours in and we'll begin to get hungry. What we do is we usually put a game up, an entertainment game for you guys to watch, so that I can go eat, and then when I come back, you guys get more incredible Age of Empires 4. It's a pretty good deal. So let me have a look and see what we got. I won't do something from like the last week, so like you guys have something different and entertaining to watch, right? Wanna know? It's grand. Ooh, that's a good one. B versus Louis MT. That was an epic game, actually. Yeah. Okay, guys. So, I'm going to eat. When I come back, we have got Wham versus Lash happening live. You do not want to miss this one. It's going to be epic to see who's going to be up against Dumu in the semifinals. B versus Anatan, by the way, will be happening on Thursday. A reminder that I will post out the starting time. It's usually around about like 2 p.m.-ish. 3 p.m.-ish UK time is when the Grand Finals Thursday starts. And we have got Hims Cup coming in again on Friday. I need to actually invite players. I just remembered. I've been a little bit late on that at the moment. But it's because we might have like a switch up on what we're marketing for them this month. So I'm figuring out those details. But enjoy the game. When I'm back, more live series. But this one, like I said, it's a good match. I really enjoyed watching this one and casting at the time. So have fun with it. Finals time! Welcome back to Midweek Muster, edition number 20, a B versus Louis MT Grand Finals. Interesting stats for you. Louis MT has been denied many a time here. He has actually been in the Grand Finals now. This will be the 6th time in all the editions of Midweek Muster combined. He's only ever thrusted the trophy once. That was the unique format of All-Stars. B, on the other hand, is chasing a 5th Midweek Muster victory title here. It all kicks off on Relic River to start us. Mongols up against French. We've seen the Mongols actually be a really phenomenal pick on this map, guys, because of the fish. A lot of players have started to lean towards this in the last 3 days. Shoreline fish on the south side were 3,000 food. I wonder, Does Louis just go pro scouts in this matchup? Because there's an interesting thing here, guys, about Mongols from B. And, whoa, okay, that was an interesting choice. He chose the gold and the berries. Ah, the deer, yeah. So what I'm wondering here, guys, is actually B likes going pro scouts even with fishing. It's so greedy that he usually gets away with it. I wonder if he'll try it this game. Like, it just might be tempting to deer shove and then make Louis play pro scouts instead, because what I've been seeing recently is pro scouts feels like it actually just sets you up for defeat against all ins. Which actually I think is fair. I think that's how it should be. You can't believe I didn't go for the fact that Louis MT beat B last time they met up. That's right. This is a grudge match in a way. B's definitely been a bit more consistent making the deep runs, but Louis MT, last time he did frost the trophy, it was by walking over B's trample body. Interesting thing about that one, actually. Midweek Muster All-Stars, the grand finals? It was... What's the diplomatic word I'm looking for? A bit of a wash. So we done a best of 11 format, and Louis MT won 6-2. Scary Beast. Kind of a preview, actually, of him going into 2025. I think Louis MT is definitely the one that people have a lot of eyes on. And Atan, of course, another one that comes to mind. He's not going to be here in the grand finals because B already beat him. And I think actually B is the one that people are question marking right now. When you look at him in tournaments, S-tier tournaments, he does reasonably well. But I think in some ways, at least when you look at midweek musters and how consistent he's there, maybe people feel like he's falling short of expectations. We've got Elite Classic 3 just around the corner, so it would be the perfect time for him to start proving people wrong. Did Louis get like 0 sheep? He got 12. They're just hidden by it. They're inside the compound. They're safer that way. Yeah, like how can you hit these villagers? Look, they're inside. So other side of it is going to be 12 sheep. So 12-12 split, but remember there's fishing as well. And look at the gold gathering as is. It's not like crazy economy burdening, so no rush towards pro scouts. It feels like we're looking at, yeah, wheelbarrow into night timing. Normally, when you see someone go wheelbarrow, they're unlikely to be going pro scouts. These two techs kind of contradict each other's role, if that makes sense. If you have deer, you don't need to move. So why do you need wheelbarrow? Especially when you're playing French, because French is just going to want to spam knights. So all you need is food and gold. Once your gold workers are in position, they're optimal. It's not really worth wheelbarrow as much. Whereas tree lines are really where wheelbarrow feels better. Deer still on the other side for B. His own little version of wheelbarrow. Another nice thing about this build that I think just makes it so comfortable for Mongols. Because you know your opponent doesn't want to rack spam you, you're able to set up this dock without harassment. But you're never going to pass on the Uvu. The Uvu is just so invaluable at this stage, adding in 70 stone a minute. But what it means is when you do this type of build, by the time you do tech up, you can do things like a double Keshik pump twice. And that's important because you're about to get into a heavy cav number race. If you can get ahead of the French, they can't actually fight you. Because if there's more Keshiks than there are knights, there's always going to be a Keshik that can just keep sustaining and healing past. With a little bit of micro, it just puts you a big disadvantage. So first knights to get queued up. 500 gold now. Could just be a consistent knight pump, but the 600 wood's got me curious. What would be kind of crazy here is if you actually open the racks. Okay, it's going to be the racks from B. So does he go racks Keshik though? It does feel like a more powerful comp. Normally I feel like Mongols are more inclined to go archers because of the deer stone, because it gives them more range. Oh, he's going to be sniping down with the deer. Okay, he is actually going to go pro scouts. So I wondered if it was going to be about the secondary and third knight. It's not. It's just raw rushing scouts. So the reason why you want to put this many people in wood is to get good timing on like the second stables, so you can then balance scout spam with knight spam. I wonder if B is going to mirror. 5 on gold, no signs of Keshiks. I think we've got a pro scouts wall. All right, what was predictions like? 60% for Louis, so fairly balanced, like nothing too crazy. What civ do you think is secretly good on Relic River, by the way? Like, we've seen some very potent picks. I think Delhi have looked really good, and Lord Paul's coming in. Mongols, I think, are looking pristine. I think the thing that's nice about Mongols is, especially in like this week's map draft, where else do you really want to pick them? Outside of that, Knights Templar aren't too bad because of the multi-sacred site choices. I want to say those are my front runners. H3 is good since you can push deer and fast castle. The deer's not always guaranteed to be like insanely close though, right? Sometimes it's a bit weird in its position because it can be a 4 deer, and 4 deers are more easily lameable. The only issue with maybe fast castle is all the maps are central bound. So you know, if your opponent's playing feudal, he can, let's say, more easily block all relics. Whereas compared to like Dry Arabia, if you get an all-in opponent, you fast castle, you at least end up with 1 relic behind your base, so you have like a safety net. All right, there we go. We're back in the action. Apologies for the pause, folks. Yeah, so if there's any bitrate artifact issues, that's more like a limitation of Twitch and how much bitrate you can push. There's not really anything I can do about that until Twitch decides to start letting us push higher bitrates, which they're still not doing. So archery range now coming in. Like legit, if you want that changed, I always encourage this to the masses. You should be atting Twitch as to why they are skimping so much on what streamers can do. Only a select handful of streamers has access to the apparent beta 4K streaming option. And even that has a weird bitrate limitation. It's kind of dopey because like other platforms are allowing over 4 times the bitrate. I'm getting the bitrate at 1. I can see it in OBS. We're constantly around like 8,000 kbps, which is basically on the threshold of Twitch molding our bit push. So, looks like Pro Scouts is dragging back the goodies. And B, we've got Magadai opening. Yeah, this is great. This is a really good denier against Pro Scouts. Unfortunately, Louis is already switching to Archers, which should be the answer. Usually the trickiness of using Archer against Magadai is you can't keep up with them. But it's good in this situation because what Louis wants is linear. Move 1 location, guard it, shoot, move. It's not like you've got a widespread economy that you need to protect on all your flanks. Like old French style before Pro Scouts, Magadai would have been better because you find them out in the deers. Here, it feels weak. How's French not head on villages? The Mongol fishing boats. So I wonder, does he just go back to archers now that he sees that it's archer bolt? Because your archers are better. With the Khan Hunter, you have better range. Ah, no. See, the one game where I don't mention it is the game where he's going to do it, isn't it? This is fast in. Look at the macro. The docks only now getting harassed. It's low harassment, really. Just 3 torches so you can kind of kite it a bit. Up to 5 becomes problematic. Louis can burn this down. He needs to be a bit careful, though, because of demo ships, and I think that's why he's backing away. Okay, B does reinvest, so we do have cash ships. I think the concern of doing fast imp here against French is they have a very good bloat point into Knights. And there's no hesitation to dive. Like, if this is Roost, for example, and they go Knights, you, like, suffer pain from 1 dive, but then after that, they're almost dead. French is more jarring. Any civ that has feudal healing is going to be a bit more consistent with pressure. Interesting. Was he worried Louis was going to come out into the pond? Yeah, so I feel like this was paranoia about Louis fishing as well. So he just guarantees that's not going to happen. Meantime, towards the base. Louis fishing for targets. Deerstone does make this difficult though. And Wheelbarrow is going to follow up. Love that from B. A lot of players playing Mongols will be greedy. They won't go Wheelbarrow, but there's 2 reasons here. One is you are inevitably going to end up having to come out to the second gold at some point. 2 is it gives you enough movement speed to essentially dodge Knights. Against Knights, it would be a quick way to GG with fast imp. Not necessarily. So the whole concept, we had someone on YouTube asking about this recently. They were like, you know, I've tried fast imp Mongols, it never worked. They always all imp me. So fast imp Mongols, I feel like it's rarely a default you do it plan. Fast imp Mongols is more of a dynamic play, which is why it's just like looked a lot better at the highest levels. You have to access the possibility. And you do that by forcing weird reactions. So going Magadai is like intentional to try and slow your opponent down with just archers and knights. It also keeps them defensive. If your opponent's defensive, you get away with techs. That's why Magadai is so impactful. And then the cool thing is if you keep them alive, this scales really well to bodyguard you in castle and then come online as your real combo. Instead, though, is going to be bloody in the Keshiks. That's for food, it makes sense. Problem is, he hasn't really stopped the pro scouts from getting the goodies home. He has mirrored at least, so he can match pace, and with the fish, he should be capable of more heavy cap. Ooh. I like the idea of B just kind of extending this age between them and going for it. It's risky because Louis can mirror Royal Institute for his own benefits. But with Elegant Micro, like the damage increase, the extra heal, you can hold pretty firmly for it. Especially considering that Louis has gone pretty hard into archers. It's not like he's just raw knighted. I think French is the best color. I can just imagine them being like... The yellow from the Fleur de Lis does look very weird against the pink. Right? It doesn't... Barely noticeable. But, gotta give it to him. The feathered hats are beautiful. Look at that. Look what he's doing. Little tip for people, don't get touched by this. It's not just the Lance Charge does more, it guarantees you won't get a turn for it because of the buff damage. So by delaying it and forcing it on cooldown, you can then try to commit. And it's less a pain point if you don't get your charge. Because now, like, the melee off is more easy. Imagine running a pink French horse in the 1500s. It would feel badass. I feel like if you wore pink in... So, like, if you wore pink in the 1500s, people would just probably assume you're a pink. And here's why. Because of how, like, easy it would be to get dirty back in those times, if you're wearing pink and it's remaining pink, there's probably a fair presumption that you, like, haven't really been in a fight. You know what I mean? Same as, like, wearing white for the purity. Like, bro, if you're keeping that fully white, The ones who wear red are the ones I fear. Also, you don't mess with people who have purple, because if they have purple, they can afford to hire a lot less. Because purple dye was, like, the rarest back in the day. I guess pink categorizes purple, so maybe it'd be similar. I'm like, bro, you can't even afford full purple? Cheapskate. Step readout coming in, though, guys. And we've seen that this is difficult for Mongols. He's about to run out of gold. Backup tech's at least being prepped. Meanwhile, Louis MT is fording. Uvu will at least get superior mobility out before being taken down. What's from Louis here? He's not quite sure yet, but there's his confirmation. He now knows he doesn't need to fear at least for like an extra 30 seconds. Okay, so Louis should not just a mirror. If this is Royal Institute, I think B's in trouble. What do you do against Royal Bloodlines, especially with 4-step readout? And you will need to use the forward step readout. Yes, Louis knows. Any map with like a back gold here, you probably play it safe and go Guildhall. But Relic River sticks you in the corner and makes you come out for additional resources. All Louis now needs to do is just buy time. And because he was aggressing, he's done that. If B was allowed to be on the map right now, Veterancy comes in and he's diving eco. But this extra run is giving Louis the time absolutely necessary to try and survive here. It might get a little bit shaky because he still needs an extra 30 seconds. Yeah, he realizes it pulls more now to the Institute. Fighting the base. Yeah, I think the worst thing you can do is like, get bogged into a fight in the choke points. You want to try to leak over an economy, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Hunt for villagers. Choke point fight now. Defense arrow does get activated. Veterancy for the Royal Knights coming in 15 seconds. Louis MT just needs to drag this out. Villagers starting to get targeted. They are going to be found on the south side. They'll keep running away. Good body blocks there again. Louis MT. He's just trying to min-max this to minimize the losses and get the edge he needs. Veterancy kicks in. Keshik's now outmatched. He needs to leave B with a lot of heavily injured heavy cav units. He needs to get the hell out of dodge. And whoa. Okay, yeah, there is an escape there. Okay, but TC Fire is actually getting an extra few snipers here. Another flurry, so nicely done there. All of a sudden, B down to 17 Keshiks. Louis now with 20 Knights plus and the potential to re-access the gold and play into Big Boy Raw into 2. Looks like he was hit on the gold back. So 8 villager kills now for B. Keep in mind, though, that fishing's going to run out soon. Is he down to his final? Yeah, this, like, okay, sorry, no, he's got 500 up here, so he's got 800 food left, and then the fishing boats are irrelevant. Keshik seem pretty bad. Against French Knights, yes. Because French Knights just have better stats anyway, and then the damage buff at the start of the fight. You're a low HP Knight compared to a high HP. So you immediately lose a giant chunk of your HP to the Lance Charge and the buff damage. It's brutal. You have to outnumber. I don't care if you're like the micro god. The reality is there's 20 Keshik versus 20 Knights. It's very hard to finesse that by pulling back injured Keshiks. Because Knights hit so hard. You are correct. Knights do also get the +1 melee. A little bit less relevant because percentile increase is low. You get a bigger percentile increase off of the charge and the health. But yes, every little Is this a sandwich? Oh my. Oh, this could be a beautiful sandwich. Louis, he realizes if he's coming from the north side, he can catch more here. The spearmen need to kind of be ignored. The Keshiks are the best target right now. Go for charging. Louis, uh-oh. Runs back through them, gets the shivs out. Baits them in range. Look at the health bars. B barely gets away there. Close to being very ugly. However, it's looking ugly for Louis instead. Another 4 villager picks. This is getting a bit out of control. Louis needs to find a way of counter-offensiving. He has got other trade coming, but so much time has been bought. Look at what B switched into. It's a mile ahead on the crossbow switch. And just to emphasize that when you play Mongols, you have to play like this. If he was playing defensive in his base, the game would probably already be over. It would be difficult to get gold to build Keshiks and crossbows, and on top of that, Mongols don't have walls to hide behind. Why is Louis not making spears? Because your knight should just be better. He went Royal Institute. This is all about just getting to the point where you can get the big decks. The problem is that harassment on the gold was very intentional by B. It was designed to stop him going into Royal Bloodline. He missed his timing. He still doesn't have it queued up. We do, however, have a second for TC. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. Free TC from this position. Isn't that a bit late? Because your opponent could go fast in. I mean, he could even just all in you. This is tempting. Crossbows are at risk of overextending. I wonder if Louis is expecting that. Okay, yeah, B realized. Because without the Yam, you'll just die. Counter-offensive again. He's doing a very good job of just trying to find ways of keeping tempo. The Nightmaster directly is too big to fight. I'm starting to wonder. Okay, maybe it's not free TC. He just gathered the extra stone, but obviously doesn't have enough for a castle drop. Castle makes sense. With French, is discard 810 stone, and also you do discount unit production. You would also deal with the Keshik guys. You'd have to focus your economy around it. So, like, you're probably looking at a keep drop over here, actually. 4, double gold, double stone. Would leave the back corner exposed, but I think you can just kind of put that in. Could he actually do it? Second gold vein's about to be tapped. I don't think B wants to do the Imperial at all. come on. Come on, come on. Oh, Louis, I love this. Yeah, just send him 1 or 2 knights, try and grief the dunk. Oh, that's brilliant. Because Louis is much scarier in this fight right now, but that one demo kind of changes everything. Sure, it's not going to kill them, but minus 95 HP, that's almost a third of your HP gone. Well played. Yeah, we get that stay of execution, because right now he has to split the army. This is the key detail. His Keshet count has been eclipsed, but he wants to raid. But that means that you can't just walk everything across the map. Like, who guards the step readout? Great intercept here as well. Louis tried to sidestep it to get out of the situation, but still minus 3 knights. We'll play now under the way for Louis. We have to keep zooming out because we're going uphill. And now, oh, he gets the dive in. Okay, so he finds it all. I think he got hit on 6 to 8 knights by the demo ship. We'll actually block on the relics. Yeah, B has been edging out on that. So it's going to be 5 relic game versus 2 TC. Sensing meanwhile, though, I think B's ready to just dive. This could actually just be over. B doesn't know about the 2 TC. I don't think he ever scouted it. So he has to respect that. There we go. Keep drop's going to come in. Okay, so that's key. If it wasn't for that, I think Louis just loses the game. B's still going to be able to constrict him on the map. And we have got a freeze. All right, freeze over. We're back. Don't know what that was. We're good there. Kashik's are now diving the castle. Arbitrary also a big problem. Needs to get on top of them right now, but that means diving even deeper. So villagers are going to find their way to safety. This is like no eco damage whatsoever. And B's fighting underneath the castle. This can go rotten very easily. The crossbows also aren't assisting. They can't come over here. Okay, so most heavy cavalry now dead. That was expensive and really didn't gain him much. But the problem is I think B's confidence comes from the fact he doesn't know about the 2 TC. He never scouted it still. So he just assumes the stone gathering was a keep drop, and he's got Louis on the ropes. In fairness, Louis doesn't really have much he can gather right now. No guild hall, no gold access. So I can understand why B feels confidence like this. You need to be careful that bulk of knights is still alive for the time being. I honestly don't know how Louis gets out of this right now. Horseman works if B stops building Keshets. Because right now the issue for French here is they can only afford food and wood. Louis has no access to gold. It's too dangerous. But this is crazy. Knights die from the south side, and look at that. It's going to make a sneak for the big gold vein. Okay. And in the meantime, the chip damage is adding up. Dive into the main as well. Weirdly enough, actually hesitates there. That may be a misclick, or was that intentional? Looks like he might be a bit distracted. Horseman, Mango is revealed. Okay, so B, this is where he's got good information. He knows that cavalry is still probably his best bet. Speaking of cavalry, these guys are actually doing a lot of work. It forces the whole army home. Louis, so he's saying that today. Louis needs to be careful about high retreats here because it could draw unwanted attention. Yeah, and you see his skirt. So, pretty ballsy by Louis. But smart as well. On 2TC, you can afford to lose some villages. The gold is too invaluable not to have. Weirdly enough, though, he switches over to stone. Maybe feels like there's no point going heavy cav here when there's so many crossbows. He's not going to be fast him. He's going to be inevitable. What on earth? So silly. This is what makes step readouts so damn good. You can justify this many outposts because this is 6,000 gold. Louis has got back onto his own gold vein and is going to be arbitrary. That's smart. If this turns into mass crossbow versus mass crossbow, you'd always choose Frank. With the Pavis, they're just unbeatable. Cognate going to be coming in. So for B, this is more like your economy isn't there, so you might as well take the extra bump. It doesn't feel great, though. Like, once you're past, I want to say, like, 75, 80 villages, Cognate percentile-wise, it's still there, but it's not as big as it once was. Then again, like, overall, when you're max population, it feels like having extra economy through production. And I think that's why most players have leaned towards Cognate these days over White Stupa. Yeah, White Stupa is also very slow. White Stupa is more about the ability to spam stone towers, or sorry, cannon towers all the time. Okay, so for Louis, his own tech is going to be a bit more precarious. He needs gold. Knights are going to be cycling in again. We've been here before. Yeah, but the primary chunk of economy that matters is moving further north. I think maybe Louis' thought process here is because he knows his opponent has to keep going north of gold. Playing south, like each time you come in and do it, you're going to just get more kills. The army's further away. What's that thought? The army is close to Louis' line here. Horsemen are going to try to rally to the back. Meanwhile, the Mango's going to hide inside the arbitrary. It's only a single Mangonel, though. Veterancy for crossbows is about to come in. Mango gets immediately targeted down. Louis, he needs reinforcements now. Whole age behind, and it looks like he might be down and out. Once that upgrade comes in, I don't know how you deal with elite crossbowmen here. 6 tile range on these bad boys. And a full resource blocker. We're back to the awkward phase of no gold access. Louis is going to try to make this about eco damage. So the good news is because B's mainly crossbows, he can't kill you. You know, he can't snipe buildings. Standard defenses should be his nightmare. Type of nightmare coming in here, though. So Louis with the dive. Yeah, but the Warrior Monk, handful of elite Keshiks. This ain't a great trade. No, Louis is just getting bogged down. He didn't find the eco hit he was looking for. And we're going back out for that risky resource, aren't we? I just, like, let's be real here, guys. You're a French player in a corner. You have no access to gold. You don't have gold. What kind of Frenchman are you? I thought, like, you know, we were just discussing wearing purple and pink means you're rich, but you don't look very rich right now. Clearly, pink is a sign of the poor, apparently. 0 gold income whatsoever. Horsemen should technically be the counter to crossbows, but you know, we've seen Cinder arrows, you just don't care. I think you must be getting close to it. The gold gathered is definitely enough. Maybe. Cheeky sneak out here. Khan does get eyes on though. The crossbow wave is coming in. Oi, oi, oi. Villagers trying to rush up some protection. Incendiaries is indeed there. Okay, like, this is where horsemen just get broken apart. It's not even really stepping away that much. Louis? Losing arbitrary will be expensive here. A lot of his horsemen are still chasing the car. This guy takes so long to kill. Oh my god, he's finally going to go down. And hold on a second. Next wave of horsemen arrive. Wait, B. Like, where are the troopers right now? Light the signals. Gondor needs aid. I just don't see his extra troopers in the castle. In the meantime, it's going to go up. So Louis may just be back in this game. 8,000 gold now secure. Breath of life moment here. Sacred Site also being decapped on the south side. That win condition about to disappear for B. These are now going to arrive towards the gold also. Very horseman feeling fairly tanky against this, but the more key important thing now is his access to premium units. Unbelievable. B now has a very big eco deficit to overcome. And we have got the new tech. Hello, monastic shrines on the way. Not new tech. We don't really see it often is more the fair point. Mainly because we don't really see Mongols getting into Imperial Age. Well, we do, but the Cognate usually ends the game. So this is kind of usually an afterthought. That is going to give them the improved production. Louis, I think he just has an easy route now into Imperial now. You have to assault the castle, but where's the RNG? He hasn't rolled a Hui Pow. And again, you need what, double Hui? He's gonna go for the dive. This is a lot of economy. Hesitation though. It's crazy. I think if B could see the map, he'd probably just be committing a bit harder here. But was it Boiling All? Yeah, like Boiling All isn't. Wait, is it there? No. He's researching it somewhere. Yeah, it's coming in 20. You gotta be kidding me. Like, come on. I feel like at this stage of the game, you don't actually want PP power. At this stage, you probably just take more units that could raid. This is crazy. Louis, probably, like, what, top 3 best defenders in the game right now, I just want to say. This guy is giving masterclasses on how to drag out and survive. You know, we called him the Chinese Beastie Cutie. At least the old edition of Beastie that loved that late game. Ticks the box. Right, this is very reminiscent of Beastie around, like, 2022. Even maybe 2023. I think 23 was the primary for it, yeah. He used to be the master of holding on in the craziest circumstances. Louis MT trying to bring that style back in 2025. So Louis hasn't actually committed to a new unit type yet. Red Palace kind of secures the extra gold vein. Not crazily, but it's attainable. You think B needs more sprinkle towers? How about cannon towers? Come on, guys. Oh, wait, we didn't go white stupid. Damn. And oh my god, wait, what the... What the duck? Surely not. No, he has to cancel. A cool idea. But reinforcements arrive, so Louis will not be able to secure the 8k on the south side. That's important as well. Step Redoubt doesn't have much left in the center. Now, keep in mind, like, both of these civs trade really well also. So, even once the veins are gone, this game isn't over. In fact, in recent months, I think French has been probably the most consistent civ at dragging Imperial Plus games. Because I feel like players just got a lot better at scaling into the trade. It's not a GG point anymore. Are we a few seconds behind because that lag spike? We are. We need to set up. I think it's paused for like 20 seconds. I don't know what that pause out was. I honestly thought we had a crash for a second there. We might be about to crash out. Oh my god, the villagers get blocked. Diving Arbalest is kind of crazy. I don't blame Louis for the slow reaction. You just don't expect that. Traction trebs, we'd be power now arriving. Castle's no longer safe. Can Louis play this game if he loses this area? Unlikely, unless he secures south side. Well, we do have horseman raids. This is such a budgeted French, man. I don't remember the last time I saw French so gold stuff. Game's been like pulling a hen teeth. Isn't this going to be nice for intercepting the reinforcements? Left side is starting to get a little bit ugly though. Castle, definitely not going to last long. Stone's also running out. Nice. Are they going for the backline economy? I think so. B sees an opening. He's got plenty of resources to throw away. There's 6,000 in reserve to reuse. We'll just cut reinforcements. Crossbows are going to protect against the horseman backstab. Cool idea. Red for it. Louis just needs more time. Incendiary arrows is still a minute away. I think that's the biggest problem here is the arbitrary just can't actually carry currently. Castle is down. Red Palace next on tick box by the magical wheelless traction trebuchet. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that this thing moves without wheels, but it's called traction. Wee wee. Double wee wee to kill the wee wee. No, I don't think the Baguette Lords can swing hard enough here. It's just so quick of a kill when PPs get added in. Also, this burns through the wood so fast. This fight. Looks a bit grim for Louis. It's not just the Keshiks, remember. You've got premium knights in there as well. That's the big backbreaker. Handful of Roost Knights really does make the difference. Louis MT has to break off. The Horseman cannot directly contest. He tries to go for the sandwich, but handful of Keshiks held in reserve. Louis MT about to be broke. It's hand cannoneers. Like, you just can't contest this anymore. And the Red Palace. Less red, less pink, and more just dead. That has to be it. There's no comeback from here. Louis MT is about to lose access to gold. He's doubled up militarily. He makes B work hard for it. But there can be no denial anymore. Sick game out of B. There were points where this just looked completely shook on gold. I think both of them. It was an extreme scramble for gold access. B threaded that needle beautifully. Had the step read out moving station to station with little harassment. While Louis was start camped in a corner, praying for a better game. Got another castle up here. Did actually repair the Red Palace. Wait, did he get... Oh, he did kill the Pee-Pee Battle. Maybe? I mean, this can't go on much longer. Louis doesn't have much to gather anymore. He's got one villager on the gold. Good luck with that. This tree line's about to run out. This tree line's feeling dangerous. And also up another hill. Okay, he has got wood over here. Dude's trying to make hand cannoneers now. About that. He's feasting on the gold. B has to be thinking trade soon. Maybe? Yep. Boom. There we go. Oh my. That is a nice trade route. They're already underway. He's 11 traders in. Okay, so he's ticked the gold issue. He also has step read out south. Lou's gonna raid there because, haha, you're Mongols. You can't build walls. We need to rally reinforcement there. We have a switch into horseman out of here now. Yeah, because he's running thin on gold, so he needs hand cannoneers. Keshiks is kind of irrelevant. Like this, just kind of rushing down buildings to the bounty. The gold is the most important thing. It's the hardest one to get. Villagers. Luckily, there's no cannon emplacement. But these things also do not die easily. Does he see the trade? Oh, he definitely sees it now. Yeah, he had the outpost up here the whole time, so he knows the trade is happening, which is why B is just bodying into the fight to try and recover it. We have got cannon emplacement. That should be enough to scare Louis away. Meanwhile, castle down. At the gates of the kingdom just opened. Horsemen are going to try to slow things down here. Bombard's able to hide inside the formation. We do have hand cannoneers now from Louis. I can't believe he starts the goal for this. Into the final 1,000. Beast drop as well. Palace Guard going to start charging in. The cannons are great at just sniping these units out, though. And he's pretty much frontlining with hand cannoneers. There's only 3 in the fight. 4 tripling in, but it's a Congo line. The problem I see here is if Louis can't kill the bombards, he's just going to keep creeping units to death. Well, the infrastructure going down every time B getting paid for that. This feels like it's the end. I think Louis, he played a solid game. He showed you how frustrating he can be to just get a single win off of. The B played it right, man. Impressive with such a small economy, but Louis, the problem with 140 economy, guys, is it's only useful if you have something you can meaningfully gather. And credit to him, Louis done a good job of stretching that idea to the maximum. But without trade, I think he's just dry. He lost the war for the south side gold. His vein's now tapped. He's out. Now, you can budget it with hand cannoneers and horsemen or arbitrary horsemen, but that budget only goes so far. You need some source of gold. Does he try and mirror trade down here? I mean, B thought he was going to. He's already blocked it out. So the only other option is marketplace in the corner and trade with the enemy side, which... I feel like these towers might have something to say about that. The other frustration is at this stage in the game, so many outposts and God knows how many have cannon. Yo, you guys want to see what late game good Imperial Mongols looks like? Welcome. Just so obnoxious. And he's gonna be switching into Macadai? I don't know if that's the full intent. I kind of like the idea, even though it's against horsemen, you can just send a group into the enemy economy. This has been kind of comical. The run by is on the gold constantly. Oh my god, I'm never going to see my children again. This is game 1. We've got potentially 6 more games of this. And this game has almost added an hour on. Wait. Well, this is the last gold he can access. But the reason we didn't really highlight it before is it's not safe. The Rip Pass wasn't protecting there. These viewable towers? I did. Like, guys, look. Yeah, I did. This is B. It's practically B's vision. Look at it. There is not much he does not see. Right, meat mosh pit. He just doesn't even care. Like, oh no, you get double damage against. And hand cannoneers have now arrived. That's going to be the sweep through. Louis with only 6 doesn't really hold it forward to it. I mean, we thought he was going to GG before, so there's a good chance there's like, you know, there's a good chance he's going to GG in 25 minutes. Oh, 5 seconds. There you go, B. Had to work so hard for it, but Mongols able to flex an Imperial Age, and for once, they didn't need to rush it. Okay, there we go. So, also, audio, I've switched the line, the cable. I'm wondering if the cable was the problem. But told you it was an epic game, right? That one delivered. That was incredible. And we have incredible live sets upcoming. Wham versus Lash is due to draft in a matter of moments. In fact, I'm just checking in. I don't think they've drafted just yet. They were scheduled to begin 3 minutes from now. So we might have a second. Let me check in on them. Let me have a look. Yo. I can confirm whatever the problem is not the cable. Oh, come on, dude. I can't figure it out. I'm not convinced it's the microphone. You know what I think it is? I think it's something to do with... I think it's something to do with the USB. Like, let me type a note down. I'll look at this later. I don't know if USB device bug or whatever. Like, sometimes it'll pop up saying unidentified USB bug. Or, like, I don't know if USB device or whatever. You know, if you guys have seen that ping before when you attach an USB, it'll just do it randomly. I think that's in relation to the audio. The thing I'm not sure of, if it's the audio from it's just the cable and, like, the USB plug point, or if it's something wrong with my Wave XLR. I don't know. I mean, we've already hit things a bunch. 1440p looks nice. Can you tell the difference? I'm curious actually, because like if the 1440p is really nice, then what I can actually do is I could probably, instead of recording locally, I could save myself the hassle and literally just download. But I'm curious. I don't know if I don't think the quality is going to be that good compared to the local recording. At least in theory, it shouldn't be. And yes, I updated my AMD chipset drivers just the other day, just in case it was that problem. I don't know. I'm starting to think there's something wrong with my like Elgato Wave XLR. Yo, what is up, Capital GG? That's a smart investment right there. Subscribing so you can get 100+ hours of content with no issues, no ads. You're a smart lad. Thank you, thank you. Some Conquerballs. Love the content of the past hour. I never watched AoE, so thanks. Oh, thank you for watching, man. Dude, that's awesome to see someone new coming in to watch AoE for. You never watched AoE, you just happened upon it randomly? That's awesome. Well, hopefully, the first of many Age of Empires games watched for you. Thank you, thank you. Got these issues when USB devices are plugged in the front of the PC? Yeah, so I've got them plugged into the back. Now, here's the thing. You know how we had a few crashes like a few months ago? It was a kernel power issue. And the thing I wasn't sure of at the time, like, because it just stopped happening. I was like, could it be either a power supply issue or a motherboard issue? I didn't really want to dive into it at the time because solving those problems is like the biggest ball ache on a PC build. But anyway, draft is on the way. So let's get ready to roll. I'll update the details as I do in the live draft. I'll update the title as well. Boom, there we go. But yeah, it is a little bit weird. I'm wondering what the easiest way is to figure out, like, whether it's the power supply or the motherboard or something else. Whether it's like software or hardware. Power supply issues and mobile issues, these are incredibly hard to find out. Exactly. So, like, there is a thing you can get to check voltage, right? There's a device. I tested that. I have one of those devices around here. I tried it and it had no issues is the problem. It's, like, very annoying. It's also, like, of the components, like, if you have to take either a motherboard or a PSU out to replace, those are the most annoying components to have to deal with, right? But yes, if it's going to keep doing this, I'm going to have to dive into it, obviously. I mean, the power issue stopped. So we had, like, one crash, and that was because I think something happened when we updated the drivers. I might try full clean wiping my drivers and then installing the latest ones to see if that solves that problem. Because, like I said, we haven't really, like, outside that one crash, that was it, right? It was just a one-off. One-off is kind of sus, though. It's just weird, the irregularity. I think that's the thing that is super sus about it. And also, the weird thing is it's, like, deceptive. Sometimes a kernel power issue could actually be just caused by a loose component, like something else being wrong, like RAM, right? Like, it's very weird how kernel power issues work. So, yeah, I'll look into the USB drive thing. I'll try and do that tonight. It's annoying because I've got to do that, but then I've got an entire new thing to set up. Because, guys, like, a special care package arrived today. I'm not going to reveal things just yet. I want to get it set up for later this week. But we've got a new sponsor joining the stream for the upcoming months. And I think it's a pretty cool integration. I'm excited to show you guys. But looks like the draft's complete. Lash did end up with the Abadsids. I mean, Four Lakes is there and Phrygian is a starting map. So it's actually like not a bad week to draft Abbassids. Not a bad map pool for it either. So remember, we are in BO5 territory now, by the way. So 3 points to win. Let's get the game kickstarted up. I should actually put some music on the background because I just realized it's like uber quiet. What's on my CPU? Oh, my CPU, that right now is set to Banjo-Kazooie. See that guy? It's Banjo-Kazooie. Love Banjo-Kazooie. So we go... There he is. It's Banjo when he gets the puzzle pieces. If you're not familiar with Banjo-Kazooie, you have lived a horrible childhood, I'm afraid. Banjo-Kazooie is one of the greatest games ever created. It is probably the best game created on the Nintendo 64. Go. Go give Banjo a break. I mean, someone has to redeem the change background, then we give him a break. That's how it works. He doesn't. You don't get breaks for free. I have to buy him a break. Anyone wants Veggie Tales growing up? I don't know. Does that sound familiar? Veggie Tales. Oh, no. I don't think so. You know, I watched AMD over the years struggle, but recently they have not been doing as much of a struggle as they have been doing a domination. That's right, you knew I was going to go here. We got to shout out AMD. This is with 5 hours in stream. I feel like it's a good time to remind you as we're getting ready for the next series. If you guys haven't, be sure to click on that link and go check out the sponsor for this week. We are checking in on AMD. Wait a second, that's the wrong link. Ignore the first one. Nightbot is drunk. This one is the one you want. What the hell? Oh, what's that? Oh, am I not logged into my Nightbot? That's weird. So yeah, that's weird. Nightbot is drunk. Ignore that AMD command. Oh yeah, it only comes up when I do it. That's why. That's probably confusing. Let's get rid of that. Yes, we are working with these lads this week, so they have got a line of AMD PCs to check out. I still think this one's actually pretty nicely priced. 9060 XT as well as 9800X3D. Pretty solid, actually, for that price. I know it seems quite pricey, but like for the 9800X3D, which is like the go-to best gaming CPU, that's a good deal. So if you guys want to check out the AMD PCs, if you want to give a look, give it ganders, buy one yourself, go through there. Even if you're just browsing, perusing, not interested in buying, clicking the link helps out immensely. Big shout out to them. And I'm looking forward to the other company we're going to be working with in a matter of days. I'm buzzing for it, man. We've got something fun lined up. So I think the boys are now going to be setting up lobby, so we've got a little moment or two until we're ready to roll. But yeah, like, I don't know. I've never heard of Veggie Tales. Yeah, it must be like an American thing or something. Like, dude, you know what was good when I was a child? When I was a child. It's all about this. Ready? Metabots. Yes. Dude, this... Oh, incredible. Criminal that it didn't... You know what the crazy thing about this is? This TV show would have continued to exist had Japan released it in the West quicker. Because the problem was they made 3 seasons of this, then cancelled it, then released it in the West, and it was actually quite popular in the West by comparison to Japan. One sec, I need to bump one of my creators because he's just despondent. Metabots was dope? Hell yeah. Never heard of this, but it does look peak. So the whole concept is like, it's almost like a Pokemon spin with robots. So people would build these robots, and then they were powered by a coin that you put in the back of them. The coin would bring them to life, and then they'd fight in battles. Yeah, I like this. But sadly, like I said, only 3 seasons. Like, what other shows were there? Yo, the Gargoyles? Like, do anyone remember the Gargoyles cartoon? That one was pretty dope. I remember this. I kind of want them to bring this back, but at the same time, I know they've ruined it. I got another one for you guys. Jackie is Jackie Chan Adventures. This was incredible. Oh, yeah, I had the PS2 game. It's pretty good. This is worth watching just for Uncle. His uncle alone made it good. And yes, okay, technically they're called medallions, but like, they're giant ass medallions are giant ass coins. So we're in the same realm. What other ones were there? I mean, the classics are the obvious ones, right? Like Dexter's Laboratory. Oh, let's not forget good old Kim Possible. And somehow I butchered spelling Kim. Wait, did they actually make a movie of that? No, that sounds trash. 2019, they actually made a live action movie. Get me out. Okay, nah, that's not needed. Jack Chan's Adventure was so good. Yo, do you want me to do you one better? Do you know what I have? Do I actually have, probably still in the box upstairs. I'm pretty sure I've looked after them well. Jackie Chan cards. There was a card game of this. I have a lot of them. Do we have a big image? Yeah, so this is good old Jackie Chan's Adventures card game. Yeah, like I think it was like, if I remember correctly, it played a little bit like, you guys are familiar with Trumps, right? The Trump card games, where you're like, I will use wisdom, and then you match up against the person's wisdom for their next card. It's a little bit like that. Ah, you know what another one was that I have lots of, like crap tons of? Anyone familiar with Duel Masters? I really like the artistic design of Duel Masters, actually. The design was really cool for the cards. I think, yeah, I love the kind of mecha fantasy I went with. But this came out, I think, slightly after Yu-Gi-Oh! It just didn't really catch on. The biggest problem with Duel Masters is they really basically pushed themselves as just a card game, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! The reason why Yu-Gi-Oh! Succeeded was because of the cartoon, if we're being real. Like, I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Would have survived if it wasn't for the cartoon. Whereas, like, these guys just... I think they just tried to copy Yu-Gi-Oh! Without doing the TV show, which is very weird. All right, looks like we got 3 minutes, so we can keep scrolling and talking about cool things. There is a new one, by the way, that looks... Have you seen this new TCG called Neuroscape? It reminds me of, like, Fragpunky / Valorant type graphics. So it's a cyberpunk game. These cards look really cool, though. I love the world they're building. I've talked to the guys, like, the team behind this, and they are a very, very imaginative bunch of people. Like, they're even at the point that they've been building an entire lore and world around it. This one looks really cool. Let me go across their website because it's got low graphic settings for some reason. But yeah, they just raised... Yeah, they hit over 550,000 on their Kickstarter, which, like, smashed their goal. I think they had a $100,000 goal originally. Yeah, I'm excited with this. I might check this out when it comes out. At 500 cards at one point. I've still got all my cards. I've got loads. And then, of course, Pokemon TCG. WoW TCG is goated, by the way. WoW TCG is so underrated. This was the precursor to Hearthstone, right? Like, Hearthstone, a lot of what you see in Hearthstone was pulled from this. But in some ways, this was, like, more Giga, like, OP, while being better balanced than I think Hearthstone has most of the time. But I used to play pet deck. I love my pet deck. So, like, I was obsessed with the pet decks. So there's a monster, like, you have a hero, right, who's like your deck master, who gives you abilities. And I had one that was 2 classes was their catch. So you'd be a hunter, and you'd be a druid. So it's very rare you could be hunter druid. But the whole idea is you want to be both, because what you could do... I can't remember who they were called. What you could do... I'm going to have to find them and show you guys. I wouldn't be able to find them today. But what you could do, basically, is like you could summon a pet, which was the hunter perk. And then you could basically stack it with the buffs from druid. So you could, like, +4/+4. So, like, if you didn't kill my card really quickly, we get to a stage where it had, like, 30 attack and 30 health, which is ridiculous. Like, you have 30 health in the game, so it could one-hit you. But yeah, Duel Masters was actually very interesting from the defense strategy, by the way, because, like, in Duel Masters, you had your play cards, but then what you had behind your play cards was your blocks. So you had 5 cards laid down, and the whole idea is that it wasn't like a life point system the way that, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. To kill a person, you had to be able to hit their blockers 5 times, and then you hit them once more to kill them. But the blockers, where it got interesting, maybe it's like it was too RNG, and that's why people didn't like it. The blockers could be any cards from your deck. You just didn't know what. And the whole idea is when a blocker got attacked to get destroyed, it wasn't destroyed, it was played. So, like, it would do whatever the action was on the card. So you can see, like, why... It is probably just a little bit too much RNG to be truly competitively viable with that. B versus Louis? No, that was just one game from the series. Now we rock and roll into our live series, which is going to be Wham versus Lash. Let's get ready for game number 1. Okay. Wait, HRE? Okay. It's time to answer the question. Is Japan secretly OP? Welcome back to the channel. We're going to find out, because we've definitely got an OP player on this Civ. That's right, we hop into our live series here, where for some reason my map has drifted below the screen. I'm just going to bring that one back up. At least it's going in different directions this time. It's usually off to the top side. But Wham on the Japanese up against Lash on the HRE. This is interesting. HRE is meant to be the big boogeyman in the block. That's the one that we've accepted for a long time is like super powerful. People say it's OP. But it hasn't been performing very well recently. And it's been allowed for a lot of more recent banning phases. Japan hasn't really been getting banned, but they have been dominant. A lot of players are gravitating towards this early on in the draft. In fact, when we have a look at the draft, you can see that Wham made it his secondary pick for that reason. Opening-wise, we are going to get something different, though, because Japan usually goes for a Dark Age Rax play to shove in the deer. This time around, no, because Lash is on the HRE. HRE is a dominant force to be respected when you get to Dark Age rushes, courtesy of their spearmen moving faster, and their gathering just being ridiculously superior at the early phase with the 40% gathering buff. And do we have predictions up? We do. Look at that. So, Wham. We'll have some favorability here, but not as much as you maybe expect. I wonder, how are these two going to play this? So we are going to get the pond play. This is pretty popular on Frisian Marshes. In fact, why have I selected 4 legs? Let me update that. We are on Frisian, guys. Misclick there. So with Frisian, this is the newly updated one, the one that was concocted for the EGC's latest ST tournament. There's only one trade post in the center of the map. And also another funny thing is actually these fishing ponds are further away than they used to be and consistently always spawn 3 fish plus a berry. They used to spawn 4, sometimes 2, sometimes 6, a little bit random. There's still a lot of sheep on this map to keep its iconic identity. You still have the quick rush route across the center. But it's definitely a very different Frisian. And that's why we've seen players experimenting with a lot of different civs. Whereas historically, on old Frisian, with the corner trade and everything set as it was, most games would be either Mongols, Abbasids, or French. And that was that. Meanwhile, more recently, we've been seeing like Rus come out, Japanese. HRE, of course, was always good for Frisian, but had other places to be. And it looks like Lash, the place to be here, is going to be on top of this dock. So he's trying to take it down. Wham's going to be reacting with the Dark Age Samurai. Intriguing. Wait, what? MT Gox was the MTG trading exchange? Okay, didn't know about that one. It turned out to be a scam? I mean, that's like the weird thing, right? Like, you kind of don't want to control the aftermarket because it can get dodgy, but if you're going to make a trading card game, maybe it is just better for you to control it considering how much money's in it. Like, think about why Steam just has like a Steam marketplace and why it works. It's essentially a controlled system, right? So spear count is looking pretty good, by the way. I don't know if Wham's going to be able to stop this dock from going down. He only went 1 pond as well, by the way. There's no secondary. And yes, he did throw the torch to the samurai. You can do that. It's weird. It's clunky. It's never been fixed. I think technically you could exploit it if you really wanted to. It's just very hard because the theory is that the torch throw is attached to tick rate. So it's less an intended thing where someone's like, you know, laming you and doing it intentionally. And more it just kind of occurs. Look at these spears. This is why HRE spears are so good. You can't actually run away from them. The moment the Wham stepped up like this, his fate was sealed. He had to fight. Spears are doing phenomenally well. Lash just keeps consistently outnumbering Wham. Even if they had the same number, like the way he's playing it, right, it's more the case of like Wham gets forced away, one of the units gets caught. It's that difference in movement speed. And this used to be more crazy. When they first gave marching drills by default, remember, it was the full movement speed. This version is half of what you get. You get more when you go to feudal age. But even with just this sliver, you're seeing the difference it's making. Even more so with the charge, because there's a percentile increase. Allows you to gap close so fast. Wham. He is going to be moving towards the melee tech increase. This is where things should get a bit scary for Lash, but he doesn't have to be scared. He's already on his way up in age. Body block comes in. Wham. He actually pins him. An ambitious attempt here, but one that's going to work out. The spearmen, they have to brute force their way past the samurai. That is going to be okay. Loses most of the spears, but guys, look at the difference in timing here. Wham. Barely any units left alive. Still not ready to go up on age. And Lash, it's already Arkin being prepped. Yeah, and that's going to buff the whole economy. So at this stage, I imagine Lash is considering just going into archers. Funny thing about Japanese at the moment, Japanese have been looking a lot better recently. And one particular area where they've been looking strong is the Yumi, the mass Yumi play, even in Feudal. This is one of those matchups where I'd be very surprised if WAM tries that, just because HRE archers are just as quick, but they are simply better. And Doc's been burnt, but WAM can try to resecure this, so it's best to try and avoid losing the fishing boats if possible. I mean, tricky part, though, is like Lash. If he times this right, he could easily get into Hardened Spearman and still beat the Samurai. So he does back off for the time being. Not able to kill the fishing boats just yet. What the hell is going on in this game? WAM is still waddling out these awkward little penguins. Gonna go for the dock drop. Tech up complete though. I mean, the funny thing is Lash could have actually done even more damage if he played Mime Work. All pikes would have gone pretty hard here. Hardened stats for the Spearman is about to kick in. And there you go. All of a sudden, you almost have the exact same damage as the Samurai. He's going to dive by, though. He goes for the chase. Remember the movement speed. The villager's going to struggle. Body blocks from WAM. Is on point. Well played there. Great micro. WAM able to get the dock resecured. Instead, it's going to be a dive towards the goal. But WAM. Yeah, was he trying to make this a... Oh my god. Like, I can't believe we still have him in Dark Age after all this time. He had to rush the gold that hard. It's crazy. Like, I glanced up, my brain was like, he must have teched up by now. No, we are 7 minutes into the game. And Japan's now only on their way up. This is painful. And it's about to get a lot worse. Lash has got men-at-arms on the way. He's also playing Pro Scouts. He's so far ahead. It's actually crazy that he's keeping up this type of pressure while having Pro Scout. How do you deal with Feudal Mass Samurai just rush castle? Ah, so that's a very interesting one, actually. So HRE men-at-arms spam can still win against Mass Samurai. Mass Samurai are a little bit weird. They suffer in the Feudal Clash because although they have Deflective, they have worse movement speeds. You can just kind of be kited, ignored. And the other interesting thing is when you do reach castle, polarizing effects here. Like, Adachi tech is nice for the Samurai, but remember, there is also going to be the heavy maces plus the two-handed for the HRE, so they have more scale point. I do think that Samurai can win due to the deflective armor. The tricky part, though, is it feels like you have to work a lot harder on your micro to win with that. The problem is that HRE with movement speed just get away from you too easily. So, Archer follow-up now. Liking the look of this right now for Lash. The Archers can't be reached. Samurai are going to be raiding across the other side to try and deny the Pro Scouts, but with Archers already arriving, it's going to be very difficult for them to get the damage done. And Scout will just duck and run. Lash is backing off for the time being. I don't expect it to stay this way for long, though. He just needs to consolidate his forces, clear a few of the Samurai, and then push back across. I'm wondering, like, what's WAM's game strat here? How do we win now? Is it just a fast castle build? And is that actually going to be quick enough here? Yeah, it's got Undermesh on the way. Smart read there, because like right now you're taking 2 damage per hit from these archers. Men-at-arms now arriving. This is what I was talking about. This is where it gets tricky. You can't run away from HRE. It is, without a doubt, the hardest multi-unit Civ comp to run away from in the game. No one is able to just keep this type of pace and threat. So 3 men-at-arms to chase 3 Samurai. They're already injured, so they don't really want to turn for a trade. And it looks like we are going to rally the rest of the troops. I like that Lash isn't wasting time, because this does look like an elaborate bait now from WAM. He's trying to create space. He's getting a Yumi transition going. Lash is being balanced about this, by the way. Spears plus archers in case he's up against horsemen. It's a smart read. Oh, do you mean how do you deal with Feudal Mass Samurai in general? Yeah, like static defenses are pretty good. If your opponent's flooding that many Samurai, you can just play more defensive. Is usually the way. Depends on the Civ, though. There's one good mention there from Fat Blop of Camel Archers. Camel Archers has actually been the bane of Japanese existence on water and land maps. But a lot of Civs do have decent solutions to the Feudal Men-at-Arms. I think the key reason why people lose to Mass Samurai more than they lose to Mass Men-at-Arms is a failure to commit when you're stronger. it's so like in a lot of games, you feel good about the idea of you go and you poke, you check if you're more powerful, you walk away. Doing that against samurais is a really big mistake because of the deflective armor. If you're going in and occasionally poking and walking away without kills, you're losing the attritional warfare. Because every time you engage, you're going to lose 3, 5, 8, 10 health, how much it is. Every time you engage, they are probably losing nothing or next to nothing because of the deflectives. Nice, now looking for that siege timing. He's played this really well so far. Gotta be a little bit careful. That was an ambitious attempt to dive. He has not got undermesh yet, so really needs to recalibrate for that detail. As you're giving way too much damage for free over to the Yuumi right now. And remember what we said about this matchup. Like, HRE really shouldn't be losing in an Archer versus Yuumi spam. The Yuumi are definitely cheaper, but they hit for less, and you both have the same movement speed. And the cheaper would be an advantage for Japan until you remember the HRE, at least for the first 20 minutes of the game, is going to have a buff tree line. The Archon should maintain and increase 40%, which allows you to float just as many archers. Which Bannerman? Yeah, you have to go Yuumi. Yuumi Bannerman is just the go-to. Because the Samurai, like, the idea is cool, but if your opponent has better movement speed, why are you building to buff your melee? Your melee can't attack. Ram's now on the way. We have still got these men-at-arms over here. I don't think Lash realized that he never brought them back. So definitely weakening his position currently. There is a transition to castle play available to Lash at this rate. You scale up to like 10, 15 men-at-arms, and then you just go for the castle. More docks being built as well. Okay, those are prime targets for Lash if this ram push fails. Speaking of which, he's going to move in now. Still Iron Undermesh is there. Remember, WoW has a slight melee tech advantage. Issues, these fights are more about range currently. But Lash is ready to get down dirty with it. Look at this. We've got Men-at-Arms and Horsemen. So he doesn't just want to win Archer on Archer. I think the paranoia for him is if he goes too hard into Archer, his opponent can just go Castle and have Samurai upgraded almost immediately. So I kind of respect where he's coming from here. And no, the Yuumi Bannerman moves the same speed as standard Yuumi, but it's actually insanely tanky. It has deflective armor, 140 HP instead of 65. And it also comes with base armor. So Yuumis are quite hard to kill early on. The Bannerman, anyway. Interesting little thing here, by the way. If Wham ever gets to Daimyo level 2, he can roll you over with Yuumi. And the reason is that there's a weird bug where if you have a live Yuumi and a dead Yuumi Bannerman, you get double buff. This applies to all infantry types. Not the cavalry one, though. In fairness, that is going to be some ways off, however. I mean, technically, if you want to exploit it, it's not a bad idea to rush it. But I don't think you can afford to be anything but mass blob right now, because you can see what Lash is getting ready for. Look at that economy. He's almost at castle, while still maintaining military count to a similar degree. Horsemen are going to flood forward. He bypasses the Samurai. Difficult to do, though, because you're just getting priority fired by the Samurai instead. She's not going to let go of this. No, he holds on with both hands. Samurai line is thinning, but you can say the same of the Horsemen. More Yuumi rallying in. I don't know where the hell these guys are going right now, but the stand ground doesn't feel like it has momentum or favor of Wham. Right now, Lash, he's got the military lead in terms of this fight. More Yuumi need to arrive. The Samurai are still up, and I think that's why Lash doesn't want to stand his ground. It just would have been too much pain. So he gives the space. Wham is losing on raw archer count, but his meat lasted longer. I mean, that's the dicey thing, right? Like, it looked like Lash was going to win the trade. But it's just so much harder to just get the archer play right there in the end. You're going to end up overkilling if you target fire down the Yuumi one by one. One sec, guys. I need to get Freya's skewer. So can Lash get away with an age up here? I think if he had a line of men-at-arms, yes. But Wham is getting worrisomely strong here. He's not too far off his timing, and wow, Lash gets forced into Burgrave. Okay, like, I don't think this feels great, but I think this feels necessary. Because the detail I mentioned, like, how are you going to get men-at-arms out quick enough? How are you going to get them vetted quick enough? This is probably his only way. The difficulty is, I don't think he's going to feel favored still. Wham isn't too far off of his own age up. And remember, he can Yorishiro drop a Rax to also rush his veterancy. Just think about the ramifications. Like, long-term, you're gold. Not so great. Also means you're likely to be later to the relics. Blocks Archon space. Is that true? That's that too, right? You need to remain in range of the TC, because the problem is Yuumi are really good at diving TCs in mass. They get overkilled by the TC regularly, so that you just keep that push through going to hit targets. Man, what a play. To think how this game began, Lash looked like he was in full domination mode. But if you came in now and saw the state of the game, you'd think that Wham has been dominating him from the start. Wham, still just so much extra food coming in. Even adding the farmhouses now to keep the villager out here to gather the berries. Berries being a better gathering rate anyway, especially with the Tawara Takazaiku. And he's already adding in extra farms. Like, this is... I'm pretty impressed by Wham's transition point here. Now the march is back on. Veterancy for the Samurai. Yuumi. Both on the way. The Yorishiro drop, where did he place it? It is in the stable, so he's just going to be transitioning him out, Samurai. Lash. I mean, he does no damage. The veterancy is still not there. Samurai upgrade is about to kick in. Which means you're going to continue to do no damage. Oh, no. Lash has got a decent amount of food at home. He's trying to switch into knights, but this doesn't feel advantageous now. If this was mine work, yes, he'd have a time in mind. But your knights are just overall worse than the Japanese. You got one solo men-at-arms trying to carry that front line. This is a Burgrave build, by the way. You wouldn't believe it. And it's because he has practically no food to pump with. Wham. Samurai count still looking good. Start to march in. Yuumi Aura is still there. And range 2 is on the way. Undermesh is going to be way too late from Lash. He's going to lose too many troops here. Frontline's already dead. Push continues. Let's go shove him out of the map. What a recovery. Wham. Look down and out in that Dark Age. Lash played it so well. But Wham, just giving you a masterclass on how to recover in an uncomfortable early game against the HRE. Good Lord. What a play. What was the score between B and MT? That B Louis game was from a previous week. That's why it said BRB eating. So we were eating, hence why we shoot that one while we prep for the next series. So you can see the result of that if you check the previous week. Like, I think that was 2 or 3 weeks ago in the KPMM. But game number 1 will go to Mr. Wham. Well played. So left side win. For G2, what are they giving us? It is going to be a Rus-Byzantine showdown. Byzantines actually have a really aggressive line that can work quite well here. So I think it's a reasonable matchup for Lash. We'll see if he goes towards it, though. So the whole idea is there's like really good timing around like Kira and all-inning as your opponent's teching. Is that game uploadable? I don't know. It's like weird. It went like this and then all the way rubber banded back, but it was kind of intriguing at the beginning in terms of the balance of the matchup, right? Lash doesn't stand a chance. I don't know about that. I could see Lash taking a game from Wham. Taking the series is very challenging. I'm just double checking something. Because I'm getting a bunch of pings in the background. Yeah, nothing urgent. I can respond to that later. Damn, dude. I got one of my guys who needs to activate ASAP. And he's been kind of AWOL. I'll keep an eye on that chat. Dude's got me worried. It's like a decent amount of money, and we're kind of not there on the thing that needs to be delivered today. All right. Rough start to this series. Welcome back to the channel for game number 2, where we're going to find out if it's going to be Byzantines or Byzantines. For Lash. I'm sorry, I had to do that. Wrong scene as well. So, Byzantines versus Rus. Interesting one. Wham, probably, like, I want to say the most annoying player to have to play when they're playing Rus. There's something about how Wham plays this Civ. Just kind of puts him on another level. I don't know if I'd say he's the best Rus player in the game right now, but his playstyle is very hard to unravel and very oppressive as well. He always finds a way to wall up. He always finds a way to maximize the value out of the passive gold gen of the Rus to a degree that most Rus players probably never will. Let's see if Lash can maybe actually have his number here. Byzantines do have an aggressive line they can rely upon. It's definitely not a Civ that I'd say is stuck without plays. We've seen the more recent meta switch has actually favored Byzantines with this defensive play into mass systems. But there's also a really cool timing here for Byzantines where they can stop you as you're teching up. The whole idea being around usually like javelins plus Kira Siphon. The deer spawns. Those aren't as beneficial for Wham. Double deer stack forward. Lash is the one who got the crazy good spawn for Dry Arabia. Double deer on top of each other. Unfortunately on the Civ that just doesn't care about deer at all. So we have got the system rush, by the way. It's going to be 2 on the stone. And I think that makes a lot of sense here. It feels too easy to give up. You're able to scale up to level 5 system around 7 minutes into the game, which sounds crazy when you consider that that gives you a 26% economy booster. And not just the economy, right? Like, the thing is, for a lot of civs, when you choose to be greedy, when you choose to level up these systems, there's a punishment, right? Like, if I go multi-TC, I can't then produce many units because it's not a resource issue as much as it's going to be a production rate issue. That's what makes, I think, Byzantines very polarizing as a civ, is they can go for this seemingly greedy maneuver because it's scaling their eco. But it also happens to be scaling their production rates, their tech rates. It just opens a lot of gates for the civ that not many can compare to. So predictions coming in. Heavy favorability towards Wham. Rus, I can kind of see that. Like, if you're thinking S-tier picks right now, like, Rus is the most obvious one. Knights Templar as well, depending on the map format. And then I'd say the other one, just on the edge of it, is China currently. Like, those are the top 3 civs in my mind. If it's not a water map, I'd put China above Knights Templar for sure. And the funny thing is actually China can win the Rus matchup quite convincingly. In fact, we've been seeing that on the other side of the bracket, on Anatan's side of the bracket. Just dismantling people with that particular pick. If it's HRE mirror matchup, which landmark should you go for feudal? Depends on your playstyle. You can actually find an aggressive line with all pikes. So mine work can be really good, but it's all about horsemen, so you have to measure whether you've got enough food on the map. Weirdly enough, mine work is actually very good for archer timings as well, because it allows you to get into the blacksmith techs a lot quicker, a lot cleaner. And makes sense when you think about the maths, right? Like, it's the same reason why marching drills for HRE changed everything. Like, marching drills used to be about 125 resource tech, but you also had to build a blacksmith, and then you also had to wait. So blacksmith, plus the tech costs, that's 4 units at least you could have. And then you still have to wait for drills. And that's the other interesting thing about this matchup, right? Is like, you build the hunting cabins, but you get paid back on them. So building them to get pro scouts doesn't feel bad. For other civs, having to build the mill to then get pro scouts is a cost. A cost that doesn't really return anything. You could argue like China and Shushi at least feel good about it. That's why they're top civs to pro scouting. Because remember, for China and Shushi, you build a mill to get a 20% buffer off of supervising. And the tax. So Deershov did come in from Lash. He got most of them towards the stone. And Wham's Deershov is looking really nice. Yeah, little bit surprising, actually. Neither player lamed the other's deer. Was there like a gentleman's agreement? He's like, hey, buddy, I'm gonna let you, you can have like your deer if I get to have mine. Deal. I don't want to have to deal with Wham's crap. Yeah, Wham has been very on point when it comes to deer snipes. In fact, Puppy Paw and Wham, I'd say, were the two players responsible for this huge shift into the deer meta. They were doing it a lot in 2024, and people caught on. Like, before they started doing it frequently, people didn't really worry about laming deer unless they were in a game against Roos. Because of the Canadian Bros, people found a necessity to kill deer in every single game. Lash, looks like we are getting additional system levels, so going pretty greedy and wide. He can connect, add this one in afterwards. I'm a little bit surprised how quickly he's actually set up this one instead. I mean, it does buff the berries in the corner, but who cares? Did he not know? Oh, I think Lash scouted with the villager. Look at his pattern. He didn't check the back corner. So I don't think he knew. He had to walk out here to discover that there's berries nearby and build a cistern. It's going to get on the forward side as well. That'll insulate towards the deer. But Wham already does have pro scouts. He's not going to pick up yet, though, because Lash has started producing spears. Wham, 8 scouts. Do you think it's enough? So the race is on, really. Is Lash going to be going for the Javelin all-in timing? I think in general, Javs feel quite nice against a lot of your worries. It allows you to harass a little bit better early on. It ensures that you can actually counterplay into horse archers. Longbows can definitely feel better if you're not leaving the base, is the difference. But against pro scouts, I mean, can you afford to not leave the base? I guess technically if you can get your longbows quick enough, you can just stand here. And he's even deer shoving. Love this. Yeah, so with this detail in mind, I actually wouldn't mind seeing LB. It is a bit awkward because it's nice to have camels against the horse archer knight spam. Not to mention the horseman. And it is going to be Western. There we go. Yeah, so last year's whole game plan now is, okay, I've got double deer towards my base. You can't actually force me to come out. I don't need to come out. Because as long as I get the deer over towards the first stack, I can just camp this location with longbow spears and then rotate between the north and south side of my base. A little bit unfortunate for Wham. But, well, it's not unfortunate as a tech timing. We just hit 7 minutes and he's going castle. Welcome to the Roos way. Yeah, ain't no sieve that techs like Roos. And the crazy thing is the consistency with which they do it as well. You also have to remember this was Pro Scouts. He done Pro Scouts first, which slowed him down quite a bit on his timing. Otherwise, it could have been pre 7 minutes. Key numbers in. Fab Larp's already ahead of you. He wants to win the mini game to see if he can count the high trade house correctly. Lash. I wonder. Yeah, he wants the wide berry, so we are getting the walls up. Very expensive to do at this stage, but makes sense if you think your opponent's going to spam horse archers. Remember, horse archers cannot kill wolves easily. It would take them 1,250 shots to kill a wolf. So, you know, like, probably going to run out of arrows in the quiver before that happens, right? Do you think that the archers in this game ever question why they never run out of arrows? I reckon the thought hasn't even crossed their mind. I mean, look, like, what's the count there? The count has got to be something like maybe 5 or 6 maximum in the quiver. Outpost coming up now from Lash. Does he look to hold on in placing it and just wait until he's got access to mangonels? The mangonel towers would actually guarantee your opponent can't really dive you. At least on this spot. They're also... Wait. So the Master Fletcher's angle, what we're going with here is these guys shoot the arrow and then immediately, like, Fletch a new one. The back arrows are just for show. They're legitimately just making each arrow as they shoot. Wow, he's desperate to pick up those deer. You just can't. Remember how slow you get, and there's already a group of longbows. You'll just get chased down. It does back up. Meanwhile, we have got Spearman waiting for the Warrior Monk play, so Good read by Lash, actually, just denying the most logical objective for Wham to aim for. And that should be a ban for Blade. I stand by what I said before, that hunting cabins shouldn't be allowed to produce scouts in Dark Age. They're still good without that factor. It slows the timing down slightly, makes Roos actually have to do something. Because the biggest problem is, like, what other civ in the game gets access to a second scout without a trade-off? I know someone's going to go KP the trade-off is you spend 100 wood. That would be a fair point if you weren't getting the resource back so quickly. Made you puke right now? Well, that is proof that NA design philosophy is as meaningful as the gameplay. Whoa! Actually, you can't argue with that. Faye is your #1 memer. And she's your #1 rep. This is where he's like, no, it's Wham. They're Canadian. They're not American. And considering how often I'll say NA Pride followed by a bunch of people chanting USA, you can't say they're the same thing. This is like when British people say that Andy Murray is British while he screams, I hate English people the whole time. Yeah, we claimed him because he's good now. It's not how it works. Either have them all times or not at all. And this glorious Canadian is trying to have all the deer. He's not going to be able to do it. Does get denied on one of the scouts. Is able to pull one of the deer away. Wham. Where are we going on these relics? Wait, did he actually scout the blocker on the relic? Or is he just going for the deep relics first? I think he's just going for the deep ones to make sure that he can pull back the closer ones on a delay. And High Trade House is going to be 138 gold on 40 trees. Not bad. And Night Switch as well. Interesting timing, actually. A perfect read because Lash, he's moving away from Limitan and into Varangian. Okay, which just improves the odds of Wham winning the fight, right? Like, Varangian, not going to have a great time against Mass Knights. Lash is scaling Lombos. Like, Lombos actually can dictate terms in these fights if they keep pace. And credit to him, like, Lash has been trying to be wide onto the berries to justify that exactly. Roos has archers and castle on horse. Yeah, I think they're like leftover stock. You know when you're like, yo, do we have like one of those really cool, like, you know, fans? And you're like, oh, we don't produce those anymore. There's a few left in stock. That's what happens when Roos produce archers in castle. Is Lash only going to get... Oh my god, he's not even going to get one relic, is he? Well, this one's at least still being blocked, but it's been discovered. Archer's now reacting. Meanwhile, I think Wham saw him. No. Come on. No way. Is he going to get away with this? The formation shuffle just slowed him down. It's difficult. If Lash hugs the very edge of the screen, he might get out. And the troops do show up. Okay, so he gets scared away. That is going to be one monk bringing a relic home. The scout did just reveal it, but at this stage, I don't know if you really want to be diving into this longbow bulk. You don't know what else is coming yet. Key info, by the way. He did scout the Varangian count just before dying. So sees that it's not like crazy out of control. Which is really the confidence that Wham needs right now. His knight count is not crazy. It feels pretty weak. Queue up continues, so what's the goal here for Wham? Win condition. Could he go 2TC from this position? Because the thing is, like, you've got your own buffers, especially with the relic gains, the high trade house, etc. But Byzantines, you know, as you scale towards 60, 70 eco, you're really going to start to feel the sting of that improved gathering rate. Especially considering at that stage, usually you expect a Byzantine player to have groves coming in. Currently, that's not the case. We don't actually have a single grove in existence yet. Well, we are going to have those a lot of Lombos potentially, right? He's still got enough for, I think, 1 or 2 more pumps off of berries. And he has got 1 relic home, which is going to generate a little bit of olive oil. Is it better to not upgrade the Lombo contract for Golden Horn? Oh, to get the productions? Sure, you can like delay it. But if you think you're going to be attacked, it's not worth delaying. What the funny thing is, it's actually more feasible to delay going for your veterancy in the current meta than previous ones because you scale level 5 system. Level 5 system allows you to unlock the veterancy in like 10, 15 seconds max. Wow. Starting to get a bit frisky here. He's going to move in. Knights are hunting. Lash finds himself awkwardly out of position. Retreats back towards the base. Knights are going to peel off. And we have a horseman switch coming in now from Lash. So he knows he needs an answer to that bulk of archers that Wham's built up. The Lombos, in his eyes, aren't delivering. And he has to make a move soon. Because the other thing here, guys, is Wham has got that ticking time bomb. We've got 9 minutes left on the clock for Roos. Long time, technically, in an AoE4 game. And a very wide map to try and protect. He has at least got Wooden Fortresses attempted. That's not going to work out if Varangian arrives. I like what he's thinking, though. Like, the wide flanks, very difficult, even when you've got Knights here. Just wants those early warns, maybe a springle placement that could defend against a single decapper. Right now, Lash looking to swing for a decapitation with the Landsknecht. Just needs one touch. Unfortunately, not able to find it, though, so backs out. A little bit awkward as well. Like, Landsknecht, they were just spawned out the Golden Horn Tower. There wasn't an intent. And for good reason. They kind of suck against what the Roos have here. Knights plus archers. Everything you need to counter Landsknecht. Gap close coming in, but the Knights just too chunky. It's not bad if Lash actually has his Lombos here, but weirdly enough, they seem to be on a coffee break. Yeah, they were hanging back at the berries. They're like, yeah, the angry Vikings have got this. You got this. Off you go, boys. Look, you can't blame English people for wanting to keep their distance from the Vikings. We all remember what happened when we invited them in. Okay, maybe we didn't invite them and they invited themselves in. But you see what happened. Crossbows added in from Wham. I think the problem here is like Lash never really found an attack point, and he's just in a game where he's getting outscaled. Despite the system effect, like it's starting to add up a bit, but nowhere near enough. A 26% buffer at this stage is like an extra 11 villages. Meanwhile, your opponent has 4 relics, 3 sacred sites, the high trade house, the superior gathering rates because, well, you haven't set up olive groves yet. So the deer gathering actually competes somewhat with the system levels. Now the over-reliance on longbows worries me even more. Wham has just enough crossbows to contest the Varangian. The Knights are about ready to break through. And the Archer blob is so big and so quick to gap close that it's almost impossible to favor Lash in these engagements. Yeah, I mean, the only reason he's winning right now, or sorry, drawing, should we say, is because the Knights are raiding. And that raid is about to find the tree line. If Wham can force the fight, Lash is unlikely to see this. Mangonel placement's going to be there. Knights, meanwhile, are in on the wood. And Lash, no good. No reaction there. Finally pulls away, but way too much damage done. Now 15 worker kill count and scaling. Wham also finding additional workers here. What are they doing? All right, this is it, right? This is the food. If he can't hold here, he's gone. Man, you see how much he's been stressed in this game, though. He done everything he could to try and avoid an olive grove transition, and it was pointless. Wham's just miles ahead. And Lash is out of food, out of time. He can't even run away from this area. If he does, he's got nothing. And, well, I think that's already the case. Lash is going to need his fans to rally up for him because right now it looks like we're speedrunning our way towards a 3-0. I imagine Lash is close to calling GG. He's got Military Academy coming to try and like repump, but Horsemen are already on the way. Lash has no front line, and the other thing is there is a ticking timer. Down to 5.5 minutes on the Sacred Site. Tricky game. What could have Lash done differently here? I think maybe some raiding would have been what I'd have in mind. There's also that Cure Siphon time we talked about where you just basically want to attack your opponent and, you know, worst case scenario, delay their tech up. Best case scenario, make them unable to do anything once they tech up. But we saw Lash take a very, very defensive line almost straight away in this game. I think the deer spawn being so close to his base maybe gave a false sense of ease that he could just shove them in and be safe. But greatly executed by Wham to punish him for that. Found the food necessary at all turns. Continues to do so now with the boar and the gold on the map. Now with the trebuchet. An awkward time now for Lash to be considering 2 TC as the siege arrives. Treb. Oops. Okay. Keeps the defenses up. Lombos though. Wait, what? They're not moving. What? Lash! Slow reaction there. Minus 10 LBs. And that's too much. GG gets called. Wham is just going to be cruising through. 2-0 now on the board. And Lash, 1 game off of elimination. And from Wham, booking a day up against Dimu. Ishi ay caramba. Not going too swell right now. So, left side win. G3, where is he going to go? 4 Lakes. And it is going to be the Abasa pick. Oh, dude, don't do that to him. It's the Mongols. This is weird. I almost feel like Mongols is the S tier pick on this map with what we've been seeing. Like, even when you've got equally matched opponents, like top tier players, etc., like actually like same skill level, Mongols are doing crazy things. I think like the one exception is probably Knights Templar, but even that's had like off moments where they've been beat. Lash is a rich dude. Is he? So, like, I heard he only just about gets by with his costs each month or something. I don't know. I mean, that must be nice. I operate my channels at a loss, XD. I shouldn't say that out loud laughing. Oh, blimey. Oh, wait. Can we run ads? Damn it. The ads already ran. The problem with the ads already running is, like, when it's auto ad run by Twitch, they only do 30 seconds. Whereas I would have, like, ran a minute and a half or whatever. Oh, by the way, guys, reminder to check out the giveaway. Okay, yell hi stream, Freya.
We're not on.
We are on. Quick.
I can't see it.
Oh my god, you can't see it. Here, look, this is us. You're in your big head down there. Say hi stream.
Hi, stream.
Say it louder.
Hi, stream.
There you go.
Hi, stream.
By the way, guys, before we hop in the game, big reminder that we are being sponsored by AMD as well as CyberPower PC. I got to show you this video. There is something on offer if you want to get your hands on it right now. They've got a TikTok video to explain this.
RX 9060 XT, and we're giving one away. Launching today, this is the latest Radeon graphics card, part of the 9000 series, and with 16GB of GDDR6 VRAM, 32 compute units, a boost frequency of up to 3130MHz, and a gain frequency of 25.
This thing's a banger for those on a budget.
Bandwidth up to 320GB. This thing is going to be a great option for gamers. And if you want to win this GPU, head over to our X page for details on the giveaway.
Exclamation mark giveaway.
To your builds at cyberpowersystem.co.uk.
Go check it out, and we're going to get back to the games. So yeah, big shout out to them for sponsoring us, and be sure to check in on the giveaway yourself. But let's get ready to roll!
This is how to future-proof a PC.
Did it just auto run? It did. There we go. All set. Are we right on this side? Pain. 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 All he knows is pain. And he might continue to only know pain. It's an Abbasid pick into the Mongols. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Rocking back and forth right now. This is pretty painful to watch, actually. Mongols have been looking like the kings here, folks. Now, they are the truest of bullies. I rarely see Mongols lose on this map with this new fast Imperial build, which just feels completely inflated by the 4 lakes factor of fishing. Let's see what Lash can do, though. Bastards is definitely, I think, a little bit of a slow burn civ. I wonder if we can find a way to play it aggressive early on. And what is up, Aaron Paul? I see you with the 500 bits. Thank you very much, mate. When your dad makes money doing what he loves, he doesn't work a day in his life. Wait. What makes you think I love this? Okay, maybe I like it a bit. So, what's the game strat here for Lash? I am really quite curious to this because is he going fast feudal? I believe he is. That's interesting. Makes sense as well because you're kind of worried that you're going to get rushed by Mongols. The funny part is the Mongol player isn't trying to rush you at all. He's playing fishing. This is something I think players at the highest level have gotten really good at, is leveraging the threat. What I can do versus what I will do. We see it on water maps all the time where on shed ponds in particular, people would rather age up than rush out to the water. And the reason is because if you are wrong and your opponent has prepped spears, as Mongol players often do, then you just get wiped. So yeah, really powerful player. I think, it's something that's kind of underrated in pub games. I hear a lot of people crying that Mongols need buffs, etc., etc. Like, in a weird way, I think they do have their place. They're not the most powerful pick, and I think I'm fine with that. But I think the role that they play is very constricting in the early game. Sheep count looking pretty good, actually, which is a little bit worrisome. Lash on the other side having less. It's worrisome because he's already eating through them, playing under the berries. And I wouldn't be surprised if Wham is going to do that good old-fashioned Magadai opening, which has become quite popular. Obviously, he needs to scale up in age, but with fishing already online, I kind of like his position a bit better. I get what Lash is going for, though. Like, melee wing into a ram could work quite well here. My worry is it going to be quick enough? Can you actually stop Wham from aging up in time? Because with this type of food income, he's going to be there in a minute. You're not teching up for another 40 seconds. So you'll have about, upon tech up, your opponent has to build his landmark. Probably going to have about 50 seconds to party with. And docks are quite tanky. We'll see, though. This was one of the classic solutions for Abbasids. Not just on 4 legs. Kawasan, we'd also see these ram rushes a lot. Wait, were the predictions that bad? Oh, no. 2%? Oh, come on. You can't do him like that. That's just... that is just cruel. 2% for Lash. Oh, sheep are going to be dragged back home. Which is important because there's a chance Lash won't be able to exist on these berries for long if this is going to be just 1 or 2 Magadai to open up with. But the troopers are on the way. And Deerstone is really not far off done. This is the value of going fishing, by the way. You can afford to put a lot more people onto the tech up because you've supplemented your income elsewhere. And supplement he has 5 fishing boats already. And it is going to be the ram timing. Okay, but hear me out. Yeah, what if you just do Keshiks? Wham says, why yes? Why not? Look at the timing as well. By the time he completes the stables, he should be just about ready to actually get a double pumper Keshik going. Khan has already scouted this. Now, we do have Horseman on the way, but Horseman doesn't count Keshiks. So the goal for Wham is to have 2 heavy cav units into 2 spears. Clear that, and then you clear the ram. I am worried right now. Lash, he just moved in. He sees it stables. And this is where I'd be panicking a bit that I have built stables myself. If he front lines with the archers to block the charge in, the spears might be able to carry him. Double Keshik pump about to be released. Ram needs quite a few hits here. It's 200 damage, so you need to hit this 9 times. 1 strike in. More to go. I actually like that. He hides the spears inside. Remember, you live or die by the spear here. Keshik's go for the charge in. And it's going to come out of the Ram. But now the target fires in on the spears. Lash. The problem is, it's much harder to micro efficiently here. He gets dragged out. He does get the trade out to kill 1. Hides back inside the Ram. This is working, but guys, there's a problem. Wham, he already built the second dock, and Lash has no idea. No, so he thinks he's about to shut down practically all food income. Not the case. Keshik. Not quite able to get the kills. Like, Lash is being cheeky with the garrison, ungarrison. New Keshik has arrived, though. That could be Spear going down. Archer going down. And Keshik staying up. Actually surviving off of the hits into the Ram. You know what's crazy? I actually think, like, if he deleted the Ram straight away, he might have killed the Keshik with the Archer. Yeah, this is, like, one of those underrated things that you just don't think of in the moment. But remember, like, with Keshiks, they heal by attacking. So when you have things like Rams or Wolves, things that just can't fight back, sometimes getting rid of them can be better. Usually with Wolves, not so much, because it can open up a raid. But that Ram wasn't going to do anything else, right? And it's not like it was dragging attention elsewhere to buy you time, right? It's not like it was saving an archer running away the other direction. Wait, is Lash just doing Raw Horseman Flood? He did just set up the fishing, but he's early days. So that's kind of crazy. So the thing actually for Wham right now, if he wants to beat what Lash is doing, is it's just Spearman. But he doesn't know about the spears that are being produced right now by Lash. And on top of that, the outpost, Lash... not going to be able to stop it going up, but makes him pay the price. Free workers down. And out he goes. I'm actually impressed by the way Lash is contesting this early on. You know, we talked about Mongols being the S-tier pick on this map, right? But the challenge is, how do you reach that S-tierification? Like, how do you reach that true form? Well, usually, you have to take a little bit of time, scale. You also look to be light on pressure in terms of investment, but heavy on done. And what I mean by that is on water maps, usually a Magadite opening can do a lot of raiding because you're investing in fishing. You can't afford to defend the land, wall the land, etc. We haven't reached the Magadite point ever. Wow, I'm actually going to archers now. Really? I guess I see where he's coming from. So I said about the idea of spears, but now that I think about it, like, there is a reason why he doesn't want spears here. It's the camel archers. Camel archers is really popular on 4 legs for Abbasids. And camel archers do double damage against spears. So it's another unit that can kite you, but also kill you. Why is Lash not streaming? I don't know. Beats me. Why are you being so picky? You got a view here. Oh, look at you, Mr. Greedy Guts with the multiple monos. Looks like there's going to be a Ram move in here. And Wham, he's going to have to forfeit the area. Against this many horsemen plus the Ram, that's dead. Spears are on the way now. There's only 1 camel archer so far. But remember, he can frontline with the spears. And just keep on pushing. He clears the space for the Ram to move in. The problem right now is the light junkers do nothing against said Ram. Body blocks come in. The villagers, no easy way out of this. I noticed that the horsemen are basically being ignored. The spears just not countering the unit they're meant to. Lash starting to leak over. Needs to as well, because somehow Wham, despite all this pressure, all these losses, he still has the economy lead. It's 13 fishing boats to 3. Yeah, I mean, the Ram's going to move into the dock again, but reminder, this dock exists, so each time this gets taken out, I'm starting to think that Lash has convinced himself that Wham has nothing. Right? He has no drop-off location. It's just not true, though. And at this point in the game, you've got to suspect your opponent has a backup option anyway. He just doesn't seem to be checking. It's crazy, actually. Like, I think Lash probably assumes the dock is here, which is why he's brute forcing this way. But it's actually to the south side that he can more easily run to. Oh, he's going to run in. Is this starting to look a little bit like feeding down mid? I think it is. Horseman gone. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is tragic. And is he now trying to go castle? It looks like Lash is attempting a castle rush here. But this is troublesome. He's trying to wall himself in. That's going to be slow. Mongols will definitely get here first. And the problem is, because you're running away towards your base and your opponent's chasing, it's not like you have this reprieve of him being worried you have more troops coming. Like, Wham could just keep moving forward to check. And he is going to peel off the cav to do so. Okay, so wrapping around. This is going to allow him to see the walls. This is very important. The moment you see these walls, you are very suspicious. Because after the way that Lash played the opening of this game, why would you ever, in a million years, wall? You have to be up to something greedy. It's the only thing that would make sense. And well, the Pathfind's going to drag him down. He does see them. So confirms what he's up against. Wham could actually just mirror castle, guys. He has pretty good food income. It just has a gap, which is why it looks low right now. But remember, we're talking about 14 fishing boats. Might be worth building another dock over here just to maximize. And he's already actually moved a dock up to the north side, so additional boats coming in. That move has been mirrored by Lash. But overall, I've been a little bit underwhelmed by his fishing boat count. No, despite the timing he got that dock in, it just hasn't been a quick scaling point. Now, unfortunately, Wham could take that dock away from him. Marching to the base. Doesn't actually see the dog, so that's good news for Lash fans. He's going to start knocking at the mill. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You don't have much torch damage due to the armor, but if you kill it, you get paid. How does Lash now do this? He's already used military wing. Culture wing would make a lot of sense over eco wing, just because you're going to have fishing anyway. Well, you should have fishing anyway. Horseman. Oh, wait, what? He charges in. What? Into the... I'm a bit shocked by that. Lash just trying to race the fight by the looks of it. Move it faster. Does work out, though. Managed to pull away the horseman in time. That looked questionable at first, but good defense. Keshiks have, however, now arrived. And remember, Lash does not have spears to contest this. He's got the camel arch of the debuff. That's at least going to scare Wham a bit. So good initial clash, but just such a quick resurge coming in from Wham. And all that off the back of no undermesh. Like, that was meant to be Lash's timing, where he had a big blacksmith advantage. Just didn't really feel that big. I mean, considering his position, it was good enough, right? Like, he's trading fairly evenly on army value. The issue is really on the economy, though. Like, think about this. Wham set up this dock later than Lash set up this one. He's got 3 fishing boats. Meanwhile, Wham has 5. And we do have boot camp on the way. Looks like Lash is going to stay in the age for quite a bit longer. Lash should be going 2TC. Oof. Like, and do what with it? You've got no resources on that spawn. You'd have to build it forward. And if you build it forward, it makes it obvious what you're doing. There are sometimes you can justify the 2TC, but like, I think if you got the ponds, it shouldn't really be necessary. Because if you look at his spawn, all he has in it really is gold, and that's kind of it. The tree line's not very big. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm crazy about that idea. Stat defense? I mean, you can do walls and outposts with that. Like, what you're discussing is a very, very big investment. 750 resources is no joke at this stage. Especially with the stone, right? Like, where is the stone? Wait, the stone's here. Oh, God. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. I was saying when I was looking for the resources, I couldn't find the stone originally. It's because it's outside where he's walled. It's just not an option with this type of spawn. Even more than when I originally said it. I'm a bit surprised Wham isn't trying to sneak a dock. Maybe he just is showing a lot of respect, assuming Lash is already blocking that play. And doesn't want to diversify his resource investment, because like right now, he's winning on land. Why would you make it about water? It's kind of unnecessary. Keshik charge in. Archers would benefit from targeting down the camel archer. He's not going for it, though. Wham. He's just brute forcing all the same. What? Attack speed arrow gets activated. I'm not sure if that was the cleanest way to do it. I mean, I guess the camel archer is very tanky and he didn't want to waste a flurry of attacks and then have him run away. But that debuff is important here to minimize the damage to the Keshiks. Just doesn't seem to be minimizing it enough. Keshik count now up to 11. Lash barely any spears in existence, and now the villagers are going to be muddied in the fight. He pulls them a... Wait, is that a Sikh shelter? Okay, that's a cursed Sikh shelter. They run by the outpost. They run in front of the Keshiks. A bunch of them don't even garrison. And Lash is losing so much. More villagers falling. That's going to be, what, 6 worker kills? Maybe more. On top of that, Wham still maintaining a military lead. And Lash's eco looks abysmal. He's going to try to wall up. That's not going to complete in time. The second wave is going to arrive. And he knows exactly where the economy lies. Archers keep chased away to the east, but now you just get a dive on the west, and it just seems like Lash is being suffocated to death by a giant Mongol pillow. Single cam archer he has just about stays alive. But just think about the idle time. Even without the worker difference, it just feels like Lash, half of his eco, can't do anything but dance. Wow, he's even trickling troops into the east side again. This is smart. He's dragging them west and then looking to dive east. And also, keep in mind, Lash, like, this tree line has, like, nothing left. It's got 500, 600 wood, and that's it. Then you have to come here. And I think that's what he's dreading. These 4 tree lines are ripe for taking. What an excellent excuse by Wham. I mean, Lash, I want to give him credit as well. I think this was game 1 and game 3. He took these very aggressive lines, and I'm quite impressed because I feel like I've described Lash in the past, at least when I see him in comp play, as a bit more of an orderly player, likes to play the meta, the expectation. But he actually did try to do something off the cuff, very different, more aggressively aligned, especially in this Abasa game. It just shows you how much of a master of defense Wham is. I know, like, sometimes he takes issue with being referred to as a defensive player, but it's true, he is. But he does it so well. And it's not easy to do that well on Mongols. Mongols is not a defending civ. They're an aggro civ. There's going to be a hunker down in tech. Kurotai coming in. Lash has started to stockpile, but his eco lags behind so much. Remember, it's going to take him 1 minute and 45 to secure that castle up. So, put it another way, when you begin your age up, Wham's is going to be complete. And the upgrades will be ready before yours by a mile. Culture Wing is definitely the correct call by Lash. It's the only real option here. Trader Wing doesn't work. You don't have map control. Eco Wing is way too greedy. You need to be lean. The real question is how you beat this killing machine. Kurotai is packing up. Is willing to the front of Lash's base. So not only is he going to have veterancy before you, he's then going to have another veterancy on top of that with the bonus damage. Villagers are going to get poked at, but like Lash, it's a cute idea. You're just so far behind. I mean, I don't really see much to stop Wham from just fighting while also going Imperial. The fishing count is 35. Yeah, you heard that correctly. He's got 35 fishing boats in 2 ponds. Meanwhile, Lash is sitting at 18. So half. The burn begin. Doesn't even care about the TC at this stage. With veteran Keshiks, they have more than enough armor. Ranged armor 2 is on the way to guarantee that. Reminder, this buff is going to be a 20% increase to damage. That also does buff up bonus damage, by the way. Looks like it might be time to pack up and go home for Lashy Boy. Okay, dive past. I mean, you could just leave the Keshiks here and move with the archers, really. Kind of feel like Wham's showing a lot of respect to not just go beyond the TC. Maybe it's the opposite. It's hard to say. I am watching a Keshik take no damage because of the heal plus the burn. Just Kurotai things. I think he's going to force it. Age up complete. And that's the confirmation that Wham needed. He was waiting for the revelation. Once he realized that 1,800 resources was sunk, he understood that the last ship could float no more. Keshik's to chase. Archer's to hunt. There's a Keshik waiting on the other side. And there is nowhere safe on 4 lakes for Lash. He will fall in the quarterfinals. And it will be Dumu versus Wham for KPMM 29 cents. Exciting matchup. I'm actually looking forward to that one. Especially considering, like, we talked about Wham. He can be a more defensive player. He's used to having to do it. Doesn't mind the idea of, like, the mid-late game. That's a scary mentality against a player like Dumu, a player who actually loves the macro game. Have to see how that one plays out. Lash, though, for him, it's going to be back to the drawing board. It almost looks like a pretty flower summoning deer here. Yeah, this was a sacrificial plot to bring the great deer around. To maybe turn the wildlife against Wham, but even that doesn't feel like it would have been enough. And no, we will not have semis today. There's no way Dumu is awake at this point. He's an old man. He goes to bed before the sky goes dark. So we wouldn't have him available for this, even though it was a quick one. GG's to Lash, though. An admirable effort all the same. Oh, the question now is, do we get ready to wrap up? We've been live how long? 6.5 hours, I think. Yeah, like, it's been 6:20 hours. I think that's a reasonable amount of stream. Like, actually, we done pretty well considering we had a default win given by Gully across to Dumu. And then obviously in the earlier round, we had Voldemar Def winning over Mahodo into an Anatan speedrun where he actually won a best of 5 in less than 30 minutes. I'm not even capping. That's legit what happened. So with that in mind, guys, I think what I'm going to do now, I'm going to get ready to round out. It has been a pleasure. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you guys on Twitch have been enjoying the 1440p. I know the people on YouTube have been enjoying that as well. Actually, I don't think we had 1440p for YouTube. Sorry about that. I'll have to look into that. I don't know how to force that with the plugin. But in terms of what's going to be coming up, we will definitely have B versus Anatand on Thursday. I'm assuming, knowing Dumu, he's probably going to ask to play his semis tomorrow. If that is the case, I will probably look to cast from the recordings, so I'll come online a little bit earlier than when B Anatan would be live. But B Anno will be live. And then we'll have grand finals afterwards. And then remember, on Friday, we're going to have another show match. I need to sort who's going to be playing in that one and what cheeky shenanigans we're going to throw at them. But I'm going to get ready to round out the stream. YouTube, thank you for watching. I hope to see you again on Thursday. Remember, Wednesday is my day off. We'll be back Thursday for semi-finals into grand finals. For Twitch, hang around. We're going to find someone to raid so that you keep having fun on the platform.